Chapter 1561. No problem, no problem. You can stay on this ship for the time being. Venerable meant that he was an expert worthy of respect. In order to have a chance to become a true god in the future, one had to build a good foundation in order to become a true god. Isn't that obvious? With a single glance, one could tell that he was a wandering cultivator without a sect. If they were from a righteous sect, they would have reported their names long ago. Fei happily agreed. After her master left, she looked at Xiao Chun and asked impatiently, "Big brother Xiao Chun, which great realm are you from? Which sect are you from? You are very strong." Perhaps Xiao Chun wanted Fei and Luo Nan to interact more with Xiao Chun because he wanted to use this opportunity to investigate his origins. When the other party raised his hand, it felt as though he was fused with space itself. With a single leap, it felt as though the entire surrounding space was lifted up by the other party. The enlightened being realm was divided into 3 small realms: true essence, yin essence, and yang essence. Only by combining the 3 essences and forming an inner core could one enter this realm. When Fei saw Xiao Chun hesitating, she kindly reminded him. As for primal core realm experts, even if they used their trump cards, they would not be able to harm their opponent. The blue-clad old man smiled and said, "Young hero is right. This old man can only help you to this extent. After all, how can such a resource be without an owner?" When Luo Nan heard this, he felt upset. This junior sister seemed to be overly concerned about this fellow. Profound Yin Island was a land of fortuitous encounters. There were many high-quality baleful Yin energy hidden in the depths of the earth vein. There were even peak-grade baleful Yin energy. However, Yin Fiend resources were limited. Ordinary disciples could only rely on Yin Essence Stones. However, some of the best Yin Essence Stones were not much worse than Yin Qi. According to the rules of the Jianghu, one had to be outside. Unless the other party brought it up on their own initiative, they were not allowed to inquire about the other party's background. It was considered a taboo. Xiao Chun laughed bitterly in his heart when he saw the other party's innocent eyes. After thinking for a while, he opened his mouth and said, "All right, I will thank Elder first." Yin Essence Stones and Yang Essence Stones were very valuable treasures in the perfected being realm. The supreme grade baleful Yin energy was too important to him. Xiao Chun was very clever and immediately understood. He looked at the blue-clad old man and said, "You want me to pretend to be a Tianyi sect disciple and enter profound Yin Island. The reason is because of you. Just like you said, don't ask about other people's origins unless they are willing." Xiao Chun, in particular, respected him very much. "It's fine. Brother Luo Nan is too polite. Miss Fei, actually, your senior brother is right. If someone isn't willing to expose their own clan, they must have some misgivings." The blue-clad old man smiled calmly and said, "I still have a small request. Wherever there is a baleful Yin energy, there will be Yin Essence Stones. You only need to absorb the Yin baleful energy. I will leave the Yin Essence Stones for the other disciples to use." Back then, for the sake of this profound Yin Island, the various sects fought each other. It was not easy to come up with this compromise. If not for his opponent's carelessness and the fact that he had coincidentally collided with his dragon blood soul-breaking finger, the outcome of that battle would have been hard to say. When the half-step primal core realm pirate second-in-command made a move on the pirate ship, Xiao Chun knew that he was not a match for him. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and asked, "What do you mean?" "Big brother Xiao Chun, just agree. My master is sincerely repaying you, senior brother Luo Nan, and I also have to hand over Yin Essence Stones to the sect. In fact, this pirate ship incident might even have something to do with it. However, This profound Island did not belong to the Tiani sect alone. At the same time, the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm expert drank tea and chatted in a tea hall within the ship. The focus was on Xiao Chun, who was wandering around on the deck. Xiao Chun remained calm and collected, silently dispersing the divine lightning eye and the dragon blood soul-breaking finger. The blue-clad old man, before Xiao Chun, was strong and shrewd with age. Interacting with this old man was like asking a tiger for its skin. If one was not careful, one would end up getting eaten. The blue-clad old man pointed to Fei and Luo Nan. Then he said, "This year, Fei and Nan did well, standing out in the competition between their sect members and obtaining the right to go to profound Island. Senior brother, why did you give this fellow such benefits? He is not from a sect, has no one to rely on, and is decisive in killing. With one look, it is clear that he is a loose cultivator." 1 hour later, Xiao Chun understood the ins and outs of the matter. As for half-step primal core realm cultivators, if they did not use Dermic World, the divine lightning eye, the ice blood lightning dragon, and the dragon blood soul-breaking finger, it would be hard to say who would win. It was best to absorb peak-grade baleful Yin energy and peak-grade baleful Yang energy in the Yin Cloud realm and the Yang Essence stage. Xiao Chun turned around and looked at the blue-clad old man. It is rare for Senior to be so kind. This junior does indeed need peak-grade baleful Yin energy to advance to the Yin Essence stage. As the saying went, in order to become a god, one had to first become a human. Of the billions of cultivators, only 10% could break through to the mortal realm. Those who could break through to the innate realm were even fewer. The half-step primal core realm expert was still brooding, not understanding the blue-clad old man's actions. It's that simple. Xiao Chun remained silent. It seemed like he had not seen such a naive girl for a long time already. As long as the other party had a chance, she could kill him at any time. Xiao Chun smiled, not minding it. His eyes could understand the ways of the world. Instead, the islands were managed by the surrounding large sections. At this time every year, the various large sects would send out veritable Essence Stage or in Essence Stage outstanding talents to compete on the islands. Senior brother, how can you say that? Fei said angrily. Master wants us to properly entertain our honored guests. Quickly apologize. Fei seemed to understand, but not really. After a while, she nodded and smiled. Big brother Xiao Chun, you really know a lot. With one look, I can tell that you are a good person. On this trip, Xiao Chun wanted to go to a star close to the profound light, great realm. Xiao Chun already made up his mind to take a risk. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun boarded the ship with Xiao Chun. The three casually walked on the deck, admiring the scenery of the boundless starry heavens in the night sky. The Tiani sect disciples on the deck all respected the three. The blue-clad old man did not care. He laughed straightforwardly and stood up. Fei, Nan, you are all cultivators of the same generation. You can interact with them. At the same time, help me properly entertain them. Your martial uncle and I will take our leave first. In my opinion, they are no weaker than the elite disciples of those rank 2 sections. The blue-clad old man was a primal core realm expert. What was the primal core realm? Luo Nan asked sarcastically, not waiting for Xiao Chun to reply. Luo Nan's words angered his junior sister. To Xiao Chun, it meant that he knew a lot and was definitely a good person. Done. The blue-clad old man spoke, casually. However, Xiao Chun could feel the bloodshed in his words. Cultivators who could reach this level could be called venerates in the Great Thousand Realms. Breaking through to the veritable personage realm and becoming a primal core realm expert was worthy of respect, regardless of one's age. Luonan felt upset in his heart. However, he still said reluctantly, "Sorry, I was too rash earlier. Brother Xiao Chun, please don't take offense." As Luo Nen looked at the other party, the hidden meaning in Xiao Chen's words was very straightforward. "Are you that nice?" The female disciple named Fei smiled politely at Xiao Chun when she heard that. However, Luo Nen feigned indifference, not moving at all. Since ancient times, riches and honor came from danger. This person who dismantled the black scimitar pirate's ship with his bare hands was filled with mystery in their eyes. The blue-clad old man was an experienced person. Aside from asking for Xiao Chen's name, he did not say anything else. We should just directly kill such an existence. He definitely has the formation diagram of the pirate ship on him. That is something worth cities. The blue-clad old man smiled and said, "That's easy. Please come on board for a chat. I will tell you in detail. There was an island on that star called Profound Een Island. What is this?" When Luonan heard that, he nearly vomited blood. These words were not an exaggeration at all. The sect had a Cloud Sea powerhouse who surpassed the Primal Core realm, holding down the fort. It turned out that this Tianyi sect came from the Enlightened Great Realm, a rank 1 sect that bordered the Profound Light Great Realm. The blue-clad old man waved his hand and said, "Young hero, please do not misunderstand. This matter is rather complicated." Now, Xiao Chen more or less understood what he understood. Ordinary in essence stage and young essence stage cultivators would not be a match for him unless he was an outstanding talent of a sect. Chapter 1562. The blue-clad old man said indifferently, "Junior brother, you still do not see things clearly enough. Although this Xiao Chun is only a veritable essence stage cultivator, he has an extraordinary air about him. Think about it. How would a regular veritable essence stage cultivator behave when they see the two of us?" The half-step primal core realm expert quickly said, "They would definitely be very respectful and amiable. It is normal for them to try to suck up to us if they feel uncomfortable. Before a veritable essence stage cultivator, a primal core realm cultivator was a godlike existence." The blue-clad old man nodded. "What about him?" "He is neither servile nor overbearing, extremely calm. With one look, it is clear that he is someone who has seen a lot of things. Such a person either has a noble background or has experienced many things. He looks young, so it cannot be the latter. It can only be the former. Could he be a rank 2 sect disciple or a noble clan disciple?" The half-step primal core realm old man was startled when he heard that. If that was the case, then they could not touch him. If they touched someone with a deep background, then the consequences, yes and no. "Senior brother, what do you mean?" The blue-clad old man smiled strangely. "It is true that he comes from a noble clan. However, look at him. He cannot even find a good baleful Een energy wandering the starry heavens alone. Is there such a noble clan?" "Then, senior brother, stop beating around the bush. Just say what you want to say." The blue-clad old man smiled and said, "Ha ha. In that case, I'll say it directly. He is indeed a noble clan disciple, but his clan should be in dire straits. It is more likely that it was destroyed. That's why he is wandering the starry heavens, hiding from his enemies." The half-step primal core realm old man's eyes lit up. After a while, he gave a thumbs up and said, "Senior brother, you can even guess that. You are amazing." Given this, it explained why Xiao Chun could kill the second-in-command of the pirate group. How could such a fallen disciple not have any life-saving trump cards? This also explained why Xiao Chen's aura and bearing came from. Noble clan disciples had seen many experts since they were young. How could they be so respectful to 2 primal core realm cultivators. This was also why these disciples in dire straits had more treasures than ordinary loose cultivators. Just the formation diagram and formation plate of the pirate ship were enough for the two to make a move against Xiao Chen. Furthermore, there was Xiao Chen's identity. No matter how one looked at it, this white-robed bladesman was a fat lamb. The blue-clad old man smiled in an unfathomable manner. I'll get Fei, and Luo Nen to interact more with him. Youths should be less wary of each other. We should be able to get some information. In that case, why did we send him to Profoundine Island? If his strength increases, it will be disadvantageous to us. The blue-clad old man smiled and said, You do not understand this. If we let him go to Profoundine Island, he can help us collect Essence Stones for free. This can be considered our contributions to the sect. Secondly, the intense competition on Profoundine Island will definitely exhaust many of his trump cards. How much can he improve? If I wasn't worried about his trump card, I could have easily crushed him. The half-step primal core, Realm Old Man smiled and said, Excellent. Senior brother, with such meticulous planning, even if that Xiao Chun had 9 heads, he would not be able to escape your grasp. Humph. This kind of person is already in decline, yet he is still proud and arrogant, believing himself infallible. He is the one who refuses to recognize reality. Now that he ran into me, I can teach him a lesson. A greedy look flashed in the blue-clad old man's eyes as he spoke in a cold voice. As the saying went, the world was dangerous. The danger was in the world, and the evil was in the human heart. Back on the deck, Fei, and Xiao Chen chatted happily. Occasionally, bell-like laughter rang out. This made Luo Nan, who was following at the side, extremely jealous. He could not interrupt even if he wanted to. As Luo Nan looked at Xiao Chun, he hated that he could not use his gaze to kill Xiao Chun. This was Xiao Chen's first time seeing someone from the outer realm. He did not understand many of the local customs, sect grades, cultivation techniques, and divine weapons. After all, the Book of the Epics only recorded a general idea. It would not record everything in detail, no matter how big or small. Fei's thoughts were pure. When Xiao Chen occasionally asked questions, she would enthusiastically answer them. Xiao Chun learned that the sects were the leaders of the Great Thousand Realms. Sects were divided into 7 ranks. Below rank 7, they were all unranked sections. Any sect with a rank had at least 10,000 years of accumulations. The Tianyi sect was a rank 1 sect with a Cloud Sea Realm Supreme Elder holding down the fort. As for a rank 2 sect, it required at least 3 Cloud Sea Realm existences to be considered a rank 2 sect. Generally, second-rank sects were powerful and would control more than one great world. They did not need to be like a rank 1 sect, which controlled an entire great realm. As for rank 3 sects, they were already considered extremely strong, with Divine Vein realm powerhouses holding down the fort. They were absolute overlord-class existences in thousands of great realms of an astral domain. Take the Purple Sun region, for example. Any random disciple of the 4 rank 3 sects would be respected by a primal core realm powerhouse. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt deeply moved. This great thousand realms truly had limitless possibilities. No wonder so many cultivators of the Kunlun realm since ancient times stepped onto the Kunlun road without hesitation. It was getting late, so Xiao Chen took his leave to rest. He planned to think about how to deal with that blue-clad old man. Junior sister, I'll send you back. You should be tired from the battle with the pirates today. When Xiao Chen finally left, Luo Nen immediately showed a smile. Senior brother Luo, Master is looking for you. Just at this moment, a disciple walked out of the ship and spoke respectfully. Luo Nen felt depressed. After so much difficulty, he finally got a chance to be alone, but it was ruined again. Fei smiled and said, "Senior brother, go and see Master first. There is no danger on the ship. I can go back alone." Luonan stared at Fei's back in a daze. "Senior brother, it's time to go." Oh, I'll go right away." Inside the tea room of the ship, after Luonan bowed, the blue-clad old man asked with a smile, "Nanner, that Xiao-Chen spent so much time with the two of you. What did he say to you?" Luonan could not help cursing in his heart. "This Xiao-Chen did not say a single word to me. He chatted with junior sister the entire time." Reporting to Master, that Xiao-Chen chatted with junior sister the entire time and did not speak to me, Luonan said, honestly, even though he felt somewhat upset. The blue-clad old man said, "Yes, what did they say?" Luonan nodded and repeated what junior sister Fei said, word for word. The more the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man heard, the more they felt that something was wrong. Why did this sound like they were exposing their wealth? They told Xiao-Chen everything about the Tianyi sex situation. Fei even gave Xiao-Chen a simple summary of the two's strength. However, Xiao-Chen's tone showed great respect for the two old men. The moment he heard it, he knew that it was a careless remark. "Stop right there. Who's asking you all this?" "I'm asking what that Xiao-Chen said." The half-step primal core realm old man rudely interrupted Luonan with a cold expression. Luonan spoke happily. He remembered his junior sister's words. Zhang Xian was stunned by the interruption. Ask Xiao-Chen? He couldn't wait to kill that brat. So how could he remember what that brat said? "Tell me, what did Xiao-Chen say? Don't leave out a single word." The blue-robed old man said expressionlessly, Sensing that his master and martial uncle were somewhat angry, Luonan flushed red. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember what Xiao-Chen said. "Master, martial uncle, I really can't remember. Please punish me." Plop! Luonan fell to his knees, not daring to raise his head. "Trash, what are you thinking in your head? Get out of my sight." The blue-clad old man felt enraged as he waved his hand to chase Luonan away. Luonan felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. He had been suppressing a bellyful of anger in the first place. When he finally got a chance to be alone with his junior sister, his master and martial uncle called him over and ruthlessly lectured him. What is going on? Luonan felt so depressed that he wanted to cry. The blue-clad old man could not be blamed for being angry. Originally, he wanted to dig out Xiao-Chen's background with the two of them. Who could have imagined that they would not dig out anything? Instead, they ended up exposing their own background. Who could not be angry? "Senior brother, this brat is somewhat difficult to deal with." The blue-clad old man showed an unfriendly expression as he snorted coldly. "This brat is somewhat skilled. However, he chose the wrong opponent to fight with me. Just wait and see." Chapter 1563. Xiao-Chen was dancing on the edge of a knife. The world was dangerous, and the human heart was hard to fathom. Xiao-Chen had understood this many years ago. Previously, Xiao-Chen had no value in the other party's eyes. Hence, the only comment he received was "scram." The word "scram" was very clever. Only round things could scram. Humans were not round. They were straight. When a person said "scram," the subconscious thought was, if you don't scram, I'll make you scram. When Xiao-Chen tore apart the black scimitar pirate's ship with his bare hands, the blue-clad old man's attitude changed drastically. Of course, it was not because Xiao-Chen had saved him. In fact, Xiao-Chen had not even thought of saving the blue-clad old man. It would be foolish to expect a person who could say "scram" to understand gratitude. Naturally, Xiao-Chen knew that this person had ulterior motives. However, since he wanted to obtain the Balefulline energy, he had no choice but to take the risk and fight with him. The fortress ship was divided into 10-odd rooms of various sizes. In the room that belonged to Xiao Chun, he raised his head and looked around, entering deep thought. In this place, any movement would not escape the blue-clad old man's eyes. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun brought out the power of his ice domain. Immediately, snowflakes filled the room and cold chi spread out. The space in the room immediately turned blurry. Amid the drifting snowflakes, Xiao Chun looked like he was cultivating with his eyes closed. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man, who were observing Xiao Chun, exchanged glances. They both saw fear in each other's eyes. What strong ice-attributed energy? He probably comprehended a domain, the half-step primal core realm old man said. Although the cultivators of the Great Thousand Realms had higher cultivations than those of the Kunlun realm, they could not compare to Kunlun realm cultivators in terms of wills and domains. The reason was simple. The Kunlun realm's martial cultivation was limited. Most cultivators could not advance further and could only focus on wills and other aspects. However, the cultivators of the Great Thousand Realms did not have such restrictions. As they cultivated, they spent most of their time on their cultivation. Life was limited. It was inevitable that there would be gains and losses. It looks like his primary cultivation technique should be ice-attributed. We should pay more attention to him. After the blue-clad old man understood the situation, he no longer paid much attention to it. Although the ice domain was powerful, the difference in cultivation was too great. It was not something that could be made up for with just the ice domain. In truth, Xiao Chun was cultivating the divine lightning eye amidst the hazy frost chi. The third layer of the divine lightning eye was clearly unable to threaten an existence at the level of the blue-robed old man. At the very least, it had to be at the fourth layer. As for the fourth layer, it was a qualitative change for the divine lightning eye. Being able to overlap the first 3 lightning tribulations would result in 6 lightning tribulations, and its might would increase by several times. The blue-robed old man would never have imagined that, compared to the ice domain, the lightning Tao was his main cultivation. Furthermore, they would not have imagined that Xiao Chun was someone who comprehended the complete Saber Tao. Half a month later, the ship stopped in the air above a star near the profound light great world. This was the Mystic Een star. Most of the surface of the star was the Dead Sea, which was unsuitable for ordinary creatures to live in. There was only one piece of land. It was profound Een Island. The Tianyi sect disciples all came out from the deck and looked at the island below. Those with good eyesight could see that the terrain of the island was very complicated. There were many steep mountains and complicated valleys. Vaguely, a terrifying aura lingered in the air above the island, not scattering. The blue-robed old man walked out and called over Xiao Chun and the other 2. You all can go down first. According to the rules, our ships can only circle in the air. When Luo Nan heard that, he felt somewhat shocked. We're going down ourselves. That's right. It's all the same. This unwritten rule has been around for many years. After we go down, there is a gathering point of the various sects on the island. You will know everything when you go there. Fei looked at the blue-robed old man somewhat nervously and asked, Master, what do we need to pay attention to? The blue-robed old man smiled warmly and said, Little brother Xiao Chun, I'll let you know. There are some things that I can't say. Xiao Chun looked at the blue-robed old man, feeling somewhat confused. Little brother Xiao Chun, these 2 disciples of mine have not experienced much wind and rain. I'll leave them to you to take care of profound Een Island. When Luo Nan heard that, he felt unconvinced. Master, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of junior sister. Our Tiani sect does not need to rely on outsiders." "How dare you say that?" The blue-robed old man reprimanded Luo Nan with a stern expression. Then he looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Don't mind. Little brother Xiao Chun, I'll leave everything to you." Seeing the blue-robed old man's sincere appearance, most people would find it hard not to let down their guard. Xiao Chun did not say anything, only nodding slightly. "Go on, then. Don't embarrass the Tiani sect." The three of them flew off the warship and landed on a flat land on Profound Een Island. Just at this moment, two cultivators wearing blue armor from the gathering point on the mountain peak shouted coldly, "Who are you? What business do you have on Profound Een Island?" When Luo, Nan, and Fei heard this, they felt the other party's domineering attitude. Come to think of it, this should be an expert from another sect stationed here. Before Luo Nan could rage, Xiao Chun stepped forward and said, "We are disciples of the Tiani sect. We are here to search for baleful Een energy. The Tiani sect, hand over the Tiani sect identity token. We want to verify your identity." After the two blue-armored cultivators checked, they looked at Xiao Chun and asked, "You are Yi Bai?" This identity token belonged to another Tiani sect disciple. The words Yi Bai were carved on the back. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "I am Yi Bai. How can I help you?" "It's nothing. You do not seem to have a high cultivation. Unexpectedly, you are the leader. It is just strange. Come with us." After returning the identity tokens to the three, the two turned around and left. The group traveled on the mountain path like it was flat ground. One could often see cultivators wearing similar armor on this peak. Xiao Chun discovered that this blue armor contained a gentle fire-attributed energy. It should be used to resist baleful Een energy. "The three of you, listen up." As the cultivator leading the way walked, he said, "This Profound Een Island opens to the public once a year. Right now, it does not belong to any sect. Everyone is equal when they enter. Everyone has to do things according to the rules here. Otherwise, they will have to bear the consequences." Luo Nan felt very upset when he heard this, wanting to rebut a few times. Fei felt somewhat nervous. However, when she saw Xiao Chen's calm expression, she felt more at ease. "There are not many rules here, just 3. First, you can stay here for only 1 month. After 1 month, you have to return to this gathering point. Second, there are no rules in the competition of the same generation. You can use all means. Third, if you have any grudges, you have to forget them after you come out." Fei's expression turned somewhat unsightly. She whispered, "Is the competition that intense? It is just baleful Een energy, yet it is so cruel." Xiao Chun retorted indifferently, "Cruel? When this Profound Een Island was first discovered, the fight between the various sects was probably 10 times crueler than this. Baleful Een energy and baleful Yang energy were too important to cultivators in the veritable essence stage. Cultivators of this realm were the foundation of a sect. The importance of Profound Een Island to these sects went without saying. It would be strange if the competition for such a strategic location was not cruel." At this moment, Luo Nan became much more reserved. "Junior sister, this place cannot be compared to the Tiani sect. Be careful." Fei nodded and did not say anything more. Xiao Chun, Luo Nan, and Fei followed. Soon, they arrived at the highest point of the peak. There were many stone houses scattered in the area not far from the gathering point. The disciples of the other sects are already living in those stone houses. You can choose any one that is empty. When everyone is here, you can formally explore Profound Een Island. After saying that, the two armored cultivators headed for the gathering point. Most of the stone houses were already occupied by cultivators. The three casually chose one, not picky in this regard. This one. Luo Nen pointed to a desolate stone house and immediately went in. After entering, the three each chose a corner and sat down to rest. Now that there was no one around, Fei asked out of curiosity, "Xiao Chun, my master said that there are places to take note of. He wanted you to tell us what we need to take note of." After saying that, Luo Nen looked at Xiao Chun as well. Although he did not like Xiao Chun, he was also somewhat curious. Why did their master get an outsider to teach them? Xiao Chun looked at the two and saw the word inexperienced on their faces. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun said, "It is useless to say it now. When the time comes, we will naturally know." Acting all mysterious, Luo Nen muttered. Then he closed his eyes and ignored Xiao Chun. Fei glanced at Xiao Chun. She kept feeling that this person was unfathomable. However, her intuition told her that Xiao Chun could be trusted. On an early morning 7 days later, all sect disciples heed my orders. Profound Een Island is officially open. The voice boomed in the ears of the three, rumbling like thunder. Xiao Chun, Luo Nan, and Luo Nen felt stifled, feeling somewhat uncomfortable from this voice. Chapter 1564. This person is very strong. He is probably a major primal core cultivator. Xiao Chun frowned and murmured in his heart. The core cloud realm had only 2 stages, minor primal core and major primal core. The difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth, like the difference between clouds and mud. Although the blue-robed old man was strong, he was only a minor primal core cultivator. The pressure he felt from this voice was far inferior. Under the urging of the voice, the disciples of the various sects who came to search for the Een fiends walked out of the stone houses. Xiao Chun casually looked around and found that there were about 100 people. Some sects sent more than 10 people at once. It was extremely rare for sects like the Tianyi sect to send only 1 or 2 people. After checking, Xiao Chun understood. In terms of strength and talent, the Tianyi sects Fei and Luo Nan were among the best of this group of people. It seemed that the Tianyi sect was a sect that pursued an elite policy. Actually, during the battle on the pirate ship, Xiao Chun had already discovered that although the two of them were only at the veritable essence stage, they were able to fight against many Een essence stage pirates. He had both talent and strength, but he lacked some experience in the Jianghu. Most of the sect disciples who came to search for baleful Een energy were at the Een essence stage. Only a few were at the veritable essence stage. Xiao Chun pondered. It seems that in this place, the true element boundary is the real master. So. From the stronghold on the mountain peak, 3 figures flew over like lightning, coldly looking at Xiao Chun and the other disciples who were about to enter the hinterland of mystic Een Island. The leader of the group of 3 was a white-haired, black-robed old man. His entire body was filled with an austere aura. Everyone, including Xiao Chun, felt an invisible pressure, like a tiger looking at its prey. A major origin core realm expert, Xiao Chun thought to himself that his previous guess was indeed correct. An expert of this level was truly frighteningly strong. Just a glance from him was enough to make him shudder. The white-haired, black-clad old man's gaze was like a sharp blade wherever it passed. It made people feel as if there was a blade in front of their eyes. His head was spinning, and he didn't dare to look him in the eye. Xiao Chun did not dare to be careless. He restrained his aura and avoided the old man's gaze. Mystic Een Island opens once a year. Now, all of you can enter the interior of Mystic Een Island. Everyone listened quietly, not daring to be presumptuous. Profound Een Island is a blessed land with ferocious beasts that are terrifyingly strong. Don't let your guard down. There are strange beasts guarding the inspectors, so you have to act according to your own strength. After pausing for a while, the white-haired, black-clad old man pointed into the distance. The interior of Profound Een Island is in this direction, about 500,000 kilometers away. Later, there will be a transportation formation to send you there. Back then, over a dozen sects fought over this Profound Een Island, and many people died. You juniors should cherish this opportunity. Now, I will check your identities for the last time. What sect do you come from? Tell me your strength. If you lie, I'll kill you without mercy. The white-haired old man's gaze landed on a young man, and he said, "You first." "I am Wei, he from the Clear Feather sect. I am at the middle stage of the Enescence realm." Before the white-haired old man's gaze, no one dared to lie. The various sect disciples stepped forward and reported their backgrounds in detail. Fei, and Luonan both felt worried for Xiao Chun. If Xiao Chun gave himself away, not only would he suffer, but he would also implicate the two of them and even the Tianyi sect. Yi Bai from the Tianyi sect. I am at the peak of the veritable essence realm. Xiao Chun said calmly before the white-haired old man's gaze. Yi Bai? The white-haired old man exchanged glances with the two people beside him. Their gazes revealed a trace of surprise, clearly shocked. "It's over." Luonan's body trembled slightly, and his expression sank in anxiety. However, Xiao Chun remained calm. He believed that he did not give himself away. The Tianyi sect is truly incredible. You have been in this veritable essence realm for many years already, right? The white-haired old man asked seriously as he looked at Xiao Chun with a sharp gaze. Xiao Chun nodded, and a sharp light appeared in his eyes. "I have been sharpening my sword for 3 years, and today I will not advance to the Een Essence realm unless I obtain the best baleful Een energy." The moment Xiao Chun said that, he attracted the attention of several people. "Good. You are ambitious. I hope you will gain something on Profound Een Island. Go down." Then, the white-haired old man and the two people beside him did not notice anything strange. They only felt that the veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body was unusually dense and dense. Xiao Chen's cultivation was incredibly stable, far surpassing that of the sect disciples here. The sect disciples here were all elites of the various sections. However, Xiao Chun still stood out from the rest. This was what shocked the two people. Normally, such people were proud and arrogant. They believed that they would definitely be able to spread their wings and soar into the sky in the future. Before advancing to the veritable personage realm, they would properly temper themselves. Before obtaining the best baleful Een energy and baleful Yang energy, they would not advance rashly. Seeing Xiao Chun settle down, Fei, and Luonan heaved a sigh of relief. Luonan thought to himself, "This fellow does not look like much, but his acting is pretty good." "You report your name." Lotus Sect's disciple, Feng Yun, peak Een essence stage. Just at this moment, another person reported his sect. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and said, "Buddhist sect disciple?" Xiao Chun felt a familiar aura from that Feng Yun. Fei smiled and said, "Does Big Brother Xiao Chun not know?" The Lotus Sect's disciple is a rank 1 sect subordinate to the Black Lotus Church. They come from the same great realm as our Tianyi sect. The Black Lotus Church. This startled Xiao Chun. However, his expression did not change, not saying anything. It should just be a coincidence. There could not be such a coincidence. The Black Lotus Church should not have discovered his tracks so quickly. Even so, he still needed to be cautious. After the 100-odd people verified that there was no mistake, they were all given a jade strip. The jade strip had been refined. Only the person holding the jade strip could enter Profound Een Island's interior. After putting away the jade strip, the group of people lined up and entered the transportation formation. While waiting, there were people in the surroundings. Luo Nan and Fei discussed the various dangers of profound Island's interior in whispers. I heard from my senior brothers in the sect that the environment of this profound Island's interior is very complicated. There are swamps, mountains, rivers, and ferocious beasts lurking everywhere. This is especially so for places with baleful energy. There will definitely be ferocious beasts, even core cloud realm ferocious beasts. Fei exclaimed in shock. That can't be, right? There are even venerate level ferocious beasts. There are. Suddenly, a handsome-looking disciple came over, and the three of them hurriedly looked over. He. The three of you, I am the clear feather sex way, he. So, it was the first person to introduce himself. Unexpectedly, they were all lined up together. After the other party introduced himself, the three had to do the same. Yibai, just call me by my name, Xiao Chen said calmly. How would I dare? How would I dare? Big brother, Yi is someone that even the island's guardian elder views in a different light. Wei he quickly replied, humbly. Luo Nan looked at the other party and asked, earlier, you also said that there are primal core level ferocious beasts. How did you know? It is just a legend. According to legend, the best baleful energy on this profound island has already existed for 10,000 years and is guarded by primal core-level ferocious beasts. That's impossible. The island's guardian elder already hunted down the 10,000-year-old peak-grade baleful energy long ago. How could it be our turn? Wei he smiled mysteriously. There is something you do not know. No one knows where that 10,000-year-old baleful energy is. According to legend, that baleful energy already has its own intelligence and can fly. How did you know? Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity. Wei he smiled and said, the clear feather sect is in the profound light great realm. Naturally, we know some secrets. However, this is just a legend. Many people who were tempted by it and blindly pursued it ended up with nothing. We wasted 1 month for nothing. Everyone, just listen to me. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. If there was really such a thing, perhaps he might have a chance. His dragon-seeking secret skill could also be of some use in searching for gloomy specters. Of course, this was just wishful thinking. Xiao Chen did not think that he could leave this profound island safely after obtaining the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. It was better to focus on some peak-grade baleful energy. Chapter 1565. Soon, it was Xiao Chen's group's turn. They stepped onto the transportation formation, and light flickered. 500,000 kilometers passed in the blink of an eye. When they reappeared, they were at a small transportation formation on a mountain peak. A few old men stood guard by the transportation formation. Remember, you only have 1 month. After 1 month, you have to leave. If you run into danger along the way and want to give up, you can come here in advance to receive protection. The few old men gave their final instructions. Xiao Chen's group looked around and saw a swamp below the center of profound Island. Rivers crisscrossed in the distance. Farther away, there seemed to be boundless mountains. The three of you, do you want to form a team? The center of profound Island is filled with danger. It would be better for us to take care of each other. Wei he smiled at Xiao Chen's group of 3. Senior brother, big brother Xiao, what do you think? Fei felt somewhat tempted. After all, 1 more person meant 1 more force. Luo Nan looked at this Wei he. He looked handsome and had an extraordinary air. Before Xiao Chen could answer, he quickly rejected, there's no need. Wei he smiled and said, that is really unfortunate. Let's part ways here. After the group left, Fei said, Senior brother, why did you reject him so quickly? After all, it is a kind gesture from him. Luo Nan opened his mouth to say something. However, he found that he could not say anything reasonable. Xiao Chun said calmly, "Although this way he looks friendly, he came with the sect. However, he did not leave with his fellow sect members. Either he is used to being alone, or he has a bad reputation, so his fellow sect members are not willing to bother with him." Luonan nodded and said, "That's right. Senior brother, my eyes are very sharp. I noticed that this fellow was up to no good long ago." Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun, you also noticed something suspicious. You have some good eyes. Xiao Chun smiled and did not say anything. He looked around, observing the geomancy of the surroundings. Baleful energy was called Earth Ghost in geomancy. It was an extremely ominous existence. Aside from some special tombs, such things would not exist near dragon veins. The more dangerous the geomancy of a place, the more likely it was to have baleful energy. Hu Qi, Xiao Chun flew into the sky. Without Luo Nan and Fei noticing, he silently opened his heavenly eye. Within 100,000 li radius, the mountains and rivers, the grass, the trees, the flowers, the birds, the insects, and the beasts, as well as the busy disciples of the various sects, everything could be seen. Xiao Chun quickly recalled the records of the dangerous geomancy lands in the Paradise Secret Canon, matching them to the terrain before him. This place is really strange. It's actually a land of death. Could it be that this mysterious star itself is an ominous star? Shaking his head, Xiao Chun retracted his heavenly eye and slowly descended to the ground. "Big brother Xiao Chun, what are you looking at?" Fei asked curiously. Xiao Chun said, "Honestly, let me see if I can find some places where baleful energy is hidden." "So godly?" Energy is hidden underground. Could it be that your eyes can see through it? Everyone relies on luck to find baleful energy. When you reach a place where baleful energy is hidden, you will naturally sense it. Luonan did not fall for Xiao Chen's trick. He said in disdain, "Junior sister, if you follow me, I guarantee that you will find good baleful energy." Xiao Chun did not refute. Luonan was right. This was how the sect disciples of Profound Island searched for baleful energy. However, this method was not only inefficient, but it also could not find baleful energy that was more than 1,000 years old. As time passed, the baleful energy absorbed increased, and the baleful energy would continuously sink. Even when the baleful energy was deep underground, the baleful energy that could be sensed was mostly 100 years old or several hundred years old. After looking in a direction, Xiao Chun walked over based on his memory. Xiao Chun remembered that there was a dangerous geomancy land in the northwest. The land was away from the sun, and the surroundings were steep. Scattered starlight fell from the sky, surrounding many withered trees. "Senior brother, follow big brother Xiao. Trust him." After Fei reminded Xiao Chun, she followed after Xiao Chun. "You want me to follow him? Dream on," Luonan said furiously, feeling incredibly frustrated. After about 7 minutes, Luonan, who was at the back of the group, silently followed behind Xiao Chun and Fei with a sullen expression. Fei smiled and said, "Senior brother, didn't you say you wouldn't come?" Luonan blushed slightly. I was just worried about junior sister's safety." Fei covered her mouth and giggled endlessly, making Luonan feel even more embarrassed. After a long time, Xiao Chun stopped in front of a flat ground. Xiao Chun raised his head to look at the sky, then at the surrounding terrain. Then he made some calculations in his heart. Xiao Chun was confident in using feng shui to find spirit veins and tombs. However, he did not dare to be careless when searching for baleful energy. He could only say that there was a high possibility. Success or failure depended on luck. However, one thing was certain. Either he couldn't find it, or once Xiao Chun found it, the energy was definitely more than 1,000 years old. Therefore, Even if there were occasional mistakes, it could be tolerated. There is baleful energy in this place. Junior sister, you don't really believe it, right? Luonan closed his eyes and sensed. Not to mention the aura of baleful energy, he did not even feel attributed energy. Fei rolled her eyes at Luonan. Then she looked at Xiao Chen and asked, Big brother Xiao Chen, is there really baleful energy in this place? Xiao Chen answered honestly, I don't dare to be sure either. I can only say that there is a chance. In that case, let's give it a try. Big brother Xiao Chen, what should we do? Fei encouraged Xiao Chen. She rather trusted him. Xiao Chen smiled and said, You should just call me Yibai here. It would not be good to give myself away. Fei stuck out her tongue and said, All right, I understand, senior brother Yibai. Junior sister, let's go quickly. We cannot waste any more time. It would be too unfortunate if we do not find a single baleful energy in 1 month. Fei smiled and said, Let's give it a try. Senior brother, go and help out. Senior brother Yibai, it's time to make a move. Luonan was not willing. However, since Fei gave the order, he could not disobey. Luonan drew out a divine weapon, infused his veritable essence energy into it, and stabbed it down. The ground immediately cracked, giving off loud sounds. Luonan, who was responsible for keeping watch, quickly sent out a hand seal. Space trembled slightly, scattering the loud sounds in the air. It was not enough to startle everyone. Xiao Chen glanced at Luonan and smiled to himself. This person really listened to his junior sister. Even though Luonan clearly did not like Xiao Chen, he still did his best to keep watch. As the crack in the ground deepened, there was still no baleful energy. Fei slowly revealed a disappointed expression. Ha! How is it? I told you that there is no baleful energy, right? Luonan said with a smile at some point in time, revealing a cocky expression. Fei gave Luonan a strange look. Senior brother, why are you so happy that there is no baleful energy? Could it be that you are not here to search for baleful energy? Of course not, Luonan quickly denied. Then why are you smiling? Seeing Fei's innocent eyes, Luonan could no longer smile. If he continued, he would become a fool again. You two stand guard above for a while. I'll go down and take a look. Xiao Chen, who had been staring down, did not hear what the two said. Right after he spoke, he jumped down. This startled Luonan and Fei. The environment of profound Island's interior was complicated, even more dangerous than the surface. How could he jump down on a whim? Junior sister, stand guard. I'll go down and take a look. This fellow is too rash. Fei nodded and said, In that case, senior brother, be careful. Luonan smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. This senior brother is not as rash as that white-clad brat. I will definitely be fine. The crack was very deep. The further down he went, the heavier the cold qi and inattributed energy. When Luonan landed, he fell heavily. It turned out that Luonan had not noticed the cold qi. His legs had already gone numb, and he could not feel anything before he touched anything. The moment Luonan touched the ground, he fell over and over. When Luonan managed to stand up after much difficulty, he saw a white figure flash in front, so he quickly gave chase. Bang! Luonan only cared about chasing after Xiao Chen, not knowing to lower his head. So, his head crashed into the wall again. As Luonan chased after Xiao Chen, he panted. Even after putting in all his effort, he could only see a white figure. The underground environment was very complicated, so Luonan suffered a lot as he stumbled around. Fortunately, he did not run into any ferocious beasts as he followed Xiao Chen. After some time, Luonan sensed that the white figure in front finally stopped. Luo Nan's eyes lit up, and he rushed over, ignoring his aching body, tattered clothes, and sorry state. He panted, "I finally found you. Follow me. So cold, what's going on?" Suddenly, Luo Nan felt that something was wrong. Only then did he discover the corpse of a ferocious beast in front of Xiao Chun. The entire area was filled with inattributed energy. Even Luo Nan felt a chill in his bones. Luo Nan looked around and saw a black, sinister wind silently gathering at the limits of the area, giving off a cold light. Baleful energy. Chapter 1566. Luo Nan shivered when he verified that he did not see wrong. There really was a clump of baleful energy in front. Based on the light it gave off and its color, it was definitely at least 1,000 years old. Then Luo Nan swept his gaze across the ferocious beast corpse in front of Xiao Chun, feeling somewhat incredulous. To think that Xiao Chun dealt with the ferocious beast guarding the baleful energy in such a short time. Xiao Chun turned his head and glanced at Luo Nan. Finding it strange, he asked, "How did you end up like this?" Luo Nan's clothes were tattered, and he looked haggard. Scratches covered his face. The other party had been following behind Luo Nan, but there had been no battle. Who knew? The moment Xiao Chun said that, Luo Nan immediately became angry. This fellow! If not for him, how could I end up in such a sorry state? To think that he even asked why. He must be doing this on purpose to anger me. Senior brother Luo Nan, senior brother Xiao Chun, are you there? Just as Luo Nan was about to lose his temper, his junior sister's voice rang out from behind. Luo Nan glared at Xiao Chun and said, "The interior of Profound Een Island is incredibly dangerous. If not on account of junior sister, I definitely would not care about you. I won't bother with you this time." After saying that, Luo Nan turned around to lead Fei over. 1,000-year-old baleful energy. After seeing the baleful energy, Fei Er's expression filled with pleasant surprise. "Senior brother Yi Bai, you really found it. You are really incredible." Luo Nan coughed a few times to show that he had found it as well. Fei smiled and said, "Senior brother Luo Nan is incredible as well. It was not easy for you to be injured to this extent." Fei glanced at the ferocious beast corpse in front, and then at Luo Nan's injuries. Her first impression was that Luo Nan killed the ferocious beast. Xiao Chun smiled and did not refute. Feeling embarrassed, Luo Nan quickly changed the topic. "This 1,000-year-old baleful energy is sufficient for the three of us to advance to the essence stage at the same time. With such a high-quality baleful energy, the quality of the essence energy we condense will definitely be extraordinary." Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "We need to ensure that the baleful energy is complete for it to bring out its greatest effect. After refining a complete strand of energy, the primordial energy will be even purer. When the time comes, the primordial core that I condense will also be of a higher grade." This was what Xiao Chun had seen in the Book of the Epics. However, most cultivators rarely had such conditions. Ordinary cultivators used essence stones. Being able to absorb essence energy from baleful energy was already a great blessing. Who would dare to think of refining the complete baleful energy? Only the elite disciples of third-rank sects, the disciples of great clans, or the peerless geniuses who possessed the bloodline of the desolate era could have such conditions. Luo Nan immediately said angrily, "You aren't thinking of monopolizing this baleful energy, right?" Fei quickly advised, "Senior brother, don't be angry. Big brother Xiao Chun definitely does not mean that." Xiao Chen's expression was calm. He took 2 steps back and said, "Choose for yourselves. This baleful energy is not suitable for me." The moment Xiao Chun said that, Luo Nen and Fei immediately felt stunned. I already said that Big Brother Xiao Chun is not that kind of person, right? You still do not believe me. Fei said as she rolled her eyes at Luo Nan, making Luo Nan feel very uncomfortable. Senior brother, your talent is higher than mine. You can refine this baleful energy. Remember to apologize to Big Brother Xiao Chun later. Junior sister, how can I do that? Furthermore, I cannot apologize to him. What's wrong? You are not going to listen to me? Behind, Xiao Chun smiled faintly as he watched the two speak. Since coming out of the Kunlun realm, he had felt a rare warmth from the two. This baleful energy was indeed not suitable for him. His goal was very clear. He needed a baleful energy that was at least 5,000 years old. To become a deity, one had to first become a human. In the veritable personage realm, one had to lay a good foundation. It was better to have nothing than to have something substandard. The process of refining baleful energy was an extremely dangerous process. If one was not careful, one might suffer a backlash from the baleful energy. This would injure all the meridians in one's body. Hence, one needed someone to protect them. Fei accompanied Xiao Chun the entire time. Taking advantage of this time, Xiao Chun continued to cultivate the Divine Lightning Eye's fourth layer. Aside from refining the Cycle Throne, Xiao Chun spent most of his time on the ship on cultivating the Divine Lightning Eye. Xiao Chun could already layer 6 lightning tribulations. However, he was not very familiar with them. His success rate was not high yet, so it could not be considered a true breakthrough. More importantly, there were too many people watching, so he could not truly execute it. Xiao Chun, little yellow feather, is about to wake up. It can already communicate with me. Just at this moment, Ao Jiao's voice suddenly came from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Then, he revealed a smile on his face. This little fellow is finally coming out. It looks like the solar true flame of the Zodiac Hall is still somewhat effective. Originally, Xiao Chun thought that he would have to wait another 100 years. Being able to wake up so quickly was a pleasant surprise. It told me that when it woke up this time, it even recovered some of its memories from its previous life. Take good care of it first. Remember, don't let it mess around. This place is not that difficult. Yes. Half a day later, Xiao Chun suddenly felt a strong aura spreading out. The vast, veritable essence energy contained an extremely cold energy. Everywhere it passed, a layer of frost covered the surface of the cave. Crack! Crack! When the cold wind blew, countless frozen rocks fell down and turned into ice shards flying everywhere. It looked like countless snowflakes drifted in the cave. Xiao Chun opened his eyes, and 6 spinning purple petals flashed in his right eye. Success! Luo Nen successfully refined this 1,000-year-old baleful energy and formally advanced to the essence stage. As an elite disciple of the Tianyi sect, Luo Nen had been stuck at the veritable essence stage for more than a year, unable to advance. Now that he finally had this opportunity, refining a complete strand of baleful energy, his strength naturally soared. Xiao Chun slowly stood up, and the frost covering his body fell off, unable to penetrate his physical body. Junior sister, I successfully refined this strand of baleful energy. Luo Nan's complexion glowed, and the injuries on his face vanished. His aura seemed to have changed significantly. Fei smiled and said, I just knew that senior brother could do it. Quickly, go and apologize to Big Brother Xiao Chun. If not for him, how could you have such an opportunity? You should know that not just anyone can enjoy a complete baleful energy, even a rank 3 sect disciple. At this moment, Luo Nen felt incredibly confident. As he looked at Xiao Chun, he was filled with the pride of a superior. In the past, Luo Nen found Xiao Chun pleasing to the eye, Now, he felt that Xiao Chun was not a match for him at all, that they were not on the same level. Apologizing to Xiao Chun was no big deal. Luo Nen casually stepped forward and smiled. Sorry for the earlier offense. Xiao Chun, sorry. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. As he looked at the other party, he nodded and said, Congratulations! For some reason, when Luo Nen heard these two simple words, he felt his pride vanish without a trace. After the three collected all the nearby evanescent stones, they walked out of the crack. By the time they came out, the sky was already dark. The three set up a bonfire and decided to rest for the night. Xiao Chun stood up and said, I'll stand guard. There's no need. Let senior brother Luo Nen stand guard. Senior brother Yi Bai should be rather tired today, Fei said quickly, not wanting Xiao Chun to be so tired. Luo Nen also volunteered, saying, Xiao Chun, just rest well. With my current strength, it would be more suitable for me to stand guard. Xiao Chun smiled to himself. Since this person wants to fight, let him. Stars dotted the sky, and the night sky was beautiful. By the bonfire, Xiao Chun took out a flask of wine and started drinking alone. The wine was the 1,000-year flame that Mo Chun brewed. However, he did not feel happy drinking it today, feeling somewhat bitter. He wondered how his old friends in the Kunlun realm were doing. Fei's bright eyes looked bright in the night. As she looked at Xiao Chun, she asked, Senior brother, Yi Bai, why do you always look like you have something on your mind? Something on my mind? Xiao Chun did not deny it. Then he left the familiar Kunlun realm alone, thinking about his old friends who died in the demonic calamity. He felt like it was yesterday. The great 1,000 realms were boundless and boundless. He deeply understood how insignificant he was. He felt lonely, sad, and somewhat hesitant. How could he let go of these? There was also the Black Lotus Church, the faction that caused the demonic calamity in the Kunlun realm. He did not know when he would be able to uproot it. He also did not know if elder sister Ruyue was doing well. Xiao Chun changed the topic. He smiled and said, Junior sister Fei seems to like senior brother Luo Nen a lot. Fei blushed and said somewhat helplessly, Even big brother Xiao Chun, an outsider, can tell. However, senior brother Luo Nen cannot. However, everything about senior brother Luo Nen is good. He is just somewhat what? He lacks some of his manliness. I like great heroes. Senior brother is sometimes somewhat childish. Xiao Chun smiled and said, One day he will become a great hero for you. Fei squinted slightly. Her large eyes, which had some baby fat on her face, looked exceptionally cute. I hope so. At the same time, the half-step primal core realm old man on the Tianisek ship received a piece of top-secret news. When the blue-clad old man heard it, his expression turned grave. Is this news true? This news was simply too shocking. Unexpectedly, the sect sent a portrait saying that this person was wanted by the Black Lotus Church and told them to keep an eye out for him. It is absolutely true. The news came from the Lotus sect leader. He accidentally leaked it to our great 1,000 realms. Rumor has it that the Black Lotus Church has already issued a bounty for all its subordinate factions. The blue-clad old man said gravely, To think that this fellow actually has a connection to a huge faction like the Black Lotus Church. Senior brother, what should we do? Should we continue fighting? There's no need. Although we are not a subordinate faction of the Black Lotus Church, we will still be rewarded for killing him. For the sake of the Black Lotus Church's rewards, we can bear this price, the blue-clad old man said coldly and emotionlessly. A murderous intent flashed in the blue-clad old man's eyes as he spoke coldly. Chapter 1567. The night was beautiful. Xiao Chun, who was drinking the 1,000-year flame, did not know the blue-clad old man, and the half-step primal core. Realm Old Man knew of Xiao Chen's conflict with the Black Lotus Church because of a leaked arrest warrant. He was prepared to completely fall out with him and stop dealing with him. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from him, there was also a bonfire. A man and a woman were chatting as they warmed themselves by the fire. The two of them came from another great world and came from the same sect, the Spirit Star Palace. The man was called Bai Feng, and the woman was Lu Yi. They were the junior brother and junior sister. Due to their high strength and deep relationship, the two of them did not move together with other disciples. There was no lack of such groups in the hinterlands of profound Een Island. After all, it was better to distribute baleful Een energy with as few people as possible. Senior brother, we're really lucky. 300 years of Een energy. Lu Yi said, happily with a smile on his face. It is only 300 years of baleful Een energy. It is nothing. It is not enough for us to reach the peak of the Een essence stage. We were quite lucky. We were randomly chasing a ferocious beast, but we didn't expect to accidentally sense the existence of Een spirits. Bai Feng shook his head, not satisfied. Furthermore, he was extremely cautious. We should be more careful from now on. It seems like someone is watching us while we are absorbing the baleful Een energy. Senior brother, you're worrying too much. We've already walked so far and checked several times. We've already shaken off that person. Lu Yi said nonchalantly, it is better to be safe than sorry. Let's not sleep tonight. And I'll listen to senior brother. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew, and the bonfire swayed left and right. Who is it? Bai Feng and Lu Yi showed stunned expressions as they stood up at the same time, warily. So it's a friend from the Spirit Star Palace. Don't be nervous. I am the clear feather sex way. I was just chased by a ferocious beast, and it wasn't easy for me to get rid of it. When I saw the fire here, I came over. In the darkness, Wei he revealed an expression of pleasant surprise as he looked at the two. Seeing that it was only the other party, Bai Feng and Lu Yi heaved sighs of relief. So, it is the clear feather sex way, However, my junior sister and I do not accept outsiders as our team. Since you're alone, please leave. Bai Feng calmly asked the guest to leave. It was the middle of the night, and the other party clearly wanted to be his partner. Naturally, he would not allow it. Wei smiled in surprise. I did not even say anything, and Brother Bai already guessed my intentions. In that case, I will not force you. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew past, and the bonfire was suddenly extinguished. A terrified scream rang out in the dark night, and then abruptly stopped. Junior sister. Bai Feng cried out in pain. In that instant earlier, his junior sister, who had lost her vigilance, fell to Wei He's hands. So. A strong wind blew, and in the darkness, a few more figures appeared. Bai Feng focused his mental energy in his eyes. The darkness of the night could not obstruct his vision. He looked at the approaching people with a livid expression. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Clear Feather Sect, Lotus Sect Temples, Feng Yun, Flying Cloud Manors, Tuoba Lang. I will definitely kill you all to take revenge for junior sister. Aside from Wei He, there were 4 other people. They were all Een Essence stage experts. Wei He sneered. Revenge? Don't think too much about it. Don't worry. I'll send you and your junior sister back to the sect later. It is just in the netherworld. The Lotus Sect Temples, Feng Yun laughed loudly and charged over with the other 4. After a while, Bai Feng, who fought 1 against 5, fell into a pool of blood, dying unwillingly. As Wei He looked at the 2 corpses on the ground, he said coldly, Brother Feng Yun, it is your turn. The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun smiled faintly. Then he formed hand seals, and a lotus flower appeared under his feet. A black Buddha image appeared behind him, and the baleful energy in the two corpses was slowly forced out. The two had just refined the baleful energy and had not completely merged the essence energy with their flesh. Hence, the Lotus Sect Temple's method could force it out. The five did not say anything. They just sat down cross-legged and greedily absorbed this pure baleful energy, consolidating their cultivations. When the baleful energy was completely absorbed, Wei he opened his eyes and revealed a satisfied smile. This is really comfortable. If this continues, our essence stage cultivation will continuously improve. This is several times better than absorbing the baleful energy on our own. This is all thanks to Brother Wei He and Brother Feng Yun. Without the two of you working together, we would not have had such benefits, Tuoba Lang said with a smile at the soaring cloud mountain manor. Wei He said humbly, it is mainly thanks to Brother Feng Yun. Without Brother Feng Yun's Lotus Sect seal, no matter how good my eyesight is, it would not have been enough. Wei He's eyesight was startlingly good at judging people. He could tell who had just absorbed the baleful energy and who had completely refined the baleful energy and merged it into their flesh. With one glance, Wei He could tell who was the target for the five. 1 month is just the beginning. When the time comes, all of us will definitely reach peak essence stage. Bai Feng's and Lu Ye's corpses were still warm, covered in blood. However, the five seated cross-legged chatted happily, not caring about them at all. Even though the night was dark, it could not beat the hearts of these five. Early the next morning, just as Xiao Chen's group was preparing to depart, Ao Jiao said from the immortal spirit ring that Little Yellow Feather was about to break out of its shell. The two of you, I'll go and take a look first. Wait here for a while, Xiao Chen said to Fei and Luo Nen as he turned around. Luo Nen wished that Xiao Chen would go far away so that he could spend more time with Fei, so he quickly agreed. Big brother Xiao Chen, be careful, Fei warned, thinking that Xiao Chen was going to search for the hiding place of the baleful energy again. After leaving the two, Xiao Chen saw that there was no one around, so he took out the golden crow egg. The golden crow egg was already covered in cracks. Soon, the eggshell completely shattered. Then, Little Yellow Feather appeared amid the golden flames, spreading its wings. A large amount of golden light poured out. Xiao Chen had been prepared long ago. He flung out his sleeves, and saber lights flew out. The saber lights formed a sealed saber formation, covering up all the mysterious phenomena. When the light scattered, Little Yellow Feather, which had undergone a nirvanic rebirth, appeared before Xiao Chen and Ao Jiao. Compared to the previous glistening little fellow, this time, Little Yellow Feather was covered in feathers with a withdrawn golden light. It looked rather ordinary. All its sharpness and the might of a holy beast were hidden under its feathers. Ao Jiao spread her arms wide and said joyfully, Little Yellow Feather, come over quickly. Little Yellow Feather spread its wings and happily flew to Ao Jiao's side, chirping nonstop. The last time Little Yellow Feather was born, it had been like a baby. Ao Jiao had brought it up single-handedly. Xiao Chen knew that Little Yellow Feather and Ao Jiao had a good relationship. He smiled faintly and did not disturb them. After a while, Ao Jiao turned her head and said, Xiao Chen, Little Yellow Feather said that it can help us search for baleful energy. This kind of cold energy conflicts with its attribute, making it very easy to find. When Xiao Chen heard that, he rejoiced. The golden crow was an extremely young attributed creature. It was naturally sensitive to such baleful energy and found it uncomfortable. Although the golden crow did not like it, if it was willing, it would be much easier to find the source. However, After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun still rejected it. Thank you for its kind intentions. However, it just came out, so don't let it take the risk. I have my own ways to search for baleful energy. No, it said that there is an attributed energy that it particularly hates here. Even if it hides in the immortal spirit ring, it will still be able to feel it. It needs to be eliminated. Xiao Chun laughed hoarsely. So the golden crow was doing this for its own good. He had thought that the golden crow had changed its character. That's not right. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression changed. It must be the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. For the golden crow to feel uncomfortable in the immortal spirit ring, it had to be the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. Other baleful energy would not be this horrifying. Xiao Chun said gravely, Ao Jiao, tell it to find the source of this baleful energy. However, it mustn't move alone. After it finds it, just inform me at the fastest speed. When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chen's grave expression, she quickly reminded Little Yellow Feather several times before letting it leave worriedly. Xiao Chen frowned and said, This little fellow won't mess around, right? I already reminded it many times. It should not mess around, Ao Jiao said uncertainly. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, Never mind. Let's go back first. If anything unexpected happens, we can just leave this profound star. Over the next few days, Xiao Chun used the dragon-seeking art to search for dangerous lands. Perhaps Xiao Chun used up all his luck on the first day. After searching several times, Xiao Chun and the others did not find any baleful energy. Instead, they ran into danger. Finally, just as Luo Nen could no longer endure it, the three found another 1,000-year-old baleful energy 10 days later. Xiao Chun did not say anything. No matter how Fei rejected, he gave up this baleful energy to her. When Fei successfully refined this baleful energy, the three came out of the crack. Brother Wei, there are 3 people coming out of the ground. They seem to be disciples of the Tianyi sect. Take a look and see if they found anything. The scene of the 3 coming out happened to catch the attention of Wei He's group, who were searching for targets in the distance. The Tianyi sect? I have a deep impression of them. Let me take a look. Wei He smiled faintly and shifted his gaze over. Chapter 1568. After Wei He saw clearly, he nodded and said, It is indeed the Tianyi sect's people. That girl should have just refined the baleful energy not long ago. Furthermore, that baleful energy is of high quality. The baleful energy we absorbed earlier cannot compare to it. However, the Tianyi sect's people are not easy to deal with, especially that Yi Bai. Even the 3 primal core realm cultivators have a whole new level of respect for him. That's right. Out of so many people, only Yi Bai was asked a few more questions by that old man. Should we make a move? The 5 hesitated somewhat. After all, although they were ruthless, they were not stupid. They didn't want to suffer a double loss after trying to get the bride. Just as the 5 hesitated and were about to give up, a strange look flashed in the eyes of the Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun. He said seriously, there is no need to be so conflicted. No matter how powerful that Yi Bai is, he is just a veritable essence stage cultivator. How strong can he be? At that time, we just need 2 people to delay him. As for the other 3, we can deal with Luo Nan and that girl after dealing with the other 2. It will be easy for the 5 of us to deal with Yi Bai. Furthermore, Brother Wei, he already said that the baleful energy that girl absorbed is of extremely high quality. Why can't we take the risk? Feng Yun's long speech swayed the other 4 somewhat. Wei He entered deep thought and said that Yi Bai is indeed not simple. However, if we suddenly make a move, we will still have some confidence, just like how we dealt with Bai Feng and Lu Yi. Soon, The 5 of them came to a consensus and began to discuss countermeasures. The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun revealed a smile. Since we have already decided, let's discuss the details. We cannot make any mistakes, the soaring cloud mountain manners Tuoba, Yi said calmly. Wei He nodded and said, Brother Tuoba is right. Otherwise, if we leave any loose ends, it will be problematic for us. I feel that we should do this. When Xiao Chen's group of 3 walked out of the crack, they did not know that they were being watched. Senior Brother Yi Bai, many thanks. Unexpectedly, Fei would have such a day. Fei who refined a complete strand of baleful energy, felt exceptionally happy. You are too polite. Xiao Chun did not think too much about it. After all, he had no use for it. It was just nice to give it to someone who needed it. After Profound Een Island, he would probably leave soon. At that time, they would not have much interaction. Xiao Chun still had to go to the Profound Light, Great Realm, and ask around. At the very least, he had to figure out where Ancestor Dragon City was. Actually, Luo Nan's opinion of Xiao Chun had already changed significantly. However, when he saw how much his junior sister valued Xiao Chun, he became unhappy out of jealousy. Let's go. There's no need to speak so much. Luo Nan forcefully interrupted the two. Xiao Chun stopped and raised his head to look ahead. What's wrong? Fei quickly asked. Ha. Brother Yi Bai, Brother Luo Nan, and Miss Fei we meet again. Just at this moment, Wei He brought the other 4 people and appeared before the 3 of them. What a coincidence. As the saying goes, it's a small world. We meet again. Wei He quickly walked over and pretended to be happy as he said this with a smile. Luo Nan had always disliked this Wei He. Seeing Wei He smile so happily made him feel disgusted. I am not familiar with you, yet you are smiling like a flower. Who are you showing this to? Xiao Chun smiled and replied, Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. It looks like Brother Wei. He has already found companions. As the saying went, one would not slap a smiling person. Xiao Chun still knew how to put on a good show. Right. Let me introduce you. Wei He said enthusiastically, This is an outstanding disciple of the Lotus Sect Temple. This is the Flying Cloud Mountain Manners Tuoba Yi. This is the Flying Snow Palace's young Master Yin. I have long heard of young Master Ye's great name. Brother Yi Bai, how about we travel together? We just discovered a place with baleful energy. The ferocious beasts guarding it are somewhat difficult to deal with. The Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun looked sincerely at Xiao Chun. Upon hearing that, Fei immediately felt tempted. Big Brother Xiao Chun happened to need baleful energy. Just as Luo Nan was about to speak, Xiao Chen's voice projection rang out in Luo Nan's and Fei's ears. Prepare to attack. Don't ask too much. This group of people is preparing to kill us. Don't show any mercy. Don't show any changes in your expression. In the first place, Xiao Chun did not like Wei He. He already suspected it to be a coincidence that Wei He appeared out of nowhere. Now that he invited them, it was clear that they were going to kill them. The 5 of them had already absorbed a lot of baleful energy. Now, they needed 3 more people. How could it be so good? I understand. I find this group of people very displeasing, Luo Nan replied in secret. He also felt somewhat excited in his heart. This was his first time experiencing such a thing since he entered the world of cultivation. What? With Xiao Chen's reminder, Fei quickly startled awake. Then she demanded angrily, How can this group of people be so vicious? After interacting with Xiao Chun for so many days, Fei already trusted Xiao Chun unconditionally. She was not stupid. After calming down and thinking for a while, she understood that something was wrong with these people. Listen to me later. I'll kill Wei He first. If the two of you work together, that Tuoba Yi should not be able to block you. As for Feng Yun, he was someone the three needed to kill as well. However, he was still useful to Xiao Chun and could not be the first target to be killed. The three quickly discussed and quickly decided on a countermeasure. Wei He and the others had ulterior motives and did not suspect anything. Feng Yun continued, "What's wrong, Brother Yi? Are you not going to give us face? We are very sincere." Xiao Chun nodded and casually stepped forward. Then he performed a cup fist salute to Wei He and said, "Sorry, Brother Wei He, I'm afraid I'll have to let down your kind intentions." Wei He smiled and said, "Not at all, not at all. Brother Yi is really too polite. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let's work together." While Wei He smiled, he cursed in his heart. This little bastard is really shameless. He's so vigilant. Why don't you just attack him directly? Do it. Wei He sent a voice projection, calling for the others to attack. However, the first to make a move was not them, but Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, who had already reached the most optimal position, did not give Wei He any time to react. He immediately used the sharp spirit finger to tap Wei He's forehead. The sharp spirit finger was Xiao Chen's unique secret technique. He used all the energy in his body to execute it with one finger. Xiao Chen used all the energy in his body and pointed with two cauldron force, the thunder domain, the ice domain, and the vast ocean-like veritable essence energy. All of them gathered at one point. Its might was so great that even a half-step primal core cultivator would find it hard to endure. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had taken advantage of the situation and occupied the most optimal position. Before the smile on Wei He's face faded away, his life force immediately vanished, and he fell over. There were no signs of him dying. Fei and Luonan had grown up in the sect. When they worked together, they did not have perfect coordination. The instant Xiao Chun made his move, they charged at Tuoba Yi together. What's going on? Feng Yun, young Master Yen, and the others revealed extremely horrified expressions. They had not made a move yet, but Yi Bai and the others charged over. "Oh no, they saw through us. Don't hold back. Kill them." Their reactions could be said to be extremely fast. After their expressions changed drastically, they immediately displayed their strongest techniques. Flying snow filling the sky. The flying snow palace's young master, Yen, waved his hand. Whoosh! Boundless visible icy chi directly encased Xiao Chun, and the temperature plummeted. The young master Yen before them cultivated the will of ice pretty well. He had already condensed an innate ice crystal. Unfortunately, he was still somewhat weaker than Xiao Chun and had not comprehended a domain. Although Xiao Chun had not comprehended a domain, this flying snow filling the sky had many unique aspects. The snow filling the sky formed a great momentum, a momentum of winter arriving and sealing the world in ice. This was especially so when Xiao Chen's cultivation reached the Yin essence stage. The gentle, baleful Yin energy in the flying snow made the flying snow even colder. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. It looked like the martial techniques of the outside world did indeed have many aspects worth praising. However, that was all. The other party had not mastered it and could not bring out the essence of this move. Lotus flower sword art, Buddha's rage. Feng Yun held his palms together and executed a sword art. A black sword light shot out of his palm. A strong wind immediately spread out, and lotus flowers danced around. A Buddhist voice roared in the sky, causing the might of this sword light to multiply. Ice domain, open! With a thought, the ice domain encased Xiao Chun for 1 kilometer around him. Young Master Yan's flying snow filling the sky immediately melted without a sound. As for that strand of sword light, Xiao Chun gently waved his hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared. Without drawing the saber, Xiao Chun only gently rotated it, and the scabbard firmly blocked the other party's sword light. Xiao Chun, who had comprehended the saber great Tao, would feel like a child dancing with the sword when facing an opponent who had not comprehended the sword Tao, unless the opponent was much stronger than him. There were too many openings, and the sword move was unstable. If the Tao might leaked out, Xiao Chun could easily resolve it. This battle could not be said to be very intense. The enemy had lost 2 of their men in a single exchange. Then, Xiao Chun easily delayed 2 people, waiting for Luo Nan and Luo Nan to finish off their opponents. This resulted in a situation of 3 against 2. Wei's group thought very well. In the end, Xiao Chun tricked them. Without much effort, under Xiao Chen's intentional control, only Feng Yun remained, holding on bitterly. Xiao Chun wanted to capture this person alive. Chapter 1569. Wei's group of 5 surrounded Xiao Chun. At this moment, only Feng Yun was still fighting with Xiao Chun, holding on bitterly. The Lotus Sect Temple was a subsidiary sect of the Black Lotus Church in the Purple Sun region. Although they did not have much contact with the Black Lotus Church, they should have some information about the Black Lotus Church. Feng Yun, who was fighting Xiao Chun, felt miserable. The more he fought, the more fearful he felt. A sense of helplessness spread throughout his body. No matter what kind of strong martial technique he used, he could not pose a threat to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun easily dealt with them. Feng Yun's cultivation approached the peak of the yin-yang realm. However, before Xiao Chun, a veritable essence stage cultivator, he felt like he was being toyed with in the palm of his hand. This was especially so when Xiao Chun drew his saber. Saber intent spread out in all directions, sealing off all of Feng Yun's escape routes. Lotus flower evasion. Seeing that he could not escape, Feng Yun suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood. Then, his figure turned into tens of thousands of lotus flowers, scattering in all directions. Xiao Chun looked around and found that the lotus flowers were hard to distinguish. He could not find any traces of the other party at all. He got away. Xiao Chun felt somewhat depressed in his heart. Originally, he had been determined to obtain this Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun. However, Luo Nen said excitedly, 5 people surrounded 3 of us. We killed 4 of them, and only 1 managed to escape. It looks like these people are only SOSO. Fei said calmly, don't speak nonsense. If not for Senior Brother Yi by reminding us and taking the initiative, this battle would not have been so easy. This battle would not have been that easy. Xiao Chun nodded and said, these 5 people are not too weak. If I got surrounded, I would not have been able to escape. This is profound Yin Island's inner region. It is best to be more cautious. Senior Brother Yi Bai, what should we do now? Fei asked as she looked at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. The 2 of you have each absorbed a complete strand of baleful Yin energy. You have surpassed the goal of this trip. I feel that we can return first. It will be safer there. Fei hurriedly said, no, Senior Apprentice Brother Yi Bai, you haven't refined the baleful Yin energy yet. How can we leave? Besides, even if you find a way to refine the baleful Yin energy, we still have to protect you, right? Otherwise, what will you do if you are injured by the demonic beasts? Luo Nen did not say anything. Luo Nen was indeed embarrassed to ask Luo Nen to leave. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression changed. He looked into the distance. The weak connection between him and Little Yellow Feather allowed him to sense that Little Yellow Feather was currently in the middle of a huge battle. Moreover, his condition didn't seem to be very good. Without thinking too much, Xiao Chun quickly rushed over to the place where the incident happened. Fei and Luo Nen did not know what was going on, so they quickly followed behind. In the depths of the profound Yin Island, there was a mountain range called the Profound Mountain. Strange beasts roamed the mountain range, powerful and vicious. It was a forbidden land. Very few sect disciples would go to search for baleful energy. There were too many ferocious beasts in that place. Most of the people who went did not return. At this moment, a giant bird with a golden luster was flying through the mountains. From time to time, it would let out an incomparably noisy cackle. Roar! The one that roared was a black, ferocious beast that looked like a ferocious tiger, possessing the strength of a half-step primal core realm cultivator. Little Yellow Feather had stolen and eaten 1,000 leaf fruit that it had guarded for 500 years. When it roared, all the beasts in the mountains were startled and ran in panic. The sound waves snapped several large trees. Chee, chee, on the ground. There was also a 1-kilometer-long snake spitting out its forked tongue as it looked coldly at the giant yellow bird in the sky. Everywhere it passed, cold chi penetrated 100 meters into the ground, directly turning the ground into frozen soil. The snake was very angry. This giant yellow bird had roasted and eaten the eggs in its nest. There was also a gargantuan golden-tailed eagle in the sky, closely following it. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that half of this golden-tailed eagle's feathers were charred. Aside from this, there were many ferocious beasts rushing over from the mountains. All of them were peak young essence stage ferocious beasts. A careful count showed that Little Yellow Feather had provoked at least 10 ferocious beasts. At this level, ferocious beasts were extremely intelligent. They raged, wishing that they could swallow this Little Yellow Feather alive. My goodness, I've gone a little too far this time. Although Little Yellow Feather could not speak yet, it had already gained intelligence. Its eyes looked around, and it was somewhat frightened. Little Yellow Feather had provoked too many ferocious beasts, so they surrounded it. Even so, Little Yellow Feather's nimble speed allowed it to dodge many attacks while surrounded. Sometimes Little Yellow Feather even spat out flames, burning those ferocious beasts and making them cry out in pain. Every time this happened, even though the little fellow knew that it was dangerous, it could not help laughing cockily. When Xiaochen arrived before Profound Mountain, Fei and Luo Nen were stunned. Senior brother Yi Bai, this Profound Mountain is very dangerous. Before we come out, Master instructed us to absolutely not go in. Fei revealed a worried expression in her eyes. Luo Nen listened carefully. The ferocious roars of many terrifying ferocious beasts came from the mountain range. What's going on? The ferocious beasts in this mountain are very angry. Luo Nen felt somewhat startled and could not help taking a few steps back. Xiaochen thought for a while. Then he gently pushed off with his feet and slowly soared into the air, flying towards Profound Mountain. Fei shook her head, but followed after. Junior sister. Luo Nen gritted his teeth in frustration. However, he had no choice but to follow. Soon, the three saw the scene of 10-odd ferocious beasts surrounding and killing Little Yellow Feather. Luo Nen exclaimed in shock, "Damn! Where did this huge yellow-feathered bird come from? How arrogant!" Xiaochen replied calmly, "My spirit pet." When Luo Nen heard that, he exclaimed in shock, "Your spirit pet?" Fei asked directly, "Big brother Xiaochen, are you going to save it?" Xiaochen nodded. However, his expression was rather unsightly. This little fellow wanted it to go look for 10,000-year-old baleful energy. After not seeing it for a few days, it created such a huge mess. Luo Nen said sullenly, "That is 10-odd ferocious beasts. There is even a half-step primal core, realm ink flame tiger. Isn't that too risky? I can't care about that anymore. You all should back off first." Right after Luo Nen spoke, Xiaochen quickly descended. "Little human, what are you trying to do?" As soon as he finished speaking, several messages appeared in his mind. Xiao Chun was not surprised. Ferocious beasts that had cultivated to this level would more or less have some intelligence. It's my spiritual pet. I'm taking it away. If I've offended you in any way, I'm sorry. Fei, and Luonan were greatly startled. Xiao Chun, who had jumped down rashly, actually did not get eaten by this group of ferocious beasts. Berserk beasts had been honed in the cruel wild environment for a long time, and their instincts were the most accurate. When Xiao Chun landed, the young essence stage ferocious beast felt its heart palpitate and immediately hesitated. Even though he was infuriated, he did not make a move on the spot. Bastard, it roasted my snake egg. How can I let it go? My old nest in the mountains has been burned down by it. I can't bear it. Scram, you must swallow it alive. A series of furious voice projections rang out in Xiao Chun's mind, giving him a headache. Xiao Chun turned his head and looked at Little Yellow Feather, who had already turned into an obedient bird. Then he smiled and said, I didn't realize that you have such talent in the past. Incredible. Little Yellow Feather puffed out its chest and flapped its wings, thinking that Xiao Chun was praising it. Little fellow, we ferocious beasts have an agreement with your sect. Profound Een Mountain is a forbidden land. If we don't go down the mountain to eat sect disciples, the sect will not interfere in our business. That half-step primal core, Realm Ink Flame, Tiger stepped forward and gave off a tyrannical air. Then it continued, sending a voice projection. I'll give you two choices. The first is to obediently retreat, and we will pretend that we did not discover you. The second is to stay. We will eat your flesh and drink your blood to raise our cultivation. Chapter 1570. Roar. Xiao Chen's mockery immediately stirred up the violent ink flame tiger's temper. It roared ferociously and launched itself at Xiao Chun. The ink flame tiger moved very fast, tearing through space like a beam of black light, disappearing in a flash. Right after the ink flame tiger spoke, its gargantuan body appeared before Xiao Chun. This development startled Xiao Chun slightly. Unexpectedly, this ink flame tiger was so fast. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun executed the fish dragon art. In the blink of an eye, he left behind several afterimages on the ground. Cassier! Cassier! The afterimages shattered. When Xiao Chun retreated far away and found his footing, 2 crisscrossed claw marks appeared on his chest. 2 crisscrossed claw marks appeared on his chest. Blood seeped through his white robe and dyed a large area red. Luo Nen exclaimed softly, how did this fellow cultivate his physical body? To think that he only suffered superficial wounds from the ink flame tiger's attack. Senior brother, what should we do now? Fei paced around anxiously. She had a kind heart. When she saw Xiao Chun, who had helped her and her senior brother, in danger, she immediately started worrying. When Luo Nen heard this, he quickly pulled Fei behind him and took a few steps back. Then he said, at this moment, not interfering is the best help. His aura can suppress those young essence stage ferocious beasts. This already explains a lot. If we go down and help, those young essence stage ferocious beasts will immediately tear us to shreds. If we try to save us, we will end up distracting Xiao Chun. Believe in Xiao Chun. Since he dares to go down, he must be confident. Although Luo Nen was upset that his junior sister was so worried about Xiao Chun, he still did his best to calm Fei down for her sake. Below, Xiao Chun looked at the wound on his chest. Unexpectedly, the other party's claws were so sharp. They were much stronger than the golden-rimmed demon tone bat. Xiao Chun no longer dared to be careless. He needed to use his full power to deal with such a half-step primal core ferocious beast. When the other ferocious beasts saw the ink flame tiger rage, they did not dare to interfere. This was good, since coming to the great Thousand Realms. Xiao Chun had never truly fought at full power before. He would use this battle to test his own strength. Xiao Chun waved his left hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared. Then he looked up at the ink flame tiger and unleashed his Tao might. The ink flame tiger felt a wave of pressure, and it roared somewhat impatiently. The ferocious aura emitted from his body grew stronger and stronger. In the end, it turned into a thick black smoke that soared into the sky. This scene was immediately sensed by the guards of the profound Een Island stronghold. The ferocious beasts of Mysticine Mountain are on a rampage again. Should we go and take a look? What is there to see? Every year, there are people who are not afraid of death, wanting to go to the profound Een Mountain. If the old monster of Mysticine Mountain is provoked, then it will be a big problem. You're right, in profound Een Mountain, Xiao Chun faced the ink flame tiger that had forced out all of its baleful aura. Feeling a trace of pressure, the might of the great Tao slowly condensed into a point. Roar! The roaring ink flame tiger roared at Xiao Chun, and a berserk aura surged towards Xiao Chun. Tao, Xiao Chun said softly, and the great Tao energy that he condensed into a point soared up by 1 meter. Then his aura clashed without fear. Boom! Amid loud sounds, the two berserk auras clashed, neither giving way to the other. Many ferocious beasts within 50,000 kilometers fled in panic. Countless birds soared into the air. Kill! Xiao Chun drew his saber and immediately charged out to deal with such ferocious beasts. There was no other way but to be even more ruthless than it, even more ferocious. After 20 years of experience in the Kunlun realm, the Emperor's Road, the demonic calamity, and the baptism of countless great battles, Xiao Chun's killing chi was heavy and stable, far from what this ink flame tiger could compare to. In this clash, this ink flame tiger's baleful aura was actually slightly weaker than Xiao Chun's. Rumble! Loud sounds rang out endlessly. One man and one beast fought in this mountain forest. Xiao Chun used the flawless saber technique together with the Enyang saber domain to support his great Tao energy. He did not need to use Dermic World or the Dragon Blood Soul Breaking Finger, just his saber techniques and strong physical body. He was evenly matched with the ink flame tiger, not at all inferior. His white robes were dyed red, and there were many wounds all over his body. However, his aura did not weaken in the slightest. The more they fought, the fiercer they became. The saber light flickered and reflected in his eyes. His eyes revealed a calm and ferocious look, startling the surrounding ferocious beasts. The ink flame tiger didn't have it easy either. Although it was a ferocious beast, it had the advantage of having thick skin and thick flesh. However, Xiao Chun's saber energy was infused with great Tao energy, allowing it to permeate his body every time. This made it extremely uncomfortable, and many cracks appeared in its internal organs. Whoosh! The trembling man and beast moved away from each other. The ink flame tiger crawled on all fours, roaring continuously. Its ferocious nature had been completely stimulated. As it panted, black flames surged and danced all over its body. In the ink flame tiger's memory, there had never been such a ferocious sect disciple. Just at the veritable essence stage, he could force it into such a miserable state. If the ink flame tiger could not kill this white-clad bladesman today, it would not have a foothold in profound Een Mountain in the future. Xiao Chun stood upright while holding his saber. The ink flame tiger before him was harder to deal with than he imagined. Even in the Kunlun realm, few people would be able to break the defense of that fur. Furthermore, its speed was even faster than lightning. The other party's slender, streamlined body gave it a natural advantage in terms of speed. For a long time, Xiao Chun had been very confident in his movement technique. However, his body was riddled with wounds of various sizes, all from the other party using speed to forcibly break through his saber light. However, everything was still within Xiao Chen's control. He had not used any of his 4 trump cards yet. As long as he used any one of them, he could immediately turn the situation around. Chapter 1571. The 10,000-year-old energy had been found. Xiao Chun was delighted, but in the blink of an eye, he calmed down. Blondie had always been unreliable. Look at what it had done in the mysterious Een Mountain. Roasting snake eggs, stealing spirit herbs, guarded by others, burning bird nests. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't be too convinced. Xiao Chen asked suspiciously, "Is that place safe?" "Safe, very safe. There is only a small snake there," Ao Jiao said. Regardless of whether it was safe or not, he had to rest for a while and recover his yuan qi. After calling out to Fei and Luo Nan, Xiao Chen found a quiet place and sat down to recover his exhausted essence. The battle just now could be said to be incomparably delightful. This also allowed Xiao Chen to recognize his own strength. If he did not use his trump cards, he would be on par with a half-step primal core cultivator. It was hard to tell who would win. After all, half-step primal core realm cultivators were not like ferocious beasts. Their combat experience and intelligence were higher than ferocious beasts. No matter how ferocious a beast was, it could not be more dangerous than a human's heart. At the same time, Xiao Chen also realized the shortcomings of his movement technique. He seemed to be invincible among his peers. However, when he ran into this ink flame tiger, he suffered greatly. The other party's straightforward attacks were truly fast to the point that he could not predict them. There were still many areas that needed to be improved upon. Movement techniques generally consisted of 2 points. One was speed, and the other was evasion. The fish dragon art mainly focused on changing one's surroundings, dodging within a small area. It was derived from the spirit fish of the immortal world and strengthened. The area that needed to be improved should be short-range ambushes. In other words, pure speed. Thoughts flashed through Xiao Chen's mind. The ink flame tiger leaped like thunder, launching surprise attacks faster than lightning. There were many things that could be used for reference. While Xiao Chen was recuperating and recovering his essence, Feng Yun, who had executed a life-saving evasion technique and turned into thousands of lotus leaves, was also on the other side. It was also at this moment that he revealed himself. His face was pale without a trace of blood, and his body was clearly much weaker than before. That life-saving escape technique obviously couldn't be used rashly, as the price would be unbearable. How unlucky! I actually used this life-saving escape technique in front of a true energy realm. Feng Yun leaned against the wall, touched his wound, and said weakly. At the same time, his mind was spinning. He had long recognized Xiao Chen as the person on the wanted list issued by the sect. Now, he seemed to understand why the sect had ordered him to keep a low profile when he saw this person. All Xiao Chen needed to do was report the exact location and wait for the Black Lotus Church's church master to personally send someone over. After all, the Black Lotus Church was not in this astral region. Even though they were separated by such a long distance, the black-faced sect leader still regarded Xiao Chen with such importance. It was clear that Xiao Chen was not an ordinary person. Initially, he was thinking of capturing Xiao Chen alive and bringing him back to the sect to claim the credit. But from the looks of it now, that was no longer possible. As long as he could return alive and report the news of Xiao Chen, everything would be fine. What is this place? It's so cold. Feng Yun looked around, tightened his clothes, and asked doubtfully. Back then, in order to escape for his life, he randomly chose a direction and flew for half a day. As a result, Feng Yun had no idea where he was now. There was a small river not far away. Strange. It is just ordinary river water. Why is the surroundings so frighteningly cold? Feng Yun startled awake. Only then did he discover that he was in an extremely remote place that he had never heard of before. After checking the river water, Feng Yun did not discover anything special. Just as Feng Yun was feeling bewildered, he stumbled and fell into the river. The rapid flow of the river swept him to the bottom of the river in an instant. A bone-chilling cold immediately froze Feng Yun's body. Oh no! I was already severely injured by Xiao Chun in the first place, so I risked my life to use an evasion technique. Injuries upon injuries. Could it be that Feng Yun, am going to drown to death? In his daze, Feng Yun maintained a trace of consciousness, doing his best not to faint. PFFF. After some time, Feng Yun coughed a few times and spat out a large mouthful of cold water. It turned out that he had been washed to a shallow part of an underground river. In his fluster, Feng Yun quickly got up in a sorry state. After calming down and recovering some essence, Feng Yun's complexion improved significantly. He cautiously looked around and walked along the underground river. After a while, a surprised expression appeared on his face. Baleful energy. Feng Yun felt an extremely dense baleful energy. He had never come in contact with such strong baleful energy before. Even from a distance, it sent chills down one's spine. When Feng Yun thought of a certain legend on Profound Island, his body trembled in excitement. Could it be 10,000-year-old baleful energy? Even if it isn't, it should be several thousand years old. One who survives a great calamity is bound to have good fortune. Is this my fortuitous encounter? Just as Feng Yun was about to walk forward, he calmly stopped. No, even if I were at my peak, it would be difficult for me to hunt for 1,000-year-old baleful energy. Furthermore, in my current state, it might be 10,000-year-old baleful energy. No matter how great a fortuitous encounter was, one had to be alive to enjoy it. Just me alone won't do. I have to work with others. They have to be the strongest of the sect disciples. Otherwise, no matter how many people come, they will all die. At this moment, many candidates appeared in Feng Yun's mind. For example, the Clear Feather Sect's first senior brother, who was much stronger than Wei He, the Flying Snow Palace's Lu Mu, the Soaring Cloud Mountain Manor's Tuoba Yun. These were the disciples of the various major sects, the leaders of this trip to Profound Island. At this moment, they should be leading their junior brothers on an adventure. Aside from ensuring their own harvest, they also had the responsibility of taking care of their junior brothers. It's settled, then. After making up his mind, Feng Yun left behind a set of coordinates and quickly left. If 100 people absorbed 10,000-year-old baleful energy, it would be a great opportunity. He did not have to worry about sharing it with others. On the other side, Xiao Chen's group of 3, who had rested, quickly moved about under Little Yellow Feather's lead. Luo Nen exclaimed excitedly, "Is it really 10,000-year-old baleful energy? This is a great opportunity." Fei rolled her eyes at Luo Nen and said, "Why are you so excited? Just protect Big Brother Xiao Chun later. Don't get any ideas about the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. Big Brother Xiao Chun already found 1,000-year-old baleful energy for us. This is already a rare opportunity." When Xiao Chun heard that, he smiled. He rather liked Fei Er's character. She was pure, naive, and knew how to be grateful. As for Luo Nan, although Xiao Chun was disrespectful to Luo Nan, that was only because he was jealous. Luo Nan's character was not that bad. With the two of them protecting him, Xiao Chun felt much more at ease. "Xiao Chun, why do you not seem anxious at all?" Luo Nan asked, finding it strange when he saw Xiao Chen's calm expression. Even an outsider like Luo Nen felt extremely excited about the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. To think that Xiao Chen remained calm, his mental state like a 1,000-year-old ancient lake. If one day you experience as much as I did, you will be like me, Xiao Chen said calmly with a faint smile. Luo Nan's lips twitched as he said, "You make it sound like you experienced a lot of things." "Oh, right. Where did your yellow-feathered bird get its spirit pet?" "I don't know what kind of bird it is. It is very skinny and unprepossessing, but it is very arrogant. To think that you actually managed to find 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy for it." Boom. Right after Luo Nen spoke, a flame flew over. Caught off guard, half of Luo Nan's hair burned off. This startled Luo Nan. He jumped up and down, putting in a lot of effort before he managed to extinguish the flame. "Junior sister, don't stop me. Today, I have to teach this yellow-feathered bird a lesson." In the blink of an eye, half of Luo Nan's hair was burned off. A charred smell spread from his head, and white smoke rose. Luo Nan was so frustrated that he felt like exploding. Fei who was currently tidying Luo Nan's hair, smiled and said, "Senior brother, I'm not stopping you. However, that bird dares to provoke 10-odd ferocious beasts. Are you sure you want to seek trouble with it?" "Hey," Big Brother Xiao Chen stopped. "We should have reached the place. Let's quickly go and take a look." Under Little Yellowfeather's guidance, the three entered the river and sank along with it. Gurgle! Water splashed everywhere, and three bodies emerged from the river. They were so cold that they shivered. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and sensed for a while. When he opened them again, he looked at the dark, unknown land in front. Then he said, "It is indeed 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Its hiding place is really well hidden." Chapter 1572. There was a pitch-black cave entrance at the end of the underground river. The dense, baleful Yin energy came from there. When the two walked to the cave entrance, a berserk, baleful Yin energy had already formed. The fierce wind was like a knife, and even the wind contained a cold and bleak Yin chi. Standing at the cave entrance, Luo Nan and Fei felt the pressure. If not for the fact that they had already advanced to the Yin essence stage and absorbed the 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, it would have been very difficult for them to enter. "Big Brother Xiao Chen, the baleful Yin energy here is very strong. Be careful in front." Fei found it somewhat difficult to speak. Walking was even more strenuous. "Junior sister, are you all right?" Luo Nan looked worriedly at Fei as he shielded her. Suddenly, the pressure on the two lessened. They felt that the baleful Yin energy in the wind had weakened significantly, becoming nearly negligible. It turned out that Xiao Chen had blocked the Dao might that he sent out alone. This startled Luo Nan. As he looked at Xiao Chen in front, he vaguely saw a disk of light shining behind him. Even in the dark night, it did not look very conspicuous. However, that weak light deterred Luo Nan from looking at it directly. It felt like a saber light pierced their eyes. "It's that light again. What kind of martial technique is that? Or is it some kind of realm? It feels like there are traces of saber intent in it, but it is not complete. What exactly are the origins of this Xiao Chen?" When fighting the Ink Flame Tiger, Xiao Chen had released his Dao Might once, instantly suppressing the berserk aura of the Ink Flame Tiger. Now, Xiao Chen released his Dao Might again, reducing the pressure on the two. This startled Luo Nan. "Hee, Big Brother Xiao Chen is really incredible. Senior brother, let's leave some restrictions here to prevent others from barging in." "Oh." Luo Nan withdrew his gaze and nodded somewhat absent-mindedly. Then he and Fei left a formation at the entrance. The Tiani sect had some accumulations in formations. These two were pretty skilled in them. Xiao Chun looked back from a distance. He felt that the restrictions the two left were much stronger than what he learned from Emperor Wu. The great Thousand Realms martial Dao inheritances were much stronger than the Kunlun realms. And this was only a first-grade sect. How strong would a second-grade sect or a third-grade sect be? What kind of existence was Ancestor Dragon City, where Lu Ruyue was? Xiao Chun turned his head around and looked ahead cautiously. He did not see the small snake that little yellow feather mentioned. He wanted it to come out and give it some instructions, but no matter what, little yellow feather refused to come out. It did not like this kind of cold environment. Luo Nan, who was laying the formation, appeared somewhat distracted as he looked at Fei Er's face. He and his junior sister had entered the Tianyi sect at the same time. He had fallen in love with this junior sister the moment he first learned to love her. However, junior martial sister Fei Er was kind-hearted and beautiful. She had countless suitors in the sect. Among them, there were many senior brothers who were more outstanding than him. Fortunately, his junior sister never agreed and even kept a certain distance from those people. This made his inferiority complex feel a little better, and he even felt a little happy. At the very least, his junior martial sister liked being with him. However, after Xiao Chun came out, everything changed. Luo Nen repeatedly spoke rudely to Xiao Chun, even mocking him. However, due to the sense of danger in his heart, Luo Nen felt that he was inferior to the other party in every aspect. His junior martial sister seemed to be overly concerned about Xiao Chun. The most important thing was that Luo Nen discovered that he was indeed inferior to Xiao Chun. Furthermore, he was far from it. Be it mental state, strength, or bearing, junior sister, I have something to say to you. Luo Nan, who was laying the formation, suddenly said to Fei Er. Fei Er was somewhat busy and did not raise her head. Senior brother, what do you want to say? Do you feel that I am very useless compared to Xiao Chun? Luo Nan asked softly after he drummed up his courage, blushing somewhat. Fei Er stopped what she was doing and looked up with a serious expression. Senior brother, why would you have such a thought? Luo Nen did not know how to answer. He could not say a single word of the words he had already organized in his mind. Fei Er smiled strangely and asked, Senior brother, what are you trying to say? Luo Nen endured the conflict in his heart and remained silent for a while. Then he said softly, I feel that junior sister and Xiao Chun are quite compatible. The moment Luo Nen said that, he no longer dared to look at Fei Er's expression. The smile on Fei Er's face immediately vanished, and she turned cold. Is this what senior brother wants to say to me? When Luo Nen heard this, he felt that something was wrong. He raised his head and said, No, what's wrong? Nothing. I don't want to speak. Fei Er remained silent, not saying anything more. After that, the two remained silent. Fei Er did not say anything either. This made Luo Nen feel strangely empty. However, he did not know what to say. He did not know how he had angered his junior sister. After traveling for 1.5 kilometers, the baleful winds grew increasingly stronger. Xiao Chun turned his head and said, Luo Nan and Fei Er, the two of you stay here. Don't advance any further. We will see the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energies soon. Fei Er nodded, surprisingly not saying anything in response. Instead, Luo Nan said, Go on, then. The two of us will stand guard here. We guarantee that nothing will disturb you from absorbing the baleful Yin energy. Xiao Chun felt that the two were behaving strangely. However, this should be a private matter, so it was not convenient for him to say too much. Xiao Chun nodded gently and expressed his thanks. After some thought, Xiao Chun got Little Yellow Feather to come out and stand guard here. It was better to be safe than sorry. Nothing could go wrong while absorbing the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Otherwise, Xiao Chun would not be able to endure the backlash. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy drew closer. Although his vision was obstructed, Xiao Chun could sense that it was not far away. After a while, Xiao Chun raised his Dao might to the peak. Then, he endured the vast baleful winds. Xiao Chun saw a 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy hidden on a stone platform at the end of the somewhat dark space. That baleful Yin energy was very dense and frighteningly black. It looked somewhat like some of the black whirlpools that Xiao Chun had seen in the starry heavens. As the whirlpools spun, strands of black light spread out in the surroundings like lightning. This formed an isolation zone, protecting the baleful Yin energy. The black baleful Yin energy spun like a hurricane in the quiet space. Suddenly, two clumps of green flames lit up in the hurricane. The glossy green light was like a pair of sinister eyes, making Xiao Chun's heart tremble. According to rumor, this baleful Yin energy already gained some intelligence. Could it be true? Whoosh! A black light flashed, and the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy burrowed into the ground. The answer went without saying. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy used its reaction to tell Xiao Chun the truth of the rumor. You want to leave? How can it be that easy? Xiao Chun had worked so hard to get here. Naturally, he would not let it slip away. A divine weapon shot out, and an intense explosion rang out where the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy originally was. The ground exploded, and dirt flew everywhere. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy was blasted out. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out continuously. Every time the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy tried to flee, Xiao Chun forced it out. No matter how fast the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy fled, it was not as fast as Xiao Chun's saber light. Xiao Chun's spiritual sense spread out into the surroundings. He grasped the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy's every move. Although this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy had a ferocious nature, it also gained intelligence. However, its intelligence had not matured yet. Compared to Xiao Chun, it was just like a child. You can't escape. Xiao Chun smiled faintly, and his Taiji saber domain spread out, encasing everything within 10 kilometers. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy turned into an incredibly pitch-black clump of light, moving about chaotically. However, the saber domain encased the surroundings, making it like an impenetrable fortress, preventing it from burrowing into the ground. Dao! Xiao Chun called out softly. Then, he gathered the great Dao's might in one direction and pressed it towards the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. The great Dao's might was like a formless mountain range, suppressing the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy in a certain direction, greatly reducing its mobility. As Xiao Chun approached, the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy's range of movement shrank. Gather! Finding an opportunity, Xiao Chun focused the great Dao's might on one point. Then, he took a step forward and completely suppressed the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. With his aura, the black baleful Yin energy spun wildly, sending out many blade-like strong winds. It was obvious that he was furious. The strong winds also carried traces of sinister electric light. When one touched it gently, one would feel pain in one's finger. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy hid in a corner, looking like a porcupine covered in thorns as it glared at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. This 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is really not easy to deal with. The other baleful Yin energy were not as crafty and nimble. However, there was some risk in absorbing and refining it. If not for Xiao Chun having some means, he might not have been able to subdue it. The energy of the thunder domain gathered in Xiao Chen's palm and merged with the ice domain. Then, a drop of dragon blood came out of his palm. When the three energies merged, Xiao Chen ferociously smashed his palm down, producing a loud sound. Under the suppression of absolute strength, all the lightning and wind blades that shot out shattered. This strike thoroughly injured the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Furthermore, with the suppression of the Tao's might, it weakened significantly. Xiao Chen took this opportunity to open his hand and ferociously suck, swallowing the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy into his body. The berserk energy immediately surged about in his body, becoming like a wild horse galloping about, berserk and hard to tame. The rest would depend on Xiao Chen's ability to refine, absorb, and advance to the Yin essence stage. At the same time, Feng Yun led a group of unwelcome guests underground. Chapter 1573. As expected of the clear feather sex senior brother Feng, your mental strength is much stronger than ours. Feng Yun heaved a sigh of relief and quickly flattered the other party. Some people would die from eating too much, while others could perfectly digest and replenish themselves after eating too much. The few of them were in high spirits and did not pay too much attention to it. His strength and talent were much higher than Wei He's. It's a restriction. Feng Yun frowned slightly and said faintly, "The method of setting up this formation is not simple. It seems that someone else came in ahead of us." The flying snow palaces, Lu Mu's face sank. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he said furiously, "Feng Yun, are you messing with us?" Just this alone was enough to keep him busy. He could not afford to be distracted at all. The clear feather sex Feng Yun nodded and said, "That's right. There's no need to have any objections. The energy contained in the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is something that the four of us cannot completely absorb even after using all our strength. There's no need for any disputes or schemes. It's fine as long as we are of one mind." Lu Mu's eyes were sharp. He asked in a deep voice, "Brother Feng Yun, what's wrong?" It was Feng Yun again. This fellow from the Lotus Sect Temple was really like a ghost that refused to go away. That seems to be the case. The other two also noticed it after carefully sensing it. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was much stronger than Fei Er's and Luo Nan's mental energy. He could grasp every movement around him. Among them, the black demonic ape was the strongest, an early-stage primal core cultivator. As for the other two ferocious beasts, they were comparable to the ink flame tiger that Xiao Chen had fought earlier. Little Yellow Feather stuck its head out from Luo Nan's side and looked around, showing that something was wrong as well. The two-headed hound and the blue lion transmitted their voices to each other. He had reached a crucial moment in refining this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. If he was not careful, he might explode and die. Feng Yun hid his smile and said, "It's nothing. It's just that Yi Bai is not easy to deal with. I feel that we should be more cautious." "That's right. He won't be able to swallow the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy alone. If he doesn't know his place, I don't mind killing him as well." At this moment, the Yin Spectre sensed the fluctuation of Xiao Chen's heart. Taking advantage of this opportunity, it actually broke free from Xiao Chen's restraints and forcefully entered Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. However, Feng Yun's strength is indeed the strongest among the three, so Feng Yun's first target is him. If he didn't have a certain level of strength, how could he be so trusted? Not to mention, if he was disturbed by an attack, the refinement would definitely fail, and he might even lose his life here. As he spoke, a hint of arrogance flashed between his brows. It was obvious that while he acknowledged Yi Bai, he was also extremely confident in his own strength. In front of the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, this bit of risk was completely worth taking, and could even be said to be nothing. If he had known this would happen, he would have used his trump card right away, not giving the other party a chance to escape. Perhaps such a thing would not have happened. Ha ha, Brother Wang, don't make things difficult for Brother Feng Yun. We have to thank Brother Feng Yun for sharing the information about this place with us. Just as the four of them entered the formation, water splashed out from the underground river behind them, and 3 ferocious beasts leaped out. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy contained an enormous amount of energy. Furthermore, it had gained sentience, making it even more difficult to deal with. At this moment, the Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun had a flushed complexion and a smile on his face. He was in a very good mood as he led the 3-peak Yin Essence stage, cultivators, along the underground river. To think that this ferocious, baleful Yin energy would fight to the death, turning from guest to host, wanting to directly swallow up Xiao Chen's soul and possess Xiao Chen. Tuoba Yun smiled and said, "It is just one Yi Bai. How can he scare the 3 of us? At worst, we'll just kill Luo Nan and his junior sister, and the few of us can split the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Could it be that the person who came cannot even kill Lord Jiao Snake? The one who spoke was the Clear Feather Sect's Fan Yun, Wei He's senior brother, the leader of the Clear Feather Sect disciples this time." Feng Yun's mental state experienced some disturbance, causing some fluctuations. Lu Mu smiled and said, "I was just saying it casually. Brother Feng Yun already made a vow. How can I doubt you?" Suddenly, Feng Yun's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand to stop Lu Mu. "Wait a moment." The moment Feng Yun's group of 4 stepped into the formation, Xiao Chen, who was anxiously refining the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, sensed it. This was the advantage of having deep accumulations. The group of 4 advanced along the underground river. Soon, they felt the cold, sinister wind, and they immediately revealed smiles on their faces. It has been more than 100 years. Lord Jiao Snake has not allowed any ferocious beasts to approach this place. Why did it send us here to kill people today? Something is wrong. Feng Yun stopped walking and said doubtfully, "This sinister wind is much weaker than when I arrived. The difference is like heaven and earth. It is completely different from when I first arrived." Yi Bai was strong enough, but the 3 of them were not weak either. Their cultivations were even higher than Yi Bai's. The Clear Feather Sect's Feng Yun said quickly, "Don't get agitated. No matter what, Brother Feng Yun would not have the guts to trick the 3 of us at the same time. It should not be fake. Most importantly, I did sense lingering baleful Yin energy. It is very dense and strong." The black demonic ape said indifferently, "Don't overthink. Lord Jiao Snake is an existence that can speak directly with those sect elders. It definitely would not let us make a move against someone it cannot deal with. It must have some reservations." What was impossible about that? Little Yellow Feather was the one who found this place first. He just happened to find it, inside the formation at the cave entrance. Of course, people like Xiao Chun, who possessed the bloodline of the great desolate 100 races and possessed incredibly deep accumulations, would definitely be different. What a hidden place. This place is already very desolate in the first place. Most people would not come here. To think that there is a hidden place under the river, a completely different world. The Clear Feather Sect's Feng Yun nodded and said in agreement, "A major primal core realm cultivator's judgment cannot be wrong. That Yi Bai is definitely not easy to deal with. However, since we are already here, there is no reason for us to retreat." Feng Yun was bold and skilled. He immediately led the way into the formation. Everyone was entrusted with heavy responsibilities by their sect, having the responsibility of protecting their juniors. Luo Nan sensed for a while, and his expression changed slightly. "It's Feng Yun Tuoba Yun, Lu Mu, and the Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun. Aside from Feng Yun, none of them were people that the three of them could deal with. What? The three were startled, finding this somewhat strange. He was the soaring cloud mountain manor's Tuoba Yun. His physical body, movement technique, and leg techniques were exceptionally strong. His thoughts were boundlessly chaotic, and it was hard for his mental state to fluctuate. What's wrong? The three looked at Feng Yun. The last person, a stout man, smiled boldly and said in a magnanimous manner. After walking a few more kilometers, they arrived at the entrance of the cave. Then, their expressions turned grave. There was a standing black demonic ape, a two-headed ferocious dog, and a gigantic blue lion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the mention of Yi Bai's name, an uncontrollable fear flashed on Feng Yun's face, and his body shrank back slightly. However, just these alone were not enough to cause Xiao Chen's mental state to fluctuate. Feng Yun's expression changed dramatically. That's impossible. Feng Yun's heart immediately sank. He could not afford to offend any one of these three people. With the strength of these three, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were among the top 3 of the 100-odd elite disciples. Fei said somewhat anxiously, "This is not good. They are all difficult people to deal with." It is indeed a completely different world. Who could have imagined that there would be a hidden path at the bottom of the river? Brother Feng Yun, how did you find this place back then? Was it really a coincidence? The main thing was that the other 3 were very strong. Even with the help of the formation, Fei and Luo Nen would find it hard to deal with them. Squeak, squeak. Since the 2 had promised Xiao Chun, they definitely could not retreat. If that happened, the situation would be extremely dangerous. If the 2 left, Xiao Chun could still feel at ease. However, if they died protecting him here, he would not be able to feel at ease. They were like thousands of wild horses that needed to be tamed one by one. Feeling vexed, Luo Nen pushed Feng Yun to the side and said, "You little bird, stop causing trouble. Go and play with fire." Feng Yun quickly explained, "I really had a fortuitous encounter with this place. I only discovered it by chance after a series of accidents." The other person at the side, the Flying Snow Palace's Lu Mu, looked at Feng Yun with some suspicion. "Right. Let's not delay any further. If we complete Lord Jiao Snake's task, we will definitely be heavily rewarded." The 3 strong, ferocious beasts stopped communicating and carefully walked forward. "It looks like the Tianyi Sect's formation. It should be senior brother and junior sister Luo Nan, and that Yi Bai." The Flying Cloud Mountain Manor's Tuoba Yun analyzed after checking. However, they could only feel anxious now. The 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy contained incredibly vast, baleful Yin energy. "Come, let's break the formation together." The hearts of Luo Nan and Fei who were in a cold war, sank. They exchanged glances at the same time. Someone is coming. Chapter 1574. At the entrance of the cave, Feng Yun was the first to enter the formation. There were a total of 3 formations in the restriction. 1 was a bewildering formation, and 2 were killing formations. When used together, the threat was extremely great. But since Feng Yun dared to come in, he obviously had a plan. The moment they stepped into the formation, the scene before them immediately changed. A white mist enveloped Feng Yun's group of 4. From time to time, a gust of wind would blow through the fog, interfering with one's senses. Feng Yun looked around and said, "This maze isn't too powerful. Give me some time, and I can break it. Everyone, don't panic. Just deal with it calmly." No matter how strong the formation was, the people who laid it were just Luo Nan and Fei It would not be overly strong. With their outstanding individual strength, Feng Yun, Lu Mu, and Tuoba Mu were more than enough to deal with them. As for Lotus Sect Temple's Feng Yun, he was at the very back, so he didn't need to do much. Junior sister, let's activate 2 killing arrays at the same time and scatter their formation. Yes. Fei nodded lightly and formed hand seals with a serious expression. Kacha! Amidst the white fog, in front of Feng Yun's group of 4, a monstrous wave suddenly appeared. The wave was monstrous and terrifying. It was as if it wanted to devour everything. Insignificant skill. The flying snow palaces, Lu Mu did not show any fear in the face of danger. He smiled coldly and threw a palm strike just as the towering waves were about to reach him. Hoo. This palm strike stirred up a boundless cold wind, and within the wind were pieces of flying snow. Every piece of flying snow was sparkling and translucent, flickering with flowing light. When the thousands of snowflakes entered the tsunami, the surging waves slowed down. As if in slow motion, it completely froze and was sealed in ice. Bang! Tuoba-yun charged forward ferociously and kicked out. Kassier! The frozen sea immediately shattered into thousands of pieces. However, he didn't give them time to celebrate. At the same time the ice shattered, strong winds blew in from all directions, howling and moving astonishingly fast. The few of them hurriedly dodged, but when they looked back, they found that their formation had already been messed up. Don't panic. Protect yourself. I'll break the maze immediately. Just as Tuoba-yun and the other 2 panicked, Feng Yun's calm voice rang out in their ears. Who? A cool breeze blew, and a note of the maze was removed by Feng Yun. The dense fog instantly dispersed, and the few people who were separated immediately calmed down. We cannot let Feng Yun break the bewildering formation. Luonan felt very anxious. Unexpectedly, Feng Yun was so strong. If this went on and no one interfered, it wouldn't be long before the maze was broken. Once the bewildering array was broken, the 2-layered killing array wouldn't last long against Feng Chang's trio. At that time, the 2 of them would be crushed to death. Tuoba-yun and Lu Mu had already given them a hard time. With the addition of Feng Yun, there was no suspense at all. Luonan gave Fei a look. Fei nodded gently and slowly formed hand seals. In the maze, a murderous aura pierced through the thick fog, piercing towards Feng Yun, who was concentrating on breaking the array. Dang! Feng Yun raised his hand and slapped the killing intent away, only to discover that it was just a feint. Feng Yun, you've been tricked. Luonan rejoiced in his heart. His true body appeared behind Feng Yun and stabbed out at lightning speed. Who knew something strange happened? When Luonan's sword pierced through Feng Yun, it was just an illusion. Just as Luonan retreated, Feng Yun suddenly appeared on the left and landed a palm strike on Luonan's shoulder, causing him to vomit blood. Trying to trick me? The 2 of you are still too inexperienced. As Feng Yun watched Luonan's figure disappear into the thick clouds, he smiled faintly and did not give chase. Outside the cave, the 3 ferocious beasts rushed over. When they saw the heavy restrictions in the fog, they cautiously chose to stop. At this level, these ferocious beasts were no longer brainless wild beasts. There are sounds of fighting. It looks like there is more than one group of people. I wonder which group Lord Jiao Snake wants us to kill. The black demonic ape sent a voice projection. Since he did not say, then just kill them all. However, there is no rush. These sect disciples are rather strong. When they are almost done killing each other, we will attack. Right. After making up their minds, the ferocious beasts decided to watch from the sidelines, playing the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They were very smart. Oh no! Fei and Luonan will not be able to hold on for much longer. Xiaochun, who was currently fighting the 10,000-year-old baleful energy ferocious spirit, felt startled when he sensed the situation in the restriction. Unexpectedly, the situation had turned so bad. The bewildering formation had already been broken, and the two-layered killing formation showed signs of crumbling at any moment. The bewildering formation had already been broken. Under the attacks of the three, the two-layered killing formation showed signs of crumbling at any moment. However, Little Yellow Feather's sudden attack caught the other party off guard. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more unsightly. At this moment, Little Yellow Feather was very busy and could not afford to be distracted. The ferocious spirit rampaged in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, and the baleful energy rampaged in his body, troubling him on both sides. If Xiao Chen ignored the baleful energy, he could use his strong soul energy to kill this 10,000-year-old baleful energy remnant soul easily. However, he still had to worry about refining the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. It would be hard to avoid giving the ferocious spirit a chance to wreak havoc in his sea of consciousness. At this moment, Xiao Chun had two choices. He could give up on refining the baleful energy and let it out of his body. He could focus on dealing with the 10,000-year-old baleful energy and help Luo Nen and Fei or he could gamble, using his life as the stake, taking the risk, and forcefully refining the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. When he advanced to the essence stage, he could conveniently kill the 10,000-year-old baleful energy's remnant soul. The former was stable and could preserve his life. However, he would lose the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. The latter was radical. Once he failed, the three would lose their lives here. Gambling or not gambling? Gamble. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen quickly made up his mind. He had never been an indecisive person, someone who could not make up his mind when he should. After coming to the Great Thousand Realms, he wanted to stand out and not be satisfied with being mediocre. He wanted to fight with heaven, to fight with others, to fight with himself. With this thought, Xiao Chun endured the torment of the ferocious spirit in his sea of consciousness. He focused on refining the baleful energy, continuously circulating the veritable essence energy in his body. The purple thunder divine incantation's 10th layer circulated wildly at an unprecedented speed. Boom, boom, boom. Countless purple lightning bolts shot out from Xiao Chen's body. His long hair fluttered in the wind. As Xiao Chen circulated the purple thunder divine incantation to its limits, his skin turned purple. Sparks flickered all over his body. Crackle, crackle. The sparks crackled endlessly. Xiao Chen's delicate face kept changing, looking ferocious and scary. That was the baleful energy's remnant, soul surging in his sea of consciousness, trying to occupy Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness and body. In Xiao Chen's meridians, the baleful energy was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, obediently submitting. As the baleful energy was continuously refined, the pure baleful energy continued to be refined. Xiao Chun felt that his bottleneck was already teetering on the verge of breaking through at any moment. The essence energy that the 10,000-year-old baleful energy turned into was like a berserk flood, accumulating. As for Xiao Chen's bottleneck, it was like a firm dam. Xiao Chen endured the increasingly ferocious flood again and again. It looked like he was about to collapse, but he did not. The situation at the cave entrance in front no longer allowed any delay. One of the two layers of killing formations had already shattered, leaving only one layer. At this moment, Xiao Chun wished that his accumulations were not so deep. Otherwise, the bottleneck would not be so hard to break through. Regular people could break through the bottleneck of the veritable essence stage with just essence stones. Xiao Chen's bottleneck was somewhat exaggerated. Only one layer of killing formations remains. Luo Nen, the two of you just surrender, and I can spare your lives." Fang Yun did not rush, slowly grinding away at the two. Now that victory was in his grasp, there was nothing to fear. As for Yi Bai, he should be absorbing the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. There was no need to rush this. Even if he had 3 days, Fang Yun did not believe that the other party could refine much of the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. "Damn it, junior sister, you should go. I'll take care of it. I'll repay what we owe Yi Bai alone." At this moment, Luo Nan's clothes were tattered, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. His complexion was pale, and the situation did not look good. "It's too late. Now, none of you can leave. Wind." Suddenly, a strong wind burst out from Fang Yun's body. Then, he threw a palm strike and detonated this boundless strong wind. Amid the intense explosion, the final layer of killing formations crumbled. Fei, and Luo Nan both vomited blood and went flying back. However, the instant the killing formations broke, the smiles on the four's faces froze at the same time like they had seen a ghost. Without the concealment of the killing formations, the scene of Shao Chen absorbing the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy was completely exposed to the four. Berserk, purple lightning, strong winds, a ferocious face, and a horrifying aura all came from Shao Chen's body. The four squinted, not daring to look directly at Shao Chen. That aura forced them to retreat continuously. He is refining the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy alone. Fang Yun and the other three all exclaimed. The Yi Bai before them was actually refining the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy alone, trying to use it to make a breakthrough. "Kill! Quickly kill him! Otherwise we will all die!" Fang Yun revealed a horrified expression as he roared and led the other three to charge at Shao Chen. Enduring the huge pressure, the four soared into the air and slowly approached Shao Chen. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Shao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! An explosive shock wave surged out from Shao Chen's body. The four, who were just one step away from reaching Shao Chen, were all knocked back. Aside from Fang Yun, the other three fell to the ground in sorry states, revealing pained expressions. Chapter 1575. Shao Chen slowly stood up, and the strong in-essence energy in his body spread out uncontrollably. The cave was suddenly filled with a chilly air. Mixed within this cold energy was Shao Chen's original thunder true essence power. Ice and thunder true essence fused together. A visible purple cold chi, carrying with it an irresistible pressure, pressed towards them. The veritable essence energy lake in Shao Chen's Dantian essence had already merged with the yin essence energy. The primordial yin energy, refined from the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy, completely covered the quintessential energy. The cold yin energy filled Shao Chen's entire body. Since he had just entered the yin essence stage, the two had yet to completely fuse. Shao Chen would have to spend a lot of time to consume the yin primordial energy of this 10,000-year-old yin chi, 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy, as expected of a 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. Right now, Shao Chen's cultivation had already reached the peak of the yin essence stage. 10,000-year baleful yin energy, you actually refined it all. Fang Yun had a look of extreme disbelief on his face. He already expected Yi Bai to be very strong, but he didn't expect Shao Chen to be this strong. Shao Chen swept his gaze over Fang Yun, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The next moment, his body appeared in front of Fang Yun, his fingers clenched into a fist. Kacha, 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 the sound of ice shattering rang out in the space, accompanied by the crackling of lightning. Shao Chen's long hair and clothes trembled as he threw a simple punch. It was like a true dragon of thunder and lightning, with a body full of cold air, cold, and violent. Bang! This punch was very destructive. It shattered the martial technique that Feng Yun sent out with his full power, leaving him unable to resist at all. The huge advantage brought by the powerful Yin energy allowed Xiao Chun to crush his opponent. He did not even need to use any martial skills. Just a light punch. Xiao Chun had a pensive look on his face. After absorbing this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, his combat power had at least doubled. More importantly, the bottleneck had been broken, and his potential had increased by countless times. In the following days, the Berserk Yin essence energy in Xiao Chen's body was slowly digested and refined. His strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Feng Yun's right hand was sent flying, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Run! The group did not dare to stay any longer. They got up, turned around, and ran. What 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy! What fortuitous encounter! Fear spread throughout his body. Escaping was the most important thing. All of them ran for their lives at the same time. Xiao Chun couldn't chase after them one by one, but there was one person he had to catch. Sure of the Lotus sect, Feng Yun. Xiao Chun pushed his feet off the ground and tried out some of the footwork that he learned from the ink flame tiger while executing his movement technique. When Xiao Chen's body shot out, a faint layer of flame appeared on the surface of his body. It was because his speed was too fast, and the friction between his protective Zhenyuan and the air caused it to burn. At this moment, he finally understood why the ink flame tiger's body was always burning with a black flame. It was just a slight attempt, but Xiao Chen's speed was so fast that it was impossible to see with the naked eye. When he reached Feng Yun's side, the latter was only halfway through getting up from the ground. Pussy eye. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, grabbed Feng Yun's neck, and lifted him up. Only now did the others get up and flee. They were so frightened that they stumbled and nearly fell again. Right now, Xiao Chun focused all his attention on Feng Yun, not caring about the others. He urgently needed information about the Black Lotus Church. Speak. Do you know my identity? Xiao Chun looked at Feng Yun coldly, his gaze icy like that of a Grim Reaper. An intense feeling of suffocation, accompanied by fear, completely shattered Feng Yun's mental defenses. He spilled everything he knew, without missing a beat. After hearing that, Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The Black Lotus Church still did not know where he was. It seemed like the Black Lotus Church did not want to rely on an outsider to deal with him. No matter what the deeper meaning was, this was good news for Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun needed time. As long as he had enough time, he would trample on the Black Lotus Church sooner or later. I already told you everything. Can you let me live? Feng Yun begged. Xiao Chun retorted indifferently, You are shameless. When you instigated Wei's group to kill me, you already knew that this would happen. Naturally, Xiao Chun could not let off such a person. Berserk veritable essence energy, mixed with Yin essence energy and poured into Feng Yun's meridians. Instantly, it shattered all of Feng Yun's meridians and internal organs, extinguishing his life force. When Xiao Chun let go, Feng Yun silently fell to the ground, dead. Big brother Xiao Chun, Luo Nan and Fei walked over in fear and shock. As they looked at Xiao Chun, their eyes revealed some fear. After interacting with him for so long, this was the first time they saw Xiao Chen's cold side. I owe you two a favor. There is no need to say anything else. This place is not safe. Let's go first. Xiao Chun had always been cautious. He did not become arrogant just because he entered the Yin essence stage and absorbed the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. There were still many unanswered questions in this place. Furthermore, for some reason, Xiao Chun felt like someone was watching him from the moment he entered this place. His intuition told him that this place was not safe. Just as the three were about to leave, startled screams suddenly rang out in front. Those were the horrified voices of Fang Yun and the other two. What's going on? Luo Nan and Fei felt confused. In the next moment, Fang Yun and the other two, who had already fled, retreated in a fluster. Before Lu Mu and Tuoba Yun could stand firmly, two ferocious beasts bit them into their mouths and started chewing on them. The clear feather sex Fang Yun fell to the ground in fright, retreating continuously. The black demonic ape, the two-headed ferocious dog, and the blue lion appeared, radiating strong auras as they looked coldly at Xiao Chun. Ferocious beasts that just advanced to the primal core realm. Fei Er's and Luo Nan's expressions changed drastically. No wonder Fang Yun and the other two looked like they had seen ghosts. To think that there were three such horrifying, ferocious beasts guarding this place. It looks like you are the person that Lord Jiao Snake instructed us to deal with. The black demonic ape did not even look at Fang Yun, staring straight at Xiao Chun. Upon seeing the three ferocious beasts, Xiao Chen's anxious heart calmed down. If the strongest existences here were just early-stage primal core realm ferocious beasts, then there would be nothing to fear. At the very least, leaving would not be a problem. As Xiao Chun stood in front of Luo Nan and Fei, he looked at the three ferocious beasts without fear. Then he slowly unleashed his aura, which contained Dao Might. Facing three ferocious beasts alone, he did not retreat at all. At this moment, Xiao Chun was confident of facing these three ferocious beasts. No matter how strong the black demonic ape was, it was just an early-stage primal core realm ferocious beast, compared to a middle-stage minor primal core expert like the blue-clad old man. The black demonic ape was far from comparable. As for that two-headed ferocious dog and the blue lion, they were merely on the same level as the ink flame tiger. When Xiao Chun was in the veritable essence stage, he did not fear the ink flame tiger, much less now. Wielding his saber, Xiao Chun stood upright with his head held high, not fearing a fight. Before Xiao Chen's sharpness, the two-headed ferocious dog and the blue lion trembled and took a step back. Only the black demonic ape did not retreat. However, when facing such sharpness, its originally relaxed heart tensed up. Simply put, the black demonic ape was afraid. Ferocious beasts that could survive until now and reach such a cultivation were extremely precious, so they were not willing to take the risk. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. The entire underground suddenly shook intensely. No matter who it was, they all felt an irresistible chill. Trash. All of you are trash. What is the point of keeping you around? A strange, deep, hoarse voice rang out in everyone's ears. The three ferocious beasts were immediately frightened into kneeling on the ground, trembling continuously. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong suction came from the entrance of the cave. This was an irresistible suction. No one, not even Xiao Chun, could block it. Fear stiffened their bodies, and they flew forward uncontrollably. Cassier! Cassier! The three ferocious beasts and Fang Yun flew out of the cave and were instantly swept away. When the suction vanished, Xiao Chen's group of three stopped at the same time. A swallowing sound rang out, and a gargantuan snake had suddenly landed on the ground, blocking the three. The snake head had scarlet eyes as it looked down at the three from above, making them tremble involuntarily. Xiao Chun was immediately struck by lightning. So, this is the little snake that little yellow feather mentioned. How small, two half-step primal core ferocious beasts, an early-stage primal core demonic ape, and a little snack. Without waiting for a breather, the three directly swallowed them, not even leaving scraps behind. Chapter 1576. Xiao Chen's group of three stuck close to the cave entrance and looked at the gargantuan Jiao snake's head. They did not dare to move, not even daring to breathe loudly. The Jiao snake's head was like a small mountain blocking the cave entrance. Its scarlet eyes looked down at Xiao Chun from above. The Jiao snake brought with it an extremely strong pressure, making breathing difficult. Xiao Chun was still fine. However, Luo Nan and Fei are already flushed red, feeling the pressure on their qi and blood. If they continued like this, it would be hard to say whether they would explode in blood and die. At this moment, Xiao Chun even felt like eating Little Yellow Feather. If Xiao Chun had known that the one guarding this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy would be such a Jiao snake, he would not have taken such a risk. The Jiao snake, before Xiao Chun could give off such strong pressure, was not because of its huge size. Instead, it was because it was too strong. Xiao Chun estimated that this Jiao snake was already a late-stage major primal core cultivator. Its cultivation was infinitely close to the Cloud Sea realm, and its strength was extremely horrifying. Cloud Sea realm experts could calmly cultivate their soul energy. Wherever they went, they would be considered experts. In the nearby Great Realms, Cloud Sea realm experts were the peak experts. A great realm would not have more than 3 Cloud Sea realm experts. Even in the entire Purple Sun region, there would not be many Cloud Sea realm experts. However, this Jiao snake before Xiao Chun was in existence equal to a Cloud Sea realm expert. It went without saying how strong he was, not to mention Xiao Chun. Even the middle stage, minor primal core, blue-clad, old man would be like an ant before it, easily crushed. An opponent on a completely different level would not be able to resist at all. However, to everyone's surprise, the Jiao snake seemed to have some reservations and did not immediately make a move to kill Xiao Chen's group. The Jiao snake glanced at Little Yellow Feather, and rage immediately blazed in its heart. It was this little bird, the golden crow holy beast. The Jiao snake in Profound Yin Mountain had been the spirit pet of a major character long ago. That major character had moved unhindered in the starry heavens, a character who could leave his name in the history books of the entire martial epic. As the spirit pet of such a major character, the Jiao snake's eyes naturally would not be bad. When Little Yellow Feather came over, it immediately recognized the identity of the golden crow mythological beast, which was an extinct mythological beast. Even the golden crow race, which was the strongest of the great desolate 100 races, did not have a pure-blooded golden crow. The Jiao snake immediately turned small and chatted with it. When it learned that the Jiao snake would not consume 10,000-year-old baleful energy, it relaxed. He wanted to build a relationship with her. Back then, they had agreed on a good deal. Who knew that he would change his mind in the blink of an eye and bring a group of people over? This was terrible. Snakes were of the Yin attribute, and 10,000-year-old Yin baleful energy was a rare tonic for Jiao snakes. The Jiao snake guarded this place because it wanted to wait another 1,000 years. When the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy matured, it could directly consume it and advance to the Cloud Sea realm. Who knew that the people brought by Little Yellow Feather were even more difficult to deal with? It had great eyesight and could tell that Xiao Chen's bloodline was extraordinary at first glance. It vaguely felt that Xiao Chun must have the bloodline of the primitive 100 races. However, after observing for a long time, the Jiao snake could not figure out which great desolate Yin bloodline it was. This was because the blue dragon bloodline had been removed from the dragon race for too long. Furthermore, Xiao Chun wore the Buddhist jade pendant, which suppressed the aura of his bloodline. Hence, the Jiao snake could not make an accurate judgment. However, no matter what, Xiao Chen's bloodline would not be weaker than that of the great desolate 100 races. Such a character would definitely be backed by a powerful figure and a powerful force, no matter where he fell. No matter where he fell, the seniors behind him would quickly find out. At that time, the Jiao snake would not be able to escape responsibility and would definitely die. In its early years, the Jiao snake had seen many things and was very clear on the means of those major characters. They were not things that it could contend with. Fearing little yellow feathers and Xiao Chen's identities, the Jiao snake could only watch as Xiao Chen entered this place. Originally, the Jiao snake wanted to find some scapegoats to get the ferocious beasts of profound Yin Mountain to come over. Who could have imagined that this group of ferocious beasts would not come even after so long? By the time the Jiao snake arrived, Xiao Chen had already completely refined the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, not even leaving a speck of it. What was the use of it? What was even more frustrating was that even though it was 3 against 1, the Jiao snake still cowered and did not dare to step forward. The Jiao snake raged, but had nowhere to vent it, so it could only target these 3 ferocious beasts. At this moment, the Jiao snake stared at Xiao Chen's group and Little Yellow Feather, who was hiding at the back. The Jiao snake's scarlet eyes flickered with a faint light. A sinister killing chi spread out, numbing everyone's legs and deterring them from doing anything overboard. The Jiao snake hesitated, wondering if it should go all out and directly swallow up this group of people and that golden crow holy beast. However, when the Jiao snake thought about the terrifying consequences, it trembled in fear. Scram! In the end, between life and rage, the Jiao snake chose the former and roared. A berserk roar rang out in the minds of Xiao Chen's group of 3. The shock caused them to vomit a mouthful of blood, and their bodies flew back uncontrollably. A strong wind howled by their ears, and rocks fell continuously from the sky above. Xiao Chen was the first to land. He stabilized himself and caught Luo Nan and Fei before taking another step back. "Are you all right?" Xiao Chen asked. After the 2 landed, they panted continuously. After resting for a long time, their complexions slowly recovered to normal. Luo Nan said with lingering fear in his heart, "What a terrifying Jiao snake! It is much stronger than our sect master. Why did it appear here?" Fei whispered, "Let's leave quickly. Who knows when that Jiao snake will go back on its word?" That Jiao snake frightened the 2 too much, now that they had a new lease on life. Their bodies were still trembling slightly. Xiao Chen looked around. There were many top-quality Yin essence stones near the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Yin essence stones were also divided into different grades. The ones near the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy were clearly the best. It would be too much of a pity to waste so many top-quality Yin essence stones. "You guys go first. I'll catch up soon." "Big brother Xiao Chen, you should leave with us," Fei said somewhat worriedly. Xiao Chen shook his head to indicate that he was fine. He vaguely felt that the Jiao snake did not dare to fight the 3 of them. It seemed like it had some reservations. If it had attacked, it would not have survived until now. Now that he understood, Xiao Chen's worried heart calmed down. The 2 could not go around Xiao Chen. In the end, they left first and waited for Xiao Chen to regroup. Without any delay, Xiao Chen stayed behind and quickly mined the nearby Yin essence stones. Soon, Xiao Chen finished mining more than 10,000 Yin essence stones. The cold chi in the cave vanished, and the air became much drier. The value of Yin essence stones was rather special. Cultivators with higher cultivations would not even bother to look at them. However, sects would purchase treasures like Yin essence stones in large quantities all year round to nurture their disciples. Some alchemists and blacksmiths also had special needs for Yin essence stones. Xiao Chen had such a large number of top-notch Yin essence stones in his hands, so he did not have to worry about not being able to sell them. When everything was packed and Xiao Chen stepped out of the cave, he felt as if he was being stared at by a pair of eyes. Could it be that the Jiao snake hasn't left yet? Xiao Chen was deep in thought. He was in no hurry to move forward. "Young man, you are really greedy." The Jiao snake suddenly appeared from the river, revealing half of its body as it looked down at Xiao Chen. Just half of the Jiao snake's body was already several hundred meters tall, like a mountain. Xiao Chen did not panic. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior. If we are fated to meet again in the future, I will definitely repay this favor." Xiao Chen's ability to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful energy and obtain such a fortuitous encounter was entirely due to the help of the Jiao snake. There was no falsehood at all. Humph! If it wasn't for the fact that I followed Lord Pan Huang in my early years and my fierceness had diminished greatly, I would have been killed by him. It really won't care about the great, desolate Ian bloodline in your body. You're on your own. Not every ferocious beast has my good temper. Clearly, the Jiao snake was still in a bad mood. Even though Xiao Chen's words were polite, it did not give Xiao Chen much face. Lord Pan Huang. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. As he looked at the other party, he revealed a suspicious expression. "The Pan Huang you speak of, is he a bladesman who uses a saber?" "The Spring Snow Bladesman and the Kunlun Realm's Pan Huang. Could there be a second Pan Huang in the Great Thousand Realms?" Chapter 1577. Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment. He only reacted after a long time. This was too much of a coincidence. To think that he could run into Pan Huang's former spirit pet here. "What's wrong? You have not heard of my master's name before? That should not be the case. Few people in the boundless Great Thousand Realms, even in the core central Great Realm, do not know about the Spring Snow Bladesman." Spring Snow Bladesman? Good name. Xiao Chen immediately understood the meaning of these words. When Xiao Chen first met Pan Huang in Pan Huang Hall, the thing that left the deepest impression on him was Pan Huang's smile. Spring snow probably meant that Pan Huang's smile was like the warm wind of early spring, able to melt the last snowflakes of winter. For a cultivator to be given a title, it would undoubtedly be a very tyrannical title. Xiao Chen rarely heard of a title like Spring Snow. It could only be said that Pan Huang's smile left a very deep impression. Xiao Chen did not say anything, only taking out the Saber Sovereign medallion. The atmosphere changed visibly. The Jiao snake exclaimed in shock, "What is this? It has Pan Huang's aura on it." "It looks like I was right." Xiao Chen honestly explained his fortuitous encounter with Pan Huang. "Ha ha ha. The matters of this world are really coincidental. Since you received Pan Huang's inheritance, you can be considered half a disciple of Pan Huang. In that case, I will give you this 10,000-year-old baleful energy without a word of complaint." After the Jiao snake heard that, it was in a great mood, sweeping away all its depression. Xiao Chen asked, "Is Senior Pan Huang still around?" "I'm not sure. Pan Huang's master has a carefree nature and is very open to everything. He likes to roam the world. Back then, I was too severely injured. After Pan Huang extended my life, he let me go." "Why?" "After I recovered, my cultivation fell too much. Furthermore, Master had too many enemies. Clearly, I was no longer suitable to follow Master. Master took pity on me, so he removed the contract and let me go." At the mention of Pan Huang, the Jiao snake felt somewhat sad. Its thoughts drifted to the time it followed Pan Huang. Clearly, the Jiao snake had a very deep relationship with Pan Huang back then. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. No wonder he felt that this Jiao snake was extraordinary when he first saw it, giving off a strong aura. Back then, it wasn't just a great origin core realm. Although his cultivation was not as high as before, his aura was still there. With a thought, Xiao Chun looked at the Jiao snake and asked, "Senior Jiao snake, what are your plans now?" The Jiao snake smiled and said, "What plans can I have? I definitely cannot remain in this profound mountain. I should roam around and see if I can run into some fortuitous encounters to break through to the Cloud Sea realm." Is the Cloud Sea realm that hard to break through? Of course, one can cultivate soul energy in the Cloud Sea realm. You need some spiritual light to illuminate the sea of consciousness. If the divine light didn't appear, everything would be in vain. I'm still in a good state. I just need to come across a suitable opportunity. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. After some consideration, he said, "Senior Jiao Snake, there will probably be some trouble in the second half of the month. At that time, I would like to ask for your help. In the future, after I become the Dragon Emperor, I will definitely repay this kindness." The Jiao Snake's eyes narrowed. "Dragon Emperor? Could it be that your bloodline is the dragon race's bloodline? That's not right. The dragon race has a total of 6 bloodlines: the white dragon, black dragon, red dragon, blue dragon, golden dragon, and green dragon. I have seen every single one of them. I am of the blue dragon bloodline." Xiao Chun answered honestly. The Jiao snake exclaimed in shock, "The blue dragon bloodline. So that is the case. I was wondering why your great desolate Ian bloodline was so familiar, but I could not recall it. It turns out that it is the long-extinct blue dragon bloodline." Xiao Chun nodded. Then he looked at the other party and asked, "Senior, what do you think?" "It's fine. It doesn't matter what bloodline you have, what identity you have, or what background you have, just based on the fact that you are half a disciple of Pan Huang. I will definitely help you with this." The Jiao snake appeared exceptionally straightforward. It did not ask Xiao Chun what the trouble was or ask for any other details. The Jiao snake immediately agreed, making Xiao Chun feel very touched. "Just cultivate properly first. Right now, the baleful energy is leaking out of your body uncontrollably, not to mention the waste. If others discover the signs, they might not let you leave." Xiao Chun indicated that he understood. There were many methods in this world, even if one absorbed 10,000-year-old baleful energy. Like them, they can get it out of your system. Following that, Xiao Chun told the Jiao snake about the trouble he encountered in detail. The Jiao snake smiled and said, "I was wondering what it was. It turns out that it is just such a small matter. Don't worry. I will help you with this. I will go to Profound Mountain first and take a look around before leaving." "Many thanks." After leaving the underground river, Xiao Chun saw Luo Nan and Xiao Fei, who had been waiting for a long time already. Both of them appeared somewhat anxious. After Fei saw Xiao Chun, she revealed a smile. "Big brother Xiao Chun, you finally came out. If you still did not come out, senior brother, and I would really have to go down and look for you. It's fine. I just spent some time collecting the Essence stones. There is still half a month. There is no need for us to go anywhere. Let's just stay here and stabilize our cultivation properly." Xiao Chun entered deep thought. "Right, that suits me." Since Luo Nan and Fei already gained something, they were not willing to take any more risks. A complete 1,000-year-old baleful energy was sufficient for them to cultivate the entire essence stage. The vast essence energy that the 10,000-year-old baleful energy brought far surpassed Xiao Chun's expectations. Right now, baleful energy leaked out of Xiao Chun's entire body. It was as the Jiao snake said, it was a great waste. The veritable essence energy and essence energy in Xiao Chun's Dantian mixed together and merged. Xiao Chun found it strange that the veritable essence energy was clearly much weaker. However, when the two merged, the veritable essence energy was the main one. The appearance of the Yin essence energy merely strengthened the veritable essence energy, perfecting it. If Xiao Chun guessed right, it should be the same when he advanced to the Yang essence stage in the future. Yin essence energy and Yang essence energy were used to supplement and strengthen veritable essence energy. Cultivators still focused on veritable essence energy. At this moment, the Yin essence energy of the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy had yet to merge with Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy, just a simple mixture. What Xiao Chen needed to do now was to slowly infuse this vast Yin essence energy into his veritable essence energy, slowly merging it. When the Yin essence energy completely merged, he would have cultivated to the peak of the Yin essence stage. Half a month passed peacefully. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, the sharpness in them was much more withdrawn. His body no longer leaked any Yin essence energy. It was no longer as exaggerated and horrifying as when he first advanced to the Yin essence stage. Luo Nan and Fei opened their eyes one after another, giving off the impression that their eyes had lit up. It looked like the two had gained a lot in just half a month. Fei smiled and said, "Master definitely did not expect us to improve so much. He will definitely be very happy." Luo Nen smiled embarrassedly and did not say anything. He and Fei were still in a cold war. Back then, Luo Nen did not know what got into him, saying those words and making his junior sister so unhappy. However, it did not matter. It was fine as long as his junior sister was happy now. "Let's go. It's time to leave." 1 month had already passed. The surviving sect disciples in the inner region of profound Yin Island all rushed back, near the transportation formation. When the sun set, the old man by the transportation formation stopped waiting. By this time, those who had not returned had probably died in the inner region of profound Yin Island. To think that the clear feather sects Fang Yun and the flying snow palaces, Lu Mu did not appear. Could they be dead? This is incredible. The absence of Lu Mu and the others stirred up a commotion in the crowd. Luo Nan and Fei felt somewhat nervous. However, Xiao Chen appeared calm and unruffled. After a while, the group was sent to the edge of profound Yin Island. Then they all flew into the sky to meet up with their sections. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm expert had been waiting on the Tianyi sect ship for a long time already. When the two saw Xiao Chun and the other two flying over, they revealed expressions of joy. The blue-clad old man's eyelids twitched slightly. He had waited too long for this day. "Ha ha ha ha, Brother Xiao Chun, this old man knew that you would definitely bring them back safely," the blue-clad old man said with a smile as he strode forward. "Ha ha ha ha." Brother Fei and Luo Nen handed over their Yin essence stones. Fei and Luo Nen handed over their Yin essence stones. This is a superior grade Yin essence stone. Fei Luo Nan, you ran into 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, the blue-clad old man said as he looked at the two in shock. Fei nodded and smiled. "Right. Big brother Xiao Chun helped me and senior brother each find a strand of baleful Yin energy." "What?" This time, the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man were even more shocked. As they looked at Xiao Chun, their eyes filled with complicated emotions. If they had not found out that the Black Lotus Church had placed a bounty on Xiao Chen's head, perhaps they could have let Xiao Chen off. For these two strands of 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, the Tianyi sect would have to thank Xiao Chen properly. Xiao Chen looked at the blue-clad old man and said, "These are my Yin essence stones. Seniors, please keep them well. I'll take my leave first." The blue-clad old man carefully put away the Yin essence stones that Xiao Chen handed over. However, he did not seem to care. He smiled and said, "Young hero Xiao Chen, I really do not know how to repay this great favor. How about we return to the Tianyi sect together? At that time, I'll get the sect master to entertain us properly." Xiao Chun looked around and discovered that the Tianyi sect disciples on the fortress ship had already surrounded him without him realizing it, blocking his way out. That half-step primal core, realm old man, already placed his right hand on his sword hilt, storing up killing intent. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly in surprise. After the other party learned that he helped Fei and Luo Nen refine a strand of baleful energy, they still wanted to make a move on him. Killing the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness? Chapter 1578. Xiao Chun repaid his kindness, only to receive such an ending. This was indeed somewhat disappointing. However, Xiao Chun had seen all sorts of people in his life, so his mental state did not fluctuate too much. Revealing a smile, Xiao Chun raised his head to look at the blue-clad old man and said, "Senior, are you planning to force me to stay?" Fei still did not know what was going on. She smiled and said, "Big brother Xiao Chun, how about you go over? Our sect master is pretty nice." Luo Nen felt that something was not quite right. His expression changed in astonishment. "Brother Xiao Chun, you should leave quickly. The situation is not right. My junior brothers are standing in the Tianyi sect's 9 sectors formation. Compared to Fei Er's naivety and kindness, Luo Nen would sometimes act foolishly because of her. However, Luo Nen was usually more observant. Although Luo Nen did not know what was going on, he immediately sent a voice projection to warn Xiao Chun after discovering that something was wrong. "Many thanks." Xiao Chun immediately felt gratified in his heart. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. However, only the young would not care so much about the pros and cons. "Master, martial uncle, since brother Xiao Chun is not willing to stay, then never mind. I'll go and send him off," Luo Nen said with a smile as he squeezed between the blue-clad old man and Xiao Chun. Luo Nen said with a smile as he squeezed in between the blue-clad old man and Xiao Chun. "Scram to the side. It is not your place to speak." The half-step primal core realm old man did not stand on ceremony, directly smacking Luo Nen to the side with a palm strike. The half-step primal core realm old man did not stand on ceremony, directly smacking Luo Nen to the side. The force was so great that a strong wind suddenly rose on the deck, whistling loudly. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Fei felt startled. She ran over worriedly and helped Luo Nen up. Fei turned her head and frowned. "Martial uncle, why did you hit him so heavily?" Fei turned her head and frowned. "Martial uncle, why did you hit him so heavily?" The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man did not even turn their heads. However, the blue-clad old man said coldly, "Luo Nen, watch your junior sister properly. Don't be a busybody." The atmosphere of the place instantly turned cold as a murderous aura spread out. The 9 people behind him gripped their sword hilts at the same time, their killing intent firmly locked onto Xiao Chun. "Senior brother, what is Master trying to do?" Fei asked, puzzled. "It looks like he's going to make a move on Xiao Chun." "Why?" Luo Nen smiled bitterly and said, "Who knows? It is probably just some benefits. Actually, it is easy to understand just by thinking about it. How could Master be so kind as to tell Xiao Chun the location of Profound Een Island? He must have planned all of this beforehand." Luo Nen felt somewhat bitter in his heart. His martial uncle's palm strike was really merciless. It even broke his bones. The blue-clad old man looked at Xiao Chun and said indifferently, "Xiao Chun, you have to stay today even if you don't want to. It's not up to you." Xiao Chun sneered. "I, Xiao Chun, have never seen a shameless person like you in my life." on account of Luo, Nan, and Fei, I'll give you one last chance. Just obediently let me go, and nothing will happen. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." When the blue-clad old man heard that, he guffawed. "Is that so? I have never seen a youth as arrogant as you before. Let me ask you this. What right do you have to make me bear the consequences?" As the blue-clad old man laughed maniacally, his aura burst forth, the aura of a minor primal core. Venerate pressed down on Xiaochen. The advantage of cultivation allowed his aura to look down on everyone present. Everyone felt a faint pressure, and they did not dare to resist it. The blue-clad old man looked like a king, unstoppable. "Xiaochen, don't think that we do not know your background. We are spies in the Lotus Sect Temple. Our spies in the Lotus Sect Temple inadvertently learned that you are wanted by the Black Lotus Church. Now that the Black Lotus Church is after you, you are a street rat. To think that you still dare to be so arrogant. You must be tired of living." The half-step primal core, venerate old man, beside the blue-clad old man, spoke maliciously as he glared at Xiaochen. The old man was extremely dissatisfied with Xiaochen's fearlessness and arrogance. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and said sullenly, "So that is the case. I was wondering what was going on. Why did the two of you become so bold all of a sudden?" "Xiaochen, you are not allowed to be disrespectful to my master." Just at this moment, Fei suddenly shouted at Xiaochen with a stern expression. Before Xiaochen could react, he saw Fei soar into the air and thrust her sword at Xiaochen. This sword strike was strangely fast, and it was very sudden. Xiaochen's timing was pretty good. However, there was no killing chi at all, just a straightforward attack. However, the sword move was extremely chaotic, lacking any sharpness. Aside from speed, there was no other threat. Xiaochen moved back slightly. Then he flicked his finger and knocked Fei's sword out of her hand. "Big brother Xiaochen, just hold me hostage and leave. Master has always been very good to me. He will not make a move on me." In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaochen could not make a choice. He could only grab Fei's neck with one hand. "Junior sister," Luonan cried out in fear. His complexion paled somewhat as he felt a strange heartache. "Fei, you don't have to do this. I can leave as well. I know. From the first time I saw Big Brother Xiaochen, I knew that Big Brother Xiaochen would never boast. I'm just worried about Master and Martial Uncle. How about this?" After seeing Xiaochen's various performances on Profoundine Island, as well as his coldness and emotionlessness when he killed Feng Yun, Lu Mu, and the others, Fei knew that Xiaochen would not put on a show. He definitely had a trump card. Fei felt somewhat afraid. Fei worried about Xiaochen as well as her master and martial uncle. Right now, this was the best solution. At the very most, her master would punish her when she returned. As long as Big Brother Xiaochen, her master, and martial uncle were fine, it would be fine. Xiaochen felt somewhat speechless at Fei's kindness. After a while, he said, "I promise you." Holding Fei hostage, Xiaochen retreated step by step. The Tianyi sect disciples behind him had no choice but to open up a path for him. "Master, save me!" The blue-clad old man raged in his heart. How could he not tell that Fei was being held hostage by Xiaochen on purpose? "You unfilial bitch. This old man raised you for 10 years and treated you like my own daughter. In just one short month, you actually worked with someone else to cheat me. What use do I have for you?" Upon seeing Fei's actions, the blue-clad old man became utterly enraged. Killing chi spread out, and his figure flashed as he directly sent a palm strike forward. Boom! When the blue-clad old man sent out his palm strike, his body seemed to merge with space. As he moved forward, space compressed intensely. This put immense pressure on Xiao Chen and Fei Er. Being one with nature, the blue-clad old man's body seemed to merge with the surrounding space. As he raised his hand or raised his foot, he could compress space. This was a huge advantage that a primal core cultivator had over a veritable personage. The might of this palm strike did not exceed Xiao Chen's expectations. What exceeded Xiao Chen's expectations was that the blue-clad old man was deranged, losing all humanity. To think that the blue-clad old man would attack Fei Er. This stunned Xiao Chen for a moment. However, Luo Nan, whose heart had been on Fei Er from the start to the end, was not stunned. When Luo Nan saw danger, he did not even think, acting instinctively. Luo Nan leaped over from behind and shielded Fei Er in the time it took for a spark to fly. For the sake of receiving this palm strike, Luo Nan drained all his veritable essence energy, raising his speed to the limit. His defense was close to zero. Puxia. The instant the palm strike landed, Luo Nan vomited a mouthful of blood. All the bones in his chest broke, and his heart exploded on the spot. His internal organs all shattered. Luo Nan's life force vanished at a visible rate. Senior brother. Fei Er was so frightened that she started crying. Then she struggled free of Xiao Chen's hand and hugged Luo Nan. Senior brother, why were you so silly? Fei Er hugged Luo Nan, feeling incredible pain. When she checked his injuries, she felt despair, and her tears flowed even more profusely. Junior sister, don't cry. It's fine as long as you are fine. Senior brother knows that you like heroes. However, I really can't do it. I've always been very, very weak. Senior brother, don't say anything. I don't know anything anymore. Don't say anything. Fei Er hugged Luo Nan tightly as if she could save him by doing so. No, there are some things that I need to say. Otherwise, I might not get another chance in this lifetime. I like you. I liked you from the first time I saw you. Back then, I did not really make Junior Sister angry. I just felt that I was not worthy of Junior Sister. Blood leaked out of Luo Nan's mouth continuously. However, he showed a smile on his face. This was his first time being so close to his junior sister. He was so close that he could hear her heartbeat, feel her warmth, and understand her worries. Perhaps that was enough. Xiao Chen's expression turned scarily cold. He raised his head to look at the stunned blue-clad old man and said coldly, "Sometimes people really shouldn't be too kind, especially when facing beasts like you, who are even worse than dogs or pigs. You bastard, you are not qualified to scold me. Everything happened because of you. I'll kill you." The blue-clad old man roared somewhat crazily. "It's all because of you." Whoosh! However, just at this moment, a horrifying aura flew over. Before the 9 Tianyi sect disciples on the ship could react, a huge force pulled their bodies out. The Jiao snake opened its mouth and gulped, easily swallowing the 9 people. Then, it leaped onto the ship. A late-stage major primal core, ferocious beast. You are a beast tamer. A huge shadow immediately encased the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man. "Sorry, I came too late. Profoundine Mountain is too big, so I was delayed for half a day. It's fine. You are not too late," Xiao Chen said expressionlessly. The Jiao snake roared and swung its tail. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core, realm old man, could not block at all. Puxia, the blue-clad old man vomited a large mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. This was especially so for the half-step primal core realm old man. With this strike, he directly fell to the ground, his limbs and bones suffering from a huge impact. Chapter 1579. Whoosh! The Jiao snake opened its mouth, and the half-stepped primal core realm old man, who could not move in the first place, got sucked into its mouth. The sound of swallowing rang out as the Jiao snake directly swallowed the old man. Such a huge difference in strength was not something that could be made up for with skill or experience. Before the Jiao snake, the old man had no chance at all. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and stopped the Jiao snake, which was preparing to attack the blue-clad old man. "Brother Xiao Chun, don't kill me. I can agree to anything. I'll give you this ship and all the spirit jades on me." When the blue-clad old man saw this scene, he thought that he had a chance to live, so he immediately begged Xiao Chun for mercy. Xiao Chun revealed a disgusted expression as he said indifferently, "Fei did not let me hold you hostage to help me, but to beg me to spare your life. Unfortunately, you old thing, you do not treasure it at all. Is there any use in begging now?" "What?" When the blue-clad old man heard that, he looked at Fei in disbelief. Who could have imagined that Fei would not even look at him, only hugging Luonan tightly? "Young hero Xiao Chun, please spare my life. I will definitely turn over a new leaf and become a new person. Just take it as giving Fei some face. Fei help master and say a few words." The blue-clad old man was in a sorry state. He only wanted to live, so shameless that it made others want to vomit. "Do it, then," Xiao Chun said coldly. The Jiao snake roared and launched itself at the blue-clad old man. Whoosh! The blue-clad old man knew that he was no match for the Jiao snake. After he stood up, he fled in a panic. The Jiao snake turned into a flash of black light and quickly followed. One man and one snake entered the starry heavens. Xiao Chun did not continue watching. It was just a matter of time before the Jiao snake caught up to the blue-clad old man. "Big brother Xiao Chun, please save my senior brother. Please save him." Fei was already covered in tears. When she saw Xiao Chun walk over, she quickly said, "You definitely have a way, right? You definitely have a way." Xiao Chun remained silent, not daring to answer. He only said softly, "Let me take a look." "Yes. Senior brother, don't fall asleep. Big brother Xiao Chun will definitely save you." After a simple inspection of Luo Nan's injuries, Xiao Chun frowned heavily. Actually, there was no need to check. Just by looking at the life essence that Luo Nan's body slowly gave off and his increasingly pale complexion, Xiao Chun knew that he was on the verge of death. Xiao Chun had seen too many parting by death in his life. During the Kunlun demonic calamity, Xiao Chun would never forget the scenes of the Kunlun geniuses dying one by one. However, when looking at Luo Nan's current appearance, Xiao Chun still found it hard to remain calm. That blue-clad old man was truly ruthless. Xiao Chun showed no mercy at all. He had used his full power as a minor primal core realm cultivator to kill Fei back then. "Big brother Xiao Chun, how is it?" Fei looked at Xiao Chun in anticipation. Xiao Chun shook his head, indicating that there was nothing he could do. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were all shattered, especially his heart. However, this was not a problem. At this cultivation realm, the heart was no longer a vital point. The most important thing was that the blue-clad old man's palm strike had destroyed Luo Nan's dantian. This had already destroyed a cultivator's foundation, causing the physical body to lose its ability to recover. Unless there was a supreme method to help Luo Nan reconstruct his dantian. "Senior brother." When Fei heard that, she revealed a sorrowful expression and cried in pain. Luo Nan squeezed out a smile, wanting to console Fei. However, he found that he could not raise his hands. Fei quickly grabbed his hands and placed them on her cheeks. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Then he took out a medicinal pill from when he left the Blue Dragon Palace. This was one of the treasures that the item spirits left for him, the Blood Cloud Pill. No matter how severe the injuries were, it could heal them. However, it could not help Luo Nan reconstruct his dantian. It could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. It could only preserve Luo Nan's life for now, unable to truly save him. Even so, Xiao Chun did not hesitate to let Luo Nan consume this precious blood cloud pill. This is the blood cloud pill. It can temporarily stabilize his injuries. When Senior Jiao Snake returns, I will think of a way with him. After consoling Fei, Xiao Chun left silently. Soon, the Jiao Snake's gargantuan body reappeared before Xiao Chun. I already killed him. Xiao Chun, what happened over there? The Jiao Snake asked in a whisper as it looked at Fei and Luo Nan, giving a simple explanation. Xiao Chun gave a rough account of what happened earlier. Sorry, I really came too late. I went to find the profound Yin fruit for you, wanting to help you refine the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy as quickly as possible. Had I known, I would not have let that old thing die so easily. He is truly heartless. After the Jiao Snake heard that, it felt both rage and regret. Xiao Chun thanked the Jiao Snake softly. Then he asked, Senior, do you know if there are any natural treasures or medicinal pills in the great 1,000 realms that can reconstruct the dantian? I already used the blood cloud pill to stabilize his injuries. It should be able to delay for some time. Blood cloud pill. That is a holy pill of the dragon race. Even among holy pills, it is at the peak. At the crucial moment, it is equivalent to having an extra life. You are really willing to part with it. After the Jiao Snake heard that, it felt greatly shocked. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and said, What's the point? His internal organs are all damaged from the inside out. The damage to his meridians is severe as well. His physical body's foundation is already damaged, and his dantian is destroyed. Even the blood cloud pill cannot save him. We need to find a medicinal pill or natural treasure that can reconstruct the dantian. The Jiao Snake thought for a while. After a while, it said, There are definitely medicinal pills that can reconstruct the dantian in the great 1,000 realms. I followed Pan Huang when I was young and saw some. However, I do not know how long the blood cloud pill can help him last. 1 month should be fine. In that case, bring him to Purple Sun City. That is the center of the Purple Sun region. There is the largest auction house and the largest market in the Purple Sun region. There is no lack of talented alchemists there. The experts of the other astral regions also come there. Purple Sun City. Xiao Chun thought to himself twice. The next destination should be Purple Sun City, right? Since it was the center of the Purple Sun Great Realm, there should be a lot of information there. He should be able to find out something about Ancestor Dragon City and the dragon race. Whoosh! The Jiao Snake opened its mouth and spat out an azure-colored spirit fruit. A faint layer of frost covered the surface of the spirit fruit, exuding a cold qi. This is the profound Yin fruit. I specially found it for you. I fought with an old turtle for this profound Yin fruit, delaying me. Many thanks, Senior. After Xiao Chun received it, he immediately felt that this profound Yin fruit was very valuable. The most important thing was that it could help him quickly refine the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. There is no need to be so polite with me. Since I have nothing to do, I'll send you off. Purple Sun City has a lot of people. I'm afraid that you will be at a disadvantage when you go there. That would be great. The Jiao Snake's figure continuously shrank, turning into a small snake and entering the ship's hold. Xiao Chun turned his head back and glanced at Luo Nan and Fei who were still leaning on each other. Then he sighed softly and returned to the ship's hold. Purple Sun City was a long journey. This ship happened to be ownerless, so it was best to use it as a means of transportation. Inside the ship's hold, Xiao Chun continued chatting with the Jiao Snake. He still had many questions to ask the Jiao snake. Since he had just arrived in the Great Thousand Realms, he could gain a lot of experience with a veteran around. Time slowly passed. The ship quickly flew towards Purple Sun City in the starry heavens. Purple Sun City was in the Purple Sun Great Realm. The ship traveled at full speed. Actually, 1 month was somewhat rushed. 4 days later, the ship flew past the Profound Light Great Realm. After another 4 or 5 great realms, it would reach the Purple Sun Great Realm. Xiao Chun, who was doing his best to refine the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, was startled awake by Fei, who knocked on the door. Big brother Xiao Chun, there is a ship following us from a distance. An astral pirate ship. When traveling in the starry heavens, the thing one worried about the most was running into pirate ships. Such a ship, following them from a distance, was very likely a pirate ship. I'll go and take a look. Xiao Chun followed Fei, out to the top of the ship. He had already torn down the Tianyi Sex banner by the side. From a distance, there was indeed the silhouette of a ship. However, it was at the limits of Xiao Chun's vision, so he could not see it clearly. Heavenly, a divine eye quickly flew out from Xiao Chun's forehead. After a while, everything on that ship appeared in his eyes. Black scimitar. It was indeed a pirate ship. When Xiao Chun clearly saw the banner on the ship, he muttered to himself in surprise. Wasn't the Black Scimitar pirate group already destroyed? Chapter 1580. Big brother Xiao Chun, what should we do? This ship has been following us for at least 8 to 10 hours without changing direction. Fei said somewhat worriedly. I saw that big brother Xiao Chun had been meditating, so I did not disturb you. Xiao Chun smiled and consoled. It's fine. There's no need to worry. Just go and take care of brother Luo Nan. I'll deal with this. Fei nodded obediently and silently withdrew. After Fei withdrew, the shrunken Jiao snake slithered to Xiao Chun's shoulder and said softly, There's no need to be nervous. This is just a mediocre pirate group. The strongest is just an early-stage minor primal core cultivator. After all, the Jiao snake was one of the top 10 pirate groups near the Profound Light Great Realm. However, in the eyes of the Jiao snake, it was not a mediocre pirate group. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, I know, this Tianyi Sex fortress ship is a little slow, and my cycle throne is not completed yet. Coincidentally, I can borrow this pirate ship to travel, saving me some time. I was thinking the same thing. There are strict standards for the construction of pirate ships. The Pirate Alliance has refining rooms, formation masters, and other strange people who study all sorts of pirate ships and provide them to the various pirate groups. When Xiao Chun heard that, he asked somewhat interestedly, Pirate Alliance? Yes, this Purple Sun region is rather remote. Most of the great realms it governs do not have any major factions stationed there. Only Purple Sun City is slightly more bustling. When you go there, you can see their branch. Interesting. Even the pirate groups have an open and above-board alliance. This great Thousand Realms is much more interesting than you imagine. You just entered and have not even seen the tip of the iceberg yet. When you reach Purple Sun City, you will be able to broaden your horizons. They're coming. As the two spoke, the Black Scimitar pirate ship caught up at an extremely fast speed. They are rather tactful, taking the initiative to stop when they see the Black Scimitar. The merchant ship in front hand over 10,000 spirit jades, and this great lord will let you off. When the black-clad man on the pirate ship saw the fortress ship stop, he thought that the ship feared the Black Scimitar. He rejoiced in his heart and did not demand an exorbitant price. When Xiao Chun heard this, he revealed a faint smile. It was still an old acquaintance. He had not expected that Xiao Chun would make a comeback and obtain another big ship. 100,000 spiritual jades. It's not a lot. Come and get it. The burly man in black frowned slightly. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Captain, this person is really tactful. I'll go and retrieve the spirit jades, the pirate at the side said with a smile. What are you laughing at? Give me the boat and drive closer. The black-robed man was a bit annoyed. He ruthlessly knocked on this fellow's head, got up, and walked to the bow of the ship. When the ship came closer, they saw Xiao Chun dressed in white at the top of the ship. The eyes of the burly man in black immediately popped out. Mother asterisk her. So it's you, you little bastard. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barge into it yourself. Charge over and kill everyone on the ship. Don't touch the one in white. Leave him for me. His memory of Xiao Chun was still fresh in his mind. His pirate ship had been dismantled while he was still alive. This made the burly man the laughingstock of the surrounding pirate groups. This was a great humiliation that he would never forget. There's no need. I'll come over myself. Xiao Chun said indifferently. Then he leaped into the air and flew towards the deck of the pirate ship. Don't stop him. Let him come over. The black-robed man revealed a sinister smile as he placed his right hand on the saber on his back. Come on. This old man will hack you to death with one saber strike. The black-robed man mocked in his heart. An insignificant essence stage cultivator dares to steal a ship single-handedly? I will definitely teach him a lesson today. Whoosh! The murderous intent in the black-robed man's eyes suddenly condensed. Before Xiao Chun landed, he suddenly drew his saber and hacked. Prediction. Given Xiao Chun's current speed, he would be struck by this saber light the instant he landed. The black saber light was like a terrifying gale, incredibly tyrannical. This was the black-robed man's signature move, Black Wind Flash. However, who could have imagined that when Xiao Chun landed, he would suddenly accelerate? Xiao Chun's body tilted slightly, looking like a streamlined ink flame tiger. Flames burned on his body. Xiao Chun's speed suddenly tripled. The black-robed man's berserk saber strike instantly broke the afterimage that Xiao Chun left behind. The remnant saber light shot out, eliciting miserable cries from the surrounding pirates. Xiao Chun turned around and drew his saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he also made a prediction. Whoosh! When the black-robed man's saber strike missed, he quickly changed his move and turned around to face Xiao Chun. A ghostly saber light suddenly appeared and sliced towards the black-robed man's neck. This startled the black-robed man into retreating frantically. His feet knocked over the railing, and he stumbled, nearly falling over. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and hugged the lunar shadow saber. Then he looked at the black-robed man and said, "There is no need to kneel. I cannot accept such a big bow. I'll kneel to your mother." Xiao Chun's mockery was like adding oil to the fire. The black-robed man stood firmly and leaped up, hacking down at Xiao Chun's head. The black-robed man only had one thought in his mind, to kill Xiao Chun to vent the hatred in his heart. However, when the saber light arrived, Xiao Chun did not move at all. Instead, he looked at the black-robed man with a trace of mockery. A trick? After all, this brat before the black-robed man had managed to turn the situation around by sending out many demon tone bats for no reason. It was another ruthless person who had dismantled his pirate ship with his bare hands. He had to be careful. The black-robed man felt uncertain. He felt conflicted, and many openings appeared in his perfect saber technique. When Xiao Chun saw the situation, he smiled faintly and did not draw his saber. Xiao Chun struck the openings in his opponent's saber technique before launching a strong counterattack. He brandished his scabbard and flustered the black-robed man. The black-robed man moved back continuously. He could not bring out the advantage of his cultivation at all. Damn you! How dare you toy with me? After being toyed with by Xiao Chun, the black-robed man was enraged. He wished that he could immediately kill Xiao Chun. The black-robed man could no longer care about anything else. His aura suddenly surged. The aura of a primal core expert was completely unleashed, making the hearts of the surrounding pirates tremble and forcing them to retreat. The pressure on Xiao Chun increased significantly. He knew that the black-robed man was truly enraged and wanted to fight it out with him. Xiao Chun could not help entering deep thought. This black-robed man's strength is passable. However, his mental state is extremely weak. Xiao Chun shook his head and said softly to the Jiao snake. Seeing that Xiao Chun still did not move this time, the black-robed man roared, "Damn you! You want to toy with me again? If this old man does not chop you to death this time, I will change my surname to yours." Bang! 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 The black-robed man ran over quickly. With every step, the pirate ship shook intensely. The hull of the ship rocked as if it was being tossed by monstrous waves in the sea. All the pirates on the ship could not stand still. Their bodies swayed left and right as they did their best to grab onto something. "It looks like you are destined to change your surname to mine." Boom! The unremarkable little black snake on Xiao Chen's shoulder suddenly swelled up. The Jiao snake stood upright beside Xiao Chen. The aura of a late-stage major primal core expert spread out from the Jiao snake's body. A pair of scarlet eyes looked down coldly at the black-robed man from above. Pussy, the black-robed man's aura instantly crumbled. A strong sense of helplessness spread throughout his entire body. Before the Jiao snake's cold gaze, the black-robed man trembled and took the initiative to scatter this move. His body trembled in fear. Then he directly fell to the ground and retreated continuously. A late-stage major primal core, ferocious beast. The black-robed man revealed an expression of extreme horror. The berserk rage of the black-robed man seemed to be extinguished by a pool of ice water, replaced by boundless fear. This lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. To senior, no. To young hero, no. To big brother, I apologize. The black-robed man put down his saber and knelt on the ground, apologizing to Xiao Chun. There was an uncrossable chasm between a minor primal core cultivator and a major primal core cultivator. Furthermore, the black-robed man was only an early-stage minor primal core cultivator. The Jiao snake, whose cultivation was infinitely close to the cloud sea realm, was like a god before the black-robed man, unable to exist at all. The Jiao snake could kill the black-robed man without any suspense, easily crushing him. Even if he did not want to, he had to kneel. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Get up. I already said that I cannot accept your kneeling." "I can accept it. I can accept it. When Big Brother speaks, this lowly one will just kneel and listen." The black-robed man endured the humiliation as he spoke in a submissive voice. This person was someone who knew when to submit and when to stand tall. Since he wanted to kneel, so be it. "What is your name?" "This lowly one is Wang Suo." "Good. Wang Suo, I'll tell you. This ship is mine now. You and your subordinates have to listen to me. Immediately change course and go to the Xiang Great Realm." Damn it! Wang Suo could not help cursing. Previously, Xiao Chun tore apart his ship. This time, he was even more ruthless, directly confiscating it. Xiao Chun looked at the other party, not saying anything. Big Brother is right. This little brother will change the contract and transfer this ship. The black-robed man, Wang Suo, felt his heart bleeding. However, he had no choice but to submit. "Why am I so unlucky? I ran into this jinx twice. each time worse than the last. Chapter 1581. Pirate ships have contracts. Xiao Chun felt suspicious. When he saw the contract, he confirmed that it was true. Every pirate ship was custom-made by the Pirate Alliance and had a special serial number. The Pirate Alliance had a record of the purchase. If one wanted to transfer it legally, the contractor had to take the initiative to do so. Xiao Chun held up the contract and looked through it. When he saw the last line, he read it out softly. All those who officially own a pirate ship will automatically become an honorable member of my Pirate Alliance. This cannot be reversed or withdrawn. Our journey is far from just the Starry Sea. This last line was written in an extremely unremarkable font. If one did not pay attention, one would not notice it. Wang Suo, what's up with this last line? The black-clad man smiled and said, Big brother, call me Xiao Suo. I already said that I will take your surname. This last line, only the Pirate Alliance controls the manufacturing of pirate ships. This is the symbol of pirates. Actually, there is no need for proof. With one look, others will recognize you as an astral pirate. Xiao Chun gave the black-clad man a suspicious look. Then he turned his head to ask the Jiao snake. The Jiao snake said sullenly, He is right. However, you are currently poor. It is fine for you to join this pirate alliance. It will not prevent you from joining other sects in the future. Being a pirate is a free profession in the first place. A thought occurred to Xiao Chun. I will be protected by the Pirate Alliance. You are overthinking this. Look at that man. He is so cowardly. If he really has the Pirate Alliance's protection, how could he be so cowardly? However, there are still some other benefits. For example, some profound tools, secret manuals, and natural treasures of unknown origins can be sold quickly in the black market that the Pirate Alliance controls. The black market that they control is also one of the largest in the entire Great Thousand Realms. Given this, there was nothing wrong with joining this Pirate Alliance. Right now, he did not have any status. It would be fine to use the identity of a pirate to cover it up. Big brother, the moment I saw you, I knew you had the potential to be a pirate. You will definitely have a great future if you join the Pirate Alliance. I already took the initiative to remove my name from this contract. Big brother, just leave your name. The black-clad man praised sincerely when he thought about how Xiao Chun dismantled the ship with his bare hands. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun finally made his choice. He needed to rush to Purple Sun City as soon as possible. At the same time, he also needed an identity to deceive others. The moment Xiao Chun signed the contract, in the boundless starry sky, separated by thousands of great worlds, the primordial world, the most mysterious sun of an era, you have finally appeared. A mysterious voice echoed in the gloomy black godly mountain. Countless black lotus flowers bloomed in the sky. Amidst the solemn and dignified atmosphere, there was a sinister aura. Each lotus had a vertical eye on it, emitting layers of Buddhist light. Immediately after, a gigantic Buddha statue appeared behind the owner of the voice. However, this Buddha statue was completely black. Amidst the solemn appearance, the eyes that looked at the people of the world were cold, without any warmth. A ball of black light burst forth from the ancestral Buddha statue and radiated outwards. The might of the Buddha filled the air, reaching its limit and burning into black flames. All the vertical eyes gathered together, forming a huge divine eye. Its gaze enveloped the mountain range within a radius of 10,000 miles. Then, it spread out towards the boundless starry sky. At that moment, everything in the great world where the Black Mountain Range was fell silent, as if plunged into eternal darkness. At the same time, a small number of cloud sea powerhouses in the starry domains near the Purple Sun region vaguely caught some traces in the air. Inside the Black Mountain Range, an ancient Buddhist temple stood on every mountain range. Believers prostrated themselves on the ground along the mountain paths. Before this mysterious phenomenon, they prayed piously, not daring to show any disrespect. The sect venerate commands to summon the 4 protectors and 72 arhats within the dark and cold mountain range. A Buddhist voice resounded between the heavens and the earth. That voice reached the depths of every believer's soul, making them tremble. Right after the sect venerate spoke, the black flames burning in the sky suddenly extinguished, looking like resplendent fireworks that vanished in an instant. The boundless Buddhist might vanished. Black Lotus secret seal, Thousand Eyes divine. Master was injured by the Thunder Sound Temple's abbot 1,000 years ago and has been recuperating. Why did he spend so much effort to execute this supreme mystic ability this time? On a lone peak in the Black Mountain Range stood a handsome monk with a peaceful expression on his face. This monk wore white monk robes and held Buddhist prayer beads in his hand as he muttered to himself. Whoosh! No one knew how this white-clad monk stood up. Suddenly, this white-clad monk appeared in a cultured and elegant manner on the main peak of the Black Mountain Range. His aura was peaceful and serene, cultured and elegant, simple and serene. This was a stark contrast to this mountain range shrouded in darkness all year round. Holding the Buddhist prayer beads in his right hand, the white-clad monk walked in step by step. At the end of the mountain path was an ancient Buddhist temple. Black statues lined both sides of the road in front of the temple as the white-clad monk walked over. 72 arhats, wearing black kasayas, stood on both sides of the temple with cold expressions. The white-clad monk knew that these 72 black-clad arhats were all major primal core realm cultivators. Furthermore, they were the cream of the crop among major primal core realm cultivators. Regular major primal core realm cultivators were not strong enough before them. Aside from these, there were 4 protectors in gorgeous clothes holding Buddha staffs. These 4 protectors were even stronger, having already broken through the primal core realm to the cloud sea realm. They were super experts who could cultivate soul energy. Even in the core of the great 1,000 realms, they could be considered experts. In the Grave Sea Cluster, where the Purple Sun region was, they could be considered peak experts. Wherever they went, they would be overlord-level existences. Holy Sun Ming Xian. Upon seeing this white-clad monk, the 4 protectors bowed slightly and greeted him respectfully. After the 4 protectors bowed, the 72 arhats bowed in unison. Come in, then. The doors to the temple opened with a buzz. A Buddha statue stood on the countless steps in front of the temple. A weak-looking old man sat on a black lotus platform below the Buddha statue, with his eyes closed. This old man was the Black Lotus Church's church master. He was the mastermind behind the Kunlun realm's demonic calamity, someone that Xiao Chun had to kill. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Black Lotus Church's church ancestor. In the dark hall, everyone respectfully bowed to the Black Lotus Church's church master. The lotus platform slowly rose, and the Black Lotus Church's church master looked at everyone below. Buddhist light flickered in his eyes. It was as if he could destroy everyone present with just a glance. Sect ancestor, you spent so much effort to cast the Black Lotus mystic seal. Did you gather all of us here to discuss something important? Are we going to destroy a rank 3 sect and recruit more believers? With all the experts present together, they could easily annihilate a huge 3rd-grade sect. I want you to personally find a person and bring him back to me, the Black Lotus Church's church master said slowly, his voice deep and hoarse. Everyone revealed flabbergasted expressions. They were slightly surprised, and their expressions were strange. For the sake of finding one person, they gathered nearly all the peak experts of the Black Lotus Church. Where did this person come from? The person I'm looking for is the reincarnation of the strongest expert of the immortal epic. He possesses limitless potential. I need this person very much. The Black Lotus Church also needs this person. You have to find him for me. Do not be careless. The Black Lotus Church's church master's gaze sank, making everyone's hearts tremble as they felt an incomparably terrifying pressure. Did you hear me? Yes, we did. Sensing the gravity of the Black Lotus Church's church master's words, no one dared to show any dissatisfied expression. Where is this person? The Black Lotus Church's church master remained silent for a long time before replying. He is in the grave seat cluster. The four protectors, the group of arhats, and the holy Sun Mingxian were all stupefied. The grave seat cluster was astonishingly vast. The entire grave seat cluster had hundreds of starfields similar to the purple sun region. If one searched every starfield, one would not be able to find it all even after several decades. Search the starfields near the purple sun region. I planted the Black Lotus mark on this person. As long as you get within a certain range of him, you will be able to sense it. The Black Lotus Church's church master felt somewhat tired. Even after executing the magic skill of the Thousand Eyes magic skill, he could not pinpoint Xiao Chun, only a rough area. The Black Lotus Church's church master thought that Xiao Chun definitely had a treasure that could cover up the Black Lotus mark. Left with no choice, the Black Lotus Church's church master could only get the four protectors, the 72 arhats, and his proud disciples to go out and search. After the Black Lotus Church's church master carefully explained, these arhats and protectors understood. This way, they could determine the general direction. Furthermore, this person had the Black Lotus mark on him, which greatly reduced the difficulty. That will be all, then. Make your preparations and depart the day after tomorrow. Holy Sun Mingxian, you can stay behind. The others can leave. After everyone left, the Black Lotus Church's church master looked at the holy Sun Mingxian and said seriously, "You must find it strange why I went to such great lengths to find such a person, right?" Mingxian nodded and said, "Disciple does not understand. However, Master's decision definitely has its reasons." The Black Lotus Church's church master looked at Mingxian, his eyes filled with anticipation. "I'll tell you this. He has the demonic bone relic of my Black Lotus Church's founding ancestor. In his previous life, he used this demonic bone relic to successfully reincarnate. You understand now?" The Holy Sun Mingxian's expression changed drastically. Clearly, these words shocked him. Disciple understands. Disciple will definitely bring this person to Master. Chapter 1582. The speed of the pirate ship had indeed increased significantly. Most importantly, there were sufficient crew members to operate the ship. This allowed the energy released by the formation to be fully utilized. In addition, the black-robed man was an experienced captain, so he was naturally much faster than the original ship. Xiao Chen's life didn't change much. With the help of the mysterious Een grass, he quickly refined the 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy. Now, his strength was improving every day. The effect of the mysterious Een grass was amazing. At the very least, it sped up Xiao Chen's refinement of the 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy by more than 3 times. Now, he might not even need a month. As a result, Xiao Chen had no choice but to start thinking about the Yang baleful qi in advance. After refining 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy, one had to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yang energy as well. However, a fortuitous encounter like the 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy was hard to come by in 1,000 years. It required too many coincidences. For this reason, Xiao Chun had no choice but to discuss it with the Jiao snake. After learning about Xiao Chen's purpose for coming, the Jiao snake said, 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. You had better not think about that. Being able to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is already a great, fortuitous encounter. Everything in the world was predetermined, and everything had its own conclusions. It's impossible for you to encounter another 10,000-year-old baleful Yang. Xiao Chen nodded. I feel that it is impossible, too. Being able to obtain the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is luck and Senior Jiao Snake's help. It was a coincidence that I encountered the 10,000-year baleful Yin energy. It was even more of a coincidence that I met you. The Jiao snake paused for a moment before saying, however, the cultivation of cultivators cannot always rely on coincidences. You were right to make plans for this matter. Xiao Chun looked at the Jiao snake and said, given Senior Jiao Snake's experience, do you have any suggestions? The best way is naturally to join a sect. The outstanding talents of those sects will not worry about the baleful Yin and baleful Yang. The sect's old monsters will be running around looking for them. You can't compete in this, so you can only rely on external help. Senior, please elaborate. The Jiao snake sighed and said in a deep voice, if it were an ordinary person, this matter would be very easy to resolve. However, the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy you absorbed must have a corresponding grade of baleful Yang energy. Lowering the standard is a little troublesome. However, I remember that Pan Huang obtained an alchemic recipe in the past. It recorded a method that could condense baleful Yang energy. Then, with the corresponding spirit herbs, one could refine the heavenly Yang pill. Sky Yang pill? Xiao Chun was confused. What did this pill have to do with the baleful Yang energy that he wanted to absorb? The Jiao snake explained, this heavenly Yang pill can condense 100 strands of baleful Yin Yang. Think about it. If 100,000-year-old strands of baleful Yin Yang condense all their essence, would it be any weaker than 10,000-year-old baleful Yin Yang? Xiao Chen thought about it carefully and was shocked. Is there really such a pill? If that's true, then wouldn't the disciples of large sects be able to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and 10,000-year-old baleful Yang energy at the perfected being realm? How strong would the sects be when they grow up? Xiao Chun had personally experienced the immense energy contained in 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. If everyone in a sect could build such a strong foundation at the perfected being realm, it would be unimaginably terrifying. The Jiao snake shook its head and said, you are overthinking. Firstly, 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and baleful Yang energy are already very difficult to find. It is impossible for a sect to prepare one for every disciple. Secondly, not everyone can absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. After all, some cultivators cannot even refine 2,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Xiao Chun felt enlightened. That seems to make sense. There is still the most important point. What? Senior, you don't remember the alchemic recipe? I remember the alchemic recipe. A snake's memory is the best. You cannot compare to me in this aspect. Most importantly, the alchemist who created this alchemic recipe did not create the heavenly Yin pill. Hence, many disciples who absorbed the heavenly Yang pill exploded and died when they advanced to the primal core realm. Seeing Xiao Chen's expression change slightly, the Jiao snake continued. After that, this alchemic recipe became a forbidden medicine and was sealed away. Now, it should be completely lost. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Senior, please give me the alchemic recipe first. I'll make a decision after that. All right, think about it carefully. This is the final step. If you really cannot do it, you can only force a portion of the 10,000-year-old baleful energy out of your body. At that time, you will have a better choice. After obtaining the alchemic recipe, Xiao Chen walked out with a somewhat sullen expression. Captain, we are almost at the Purple Sun Great Realm. The moment Xiao Chen left the ship's hold, he ran into an excited, black-clad man on the deck. Oh, I'll go and take a look. When Xiao Chen arrived at the bow of the ship, he looked out into the starry heavens ahead. There was a purple star that stood out from the other stars, giving off a strange light. With one glance, one could tell the difference in the vast starry heavens. That was the Purple Sun Great Realm. The current great realms were formed from the fragments of the great desolate continent. Compared to stars, there was a unique field that existed in the great desolate Aeon, suitable for the reproduction of life and the birth of civilization. No matter how big a star was, without a field, there could not be a civilization. Only terrifying astral beasts could survive on it. Captain, we are about to pass through the field. The field of this Purple Sun Great Realm is rather strong. However, it is clearly not a problem for Captain. There was no need for the black-clad man to say anything. Xiao Chen could already feel it. As Xiao Chen's physical body passed through the field, the scene before him magnified continuously. It was like a sesame-sized painting magnified 1,000 times before his eyes. This was the first time Xiao Chen passed through such a field. It felt rather novel. At the same time, he also felt that the field that the black-clad man mentioned was rather strong. Without a certain level of strength, one would not be able to pass through it. After Xiao Chen passed through the field, the scene before him suddenly opened up. The air was fresh, much better than in the starry heavens. When Xiao Chen looked around, this Purple Sun Great Realm was a boundless continent. Most of the place was desolate and uninhabited. Only a city stood in the center of the continent. That should be Purple Sun City. Even from several million kilometers away, one could still clearly see the city's silhouette. One could easily imagine how grand and majestic the city was. Above his head was a patch of purple sky that seemed to never disperse, as if it would forever be squeezed together. Captain, let's go to the Pirate Alliance first. After traveling in the starry heavens for so long, this pirate ship needs to be tidied up, the black-clad man suggested excitedly to Xiao Chen. Get your subordinates to leave. Accompany me to another place. Oh, when the black-clad man heard that, he immediately became somewhat dispirited. What happened next made the black-clad man even more depressed. Xiao Chen got off the ship and summoned a black chariot. To think that Xiao Chen wanted the black-clad man to be the coachman. Big brother, look, I am a minor primal core realm expert. After all, isn't it a little too? The black-clad man looked bleak as he looked at Xiao Chen, not willing to do this. Xiao Chen thought for a while and felt that this was fine. He took the reins and said, I'll do it then. You are responsible for showing me the way and helping me find a larger tavern. All right, that's a good idea. Xiao Suo laughed loudly. However, he immediately felt a chill run through his body, scaring him into trembling. He quickly said, Let me do it. How can I let Big Brother do such menial work for me? That Jiao Snake is still around. Senior Jiao Snake, there is no need to scare him like that. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. Naturally, he knew that it was the Jiao Snake's doing. It's fine. I can tell that this person is a talent. I'll help you tame him during this period so that you can use him in the future. That's right. With a helper, it would be much easier to handle many miscellaneous matters. With this thought, Xiao Chen ignored the Jiao Snake's actions and entered the Cycle War chariot. Fei was doing her best to take care of Luo Nan. However, Luo Nan's complexion clearly weakened. That was the effect of the blood cloud pill. As time went by, its effects weakened. seeing Xiao Chen enter. Fei immediately said, "Big brother Xiao Chen, you are here." Xiao Chen nodded casually. Then he looked at Luo Nan and asked, "How is he?" The worry on Fei's face did not fade away. She said softly, "Senior brother's mental state has been deteriorating over the past few days. He seems a little afraid." Luo Nan revealed a smile as he held Fei's hand. Then he consoled, "Junior sister, I am already very satisfied with being able to live until now. These days have been the happiest days of my life." Then Luo Nan turned his head and looked at Xiao Chun. "Brother Xiao Chun, I'm sorry. I really misunderstood you in the past. I am already very grateful to you for doing so much for me. I feel that I do not have much time left. Brother Xiao Chun, please don't waste any more resources and time on me." Xiao Chun smiled and said, "Don't overthink. Just because Fei calls me big brother, I should help you to the end. Furthermore, without you protecting me, I would not have been able to absorb the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Since you are already in Purple Sun City, don't overthink and rest well." Chapter 1583. Purple Sun City was the only large city in the Purple Sun Great Realm. It had millions of years of history, an extremely long history. The vast and majestic ancient city had experienced the baptism of countless years, but it still retained its ancient charm, extolling the ancient legends. On top of the city gate, there was an incomparably beautiful beast carved on top of the purple clouds. That was the legendary divine beast Golden Crow that was born from flames. When its wings unfolded, every single feather was glistening with a brilliant golden radiance. It was filled with an ancient aura. Long ago, it was said that this Purple Sun Great Realm was a stronghold of the Golden Crow race. Purple Sun City was built on the Golden Crow race remnant. Although the pure-blooded Golden Crows were extinct and the descendants of the Golden Crows were long gone. However, the native cultivators still worshipped the divine bird that was born in the flames. This was evident from the various symbols on Purple Sun City. Purple Sun City sat in the center of this continent, surrounded by boundless deserts with surging yellow sand. However, none of this affected the prosperity of the city in the slightest. This was because it was the center of the entire Purple Sun region. Countless people from the thousands of great realms of the Purple Sun region would come here every day. Most of the businesses in this city were trading. There were very few native cultivators in the Purple Sun Great Realm. Rumor had it that a rank 3 sect had existed here a long time ago, but later on, for some reason, it declined. It was attacked by everyone and destroyed in the tides of history. This made Purple Sun City a neutral city. Right now, only a few strong rank 2 sects had taken root in the vicinity of Purple Sun City, forming an equal footing. Most of the cultivators who came here were looking for something they fancied or to sell their treasures. This city was also the largest city in the entire Purple Sun region. The martial artists who came here were at least at the perfected being realm. From time to time, one could see primordial core realm supremacies. The city's environment was complicated, and there were people from all walks of life. Sometimes, a random person might be a peak major primal core expert. It would not be strange at all. At this moment, amidst the rolling yellow sands, a black horse carriage was galloping on the main road, leaving behind a trail of dust. Inside the carriage was naturally Xiao Chun and the other two. Warships like pirate ships had special docking points in Purple Sun City. They had already parted ways with Xiao Chen's group. There are so many experts. Xiao Chen had already walked out and sat beside Xiao Suo, observing the surroundings. Earlier, the two mutated beasts that brushed past Xiao Chun were both minor primal core cultivators. In the other great realms, it was not easy to see a primal core cultivator. becoming a perfected master, was already an expert. After advancing to the primal core realm, one would be a venerate, respected wherever they went. However, the rules in Purple Sun City were clearly going to change. Just as the cycle war chariot was about to enter the city gates, two figures descended from the sky and blocked the chariot. Xiao Suo pulled the reins fiercely, his face filled with anger. Sizing up the two people in front of him, they were two middle-aged men. One of them had a thick killing intent on his face, while the other had an evil smile on his face. Clearly, he was up to no good. Big Brother, the vicinity of Purple Sun City has always been very chaotic. There are often blind people looking for pushovers to collect tolls. Xiao Chen found this strange. These two people are only half-step primal core cultivators, yet they dare to target you. How would I know? There are always people who do not care about their lives in this day and age. The black-clad man, Xiao Suo, expressed his confusion. Xiao Chen sized up the black-clad man and somewhat understood. Xiao Suo was covered in dust along the way, and he withdrew his aura. It looked like he had completely integrated into the role of a coachman. The former pirate leader had turned into a coachman and was directly ignored by others. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's cycle war chariot did not have any insignia, even looking somewhat crude. Hence, he was treated as a pushover. In reality, that was indeed the case. The taller and skinnier of the two men blocking the chariot looked at Xiao Chen and said, "How many people are in the chariot? Everyone has to hand over 100 spirit jades. Otherwise, you can forget about entering Purple Sun City alive." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "This Purple Sun City is an ownerless city, a neutral land where people can come and go as they please. Since when do we need to pay spirit jades?" "Why all the nonsense? Are you going to hand it over or not? Just say the word." The person who spoke looked at Xiao Chen with displeasure on his face, showing no patience at all. Not handing it over, Xiao Chen replied decisively, "Are you sure?" The taller, skinnier man smiled coldly. Purple Sun City was a chaotic place with many experts. However, not all of them were experts. Every day, there would be veritable personages like Xiao Chen passing through the field and entering the Purple Sun Great Realm, the targets of their plunder. Those who could come to Purple Sun City were either here to buy treasures or to sell them. These people all had some wealth. If this was not good, they would just kill them and snatch them. You'd best consider it. 100 spirit jades for a life. This is an easy debt to settle. The azure-clad man, surging with killing chi at the side, said coldly, "Consider it my ass. To think that you are trying to rob me, your grandfather. Kneel." During this period, Xiao Suo had been suppressing a bellyful of anger. Now that he was forced to be a coachman, he felt extremely upset. Now that someone blocked his way and tried to rob him, he completely erupted. Xiao Suo grasped the horsewhip and suddenly stood up. The aura of a primal core realm expert burst out. The two middle-aged men who tried to rob him were instantly frightened to death. They had not expected this unremarkable coachman, who was covered in dust, to be a minor primal core realm expert. Trying to run? It's too late. Xiao Suo smiled coldly and swung his whip. The two half-step primal core realm cultivators got chopped in half at the waist. They were not even on the same level. Xiao Suo leaped off the chariot and searched the corpses. Then, he removed the spatial rings of the two before walking back happily. "It's an old habit. I can't change it. Big Brother, sorry for the embarrassment. Let's go." After killing the two, Xiao Suo was in a good mood. He drove the cycle war chariot straight into Purple Sun City. Only then did the onlookers startle to their senses, exclaiming softly, "What a mysterious chariot! There is no sect symbol on it, but the coachman is actually a primal core venerate. What is the background of that white-clad youth? This is really grand. Even a rank 2 sect disciple would not receive such treatment. That is right. Even in a rank 2 sect, a primal core realm expert is a martial uncle. How could he be a coachman for a disciple? That might not be the case. If it were the top disciple of a rank 2 sect, he would definitely receive such treatment. Could this white-clad person be the top disciple of a sect? However, he does not look like it. Although the black-clothed man had killed 2 people with 1 whip strike, everyone's focus was on Xiao Chun. Clearly, a coachman was already so strong. The identity of the white-clad person had to be even more incredible. Could that white-clad person be the Ice Snow Sword? A few figures below the city gates, 2 men and 1 woman, watched as the cycle war chariot entered the city gates. The one who spoke was the woman among them. The 3 of them had arrived long ago. However, they happened to see the earlier scene, so they stopped to watch the commotion. Who could have imagined that they would see such a shocking scene? That should not be the case. Although the Ice Snow Sword is also dressed in white, he has always been a loner. He is very proud and arrogant. He does not even think highly of his fellow sect members of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction is about to begin. The elite disciples of the rank 2 sects near Purple Sun City will definitely come to join in the excitement. This person might be a descendant of one of the elders of one of the sections. Unable to figure out Xiao Chen's identity, the 3 paused for a while before following the crowd into Purple Sun City. Chapter 1584. Most of the sects in the Purple Sun region were rank 1 sects like the Tiani sect. Only a few of the stronger sects had Cloud Sea cultivators. As for the weaker sects, they did not have Cloud Sea cultivators. Rank 2 sects needed at least 2 early-stage Cloud Sea cultivators. Otherwise, the reputation of the sect would be in danger of falling off at any time. There was a total of 3 rank 2 sects in the Purple Sun region. They were rooted in the vicinity of Purple Sun City. Of course, that was only in relative terms. They were still rather far away. The 3 rank 2 sects were like the overlords of the Purple Sun region. Only they were qualified to establish their headquarters in the Purple Sun Great Realm. If the other sects wanted to establish their headquarters in the Purple Sun Great Realm, they needed the strength of a rank 2 sect. Otherwise, their sect could be destroyed at any time. Setting up a sect around Purple Sun City would bring huge benefits. Xiao Chen could not just casually give them away. Of course, in the vicinity of the city, there were still a lot of small forces that didn't make much of a difference. Due to the large number of these factions, the strength of each faction was different. There were all sorts of people. The 3 rank 2 sects could not be bothered with them, nor did they have the energy to do so. This was because it would not affect their fundamental benefits. The Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng, was the strongest new talent of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor, one of the 3 rank 2 sections. Although he was not the top true inheritor, he had become famous in the past few years, rising extremely quickly in the entire Purple Sun region. Luo Feng's sword had reached perfection. According to rumor, he had killed many early-stage minor primal core older generation cultivators, while he was only a half-step primal core cultivator. Now that he had advanced to the minor primal core realm, he was only 1 step away. His strength was probably even more incredible. Furthermore, Luo Feng was vicious and ruthless. He was a loner and had a prideful nature. Furthermore, he comprehended a sword soul half a year ago. His reputation caught up to that of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's top disciple. Luo Feng always wore white and gave off an extraordinary air. Hence, people misunderstood Xiao Chun as the Ice Snow Sword. Aside from the Ice Snow Sword, the other two rank 2 sects, the Burning Moon sect and the Wind Chasing sect, also had 2 new talents who were as famous as the Ice Snow Sword. However, these 2 were not as unique as Luo Feng. They did not obtain the Ice Snow Sword's codename like Luo Feng. From a certain point of view, being able to obtain this codename was an acknowledgement of Luo Feng's strength. The largest restaurant in Purple Sun City was Leisure Cloud Restaurant. Most of the cultivators who came to Purple Sun City would come here for a drink. Most importantly, this place had a lot of people. Not only could one obtain the latest and fastest news, but there were also many scattered martial artists setting up stalls on the 3rd floor. It could be considered a relatively famous market. Many people, after eating and drinking to their heart's content, would go up and take a stroll. At this moment, a white figure slowly walked in on the floor paved with top-notch nanmo. The noisy restaurant instantly quieted down. It was as if even the air had become much colder. So cold! What a sharp sword intent! Many people focused their gazes on the entrance of the restaurant. They saw a black-haired man, dressed in white, walking in unhurriedly with a sword in his hand. This person did not have much of an aura of nobility on him. He was just ordinary. His temperament seemed to be somewhat similar to that of Xiao Chun. The only difference was that this person did not withdraw his sword intent. The ancient sword that this person held in his left hand also gave off the feeling that it would be unsheathed at any moment. After such a person entered, the hall and the 2nd floor of the restaurant fell silent. There was no reason for this other than the frightening sword intent that this person gave off. When this person looked at him, he gave off the feeling of a cold and aloof sword stuck in the vast white snow. The white-clad youth casually swept his gaze around the restaurant. Immediately, everyone that he looked at felt like a sword's edge flashed before their eyes. The people that he looked at quickly lowered their heads, avoiding this sharp gaze. Suddenly, the white-robed young man stopped in his tracks. His gaze landed on another young man who was also dressed in white. This person did not avoid the white-clad youth's gaze. After taking a glance, he casually picked up a wine cup and started drinking. Bladesman? Swordsman? The white-clad swordsman could only vaguely feel the sharpness of the other party. However, he could not confirm the other party's identity. After a while, the white-clad swordsman's lips curled up in a mocking smile. What a coward! To think that he does not even have the courage to compete with me. Shaking his head, the white-clad swordsman found a place to sit. The oppressive atmosphere of the restaurant calmed down. Xiao Suo, you know this person? Naturally, the one that the white-clad swordsman noticed was Xiao Chun. After the group passed the city gates, they headed straight for Idle Cloud Restaurant. They had not eaten a good meal in a long time. Naturally, they had to eat and drink their fill, enjoy themselves, and rest. Xiao Suo put down his wine cup and said he should be the Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng. He is a disciple of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor, a rank 2 sect. I heard that he is very strong. Of course, he is nothing compared to Big Brother. Xiao Suo Feng habitually praised Xiao Chun at the end of his sentence. Xiao Chun could not be bothered with him. This Ice Snow Sword was indeed very strong. In the Great Thousand Realms, there were no cultivation bottlenecks like in the Kunlun realm. Everyone focused on raising their cultivation. Those who could comprehend a sword soul and a domain could be considered very talented. This person's sword intent already condensed a soul. Furthermore, it reached a 60% comprehended sword soul, which was pretty good. However, it was just SOSO. Compared to a swordsman like Chu Chaoyun, who comprehended the Sword Tao's Great Tao energy, Xiao Suo Feng could not compare. Of course, with Chu Chaoyun's current cultivation, he definitely could not compare to the other party. If not for Xiao Chen's fortuitous encounter, refining the 10,000-year-old Balefulline energy, it would be hard to say who would win if the two fought. However, as time went by, Xiao Chun believed that Chu Chaoyun would continuously grow. In this great 1,000 realms, the other party would be like a fish in water, improving at a startling rate. Interesting. You are just a carriage driver, and you actually dare to evaluate our Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Ice Snow Sword. Are you tired of living? Just at this moment, a voice came from a neighboring table. That voice looked mockingly at the travel-worn, crudely dressed Xiao Suo. There were 2 men and 2 women at that table. The one who spoke was an alluring woman. As she looked at Xiao Chun and Xiao Suo, she smiled coldly and said, "Do you think that you can compare to the Ice Snow Sword just by wearing white clothes? Where did this country bumpkin come from? How ignorant!" Although our second senior brother is not the top disciple of the sect, when considering the entire Purple Sun region, his talent in the sword Dao is definitely among the best. His talent in swordsmanship can definitely be considered one of the best. Do you think you are? It's fine if you're ugly, but are your eyes growing on your butt? As Xiao Chun held up his wine cup, he did his best not to laugh. This Xiao Suo was really unlucky. When Xiao Suo entered the city, he was robbed. When he entered a restaurant to eat, he casually said something and got scolded by a young lady. This alluring woman clearly worshipped the Ice Snow Sword in the Ice Snow Mountain Manor and could not tolerate any dust on it. Ignore her. Xiao Chun put down his wine cup and said indifferently. Xiao Suo had no choice but to sit back down and drink his wine. However, Xiao Suo could not suppress the rage in his heart. He crushed the wine cup in his hand. He was an astral sea pirate with a fiery temper. Even Xiao Chun did not submit to him. If the Jiao snake had intimidated him, he would not have listened to Xiao Chun at all. Normally, Xiao Suo would have drawn his saber and chopped someone down. As Xiao Suo raged, the strong aura of a primal core cultivator spread out, startling the 4 people at the neighboring table. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flash of sword light flashed like an aurora, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xiao Suo stretched out his hand and caught this flash of sword light. The sword light contained a cup of wine. The people in the restaurant immediately exclaimed. It was the Ice Snow Sword. He made a move. What a fast sword light! It truly lived up to being the Ice Snow Sword. Most of the people in the restaurant did not see how the Ice Snow Sword made his move. This is my junior sister. I spoke rudely, so I'll treat you to a cup of wine as an apology. I'll punish myself with a cup first. After draining the wine, the Ice Snow Sword stood up and looked at Xiao Suo. Then he said, "However, the Ice Snow Sword, am not someone that just anyone can talk about. Although you are a minor primal core venerate, you are not qualified." How arrogant! Exclamations came from the restaurant. Unexpectedly, this Ice Snow Sword really dared to challenge a minor primal core venerate. It looked like the rumor of the Ice Snow Sword killing a minor primal core venerate was true. After I drink this cup of wine, I'll take it as nothing happened, the Ice Snow Sword said, enunciating every word as he looked at Xiao Suo. The 4 people seated next to him, who were initially frightened, immediately regained their courage. This was especially so for that alluring woman. As she looked at the Ice Snow Sword, her eyes sparkled. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor, the Ice Snow Sword. Xiao Chun muttered this name in his heart. Then he completely forgot about it. He had seen many of such people. They were arrogant, and thought highly of themselves. They were extremely arrogant. However, the entire Purple Sun region was just an average-sized astral region in the Grave Sea Cluster. The Grave Sea Cluster could not be considered the core of the entire Great 1,000 Realms. Where did this arrogance come from to be so arrogant? Although Xiao Chun was not as old as Xiao Suo, his mental state was much higher than that of this group of people. In Xiao Chen's eyes, this ice snow sword was just a dancing clown. He did not even need to remember his name. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm, not changing at all. Then he said indifferently, "Drink, then." Xiao Suo revealed an expression of dissatisfaction. However, since Xiao Chen said so, he still drank all the wine in his cup. Chapter 1585. Xiao Chen knew that right now, his main goal was to save Luo Nan. Don't let me catch a chance. Let's see if you can still smile when the time comes. The blade was extremely sharp. In Xiao Chen's opinion, it was a pretty good sword. Xiao Chen's heart trembled. Unexpectedly, the other party could tell that this was the Heavenly Yang Pill's alchemic recipe. Most of the profound tools sold in this market were inferior grade or medial grade. Superior grade profound tools were rare. As for peak treasure tools like the Blue Dragon Divine Wings, there were practically none. It's fine. Just stroll around. Just let me know if there is anything you like. The stall owner seemed to fear that Xiao Chun would go back on his word. He quickly took the spirit jades from Xiao Chun and carefully put them away. Then, he quickly delivered the sword to Fei Er. In the Kunlun realm, the lunar shadow saber was a transcendent divine weapon. In this world, it was also a peak superior grade profound tool, not yet a treasure tool. All right, let me take a look. The sword in Fei Er's hand was only an inferior grade profound tool. She had wanted to change it long ago. However, treasure tools were already extremely rare and expensive. Even a major primal core, venerate, might not be able to purchase a treasure tool to their liking. Luo Nen did not want Xiao Chen to spend money, so he only took a quick look and did not express his opinion. On the other hand, Fei Er was in high spirits. She wanted to buy a sword, a medial grade profound tool. "I'll help you, then." The ice snow sword Lu Mu smiled coldly and ignored Xiao Chen's group. So what if he is a minor primal core venerate? Before senior brother Luo Feng, he still has to be obedient. After being stunned for a while, Lu Mu said, "This young master is really generous." As Xiao Chun received the invitation, a melancholic voice rang out in his ears. Xiao Chun had not noticed it earlier. Now that he carefully sized up this old man, he discovered that this old man looked ordinary on the surface. However, his eyes were spirited, and a clump of flames blazed in the depths of his eyes. The onlookers in the restaurant were all shocked to think that the ice snow sword Luo Feng's aura could suppress a minor primal core cultivator. The aged old man, the handsome and elegant young master, the charming and alluring young woman, the pure and cute young girl, and the sloppy old man. At least you are sensible. In the future, remember not to casually mention my name, Luo Feng, in Purple Sun City. Otherwise, even if you're a small origin core realm expert, I'll still teach you a lesson. The Jiao snake hidden in the immortal spirit ring nodded to itself. Such a mental state is truly rare. Above profound level weapons, there were treasured weapons. At this moment, Xiao Chun was in a great mood. He had suddenly turned from a poor man to a rich man. How could he not be happy? The enchanting young lady glanced at Xiao Suo with a pleased expression as she spoke in an incomparably ear-piercing voice. Xiao Chun said indifferently, "It looks like you only have this much confidence. If we really fight, you are definitely not a match for me." There was no need to even mention medial grade spirit jades. Most of the time, people would carry a few on them at all times, using them for emergencies. The stall was set up very casually. At this moment, she was standing in front of a stall, playing with a blood-red longsword. This was a fire-attributed longsword, a medial-grade profound tool. Not only did it look exquisite, but one medial-grade spirit jade could be exchanged for 100 inferior-grade spirit jades. However, no one would trade for such a thing. The old man at the stall received the list with a smile. Then he casually read, fish young grass, white flame flower, fire cloud fruit, dragon transformation night. These are all extremely strong yang attributed herbs. This fellow, seeing Xiao Chun so calm, made the ice snow sword feel very upset for some reason. It was like the other party did not care about him at all. The might of a treasure tool was extremely horrifying. Even major primal core cultivators could not completely control it. As Xiao Chun spoke calmly, Xiao Suo had no choice but to swallow his anger, drinking cup after cup to drown his sorrows. Luo Nan and Fei showed shocked expressions. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun easily took out 200 medial-grade spirit jades. This somewhat startled Xiao Chun. The value of spirit jades seemed somewhat low. After Fei explained, she asked, Big brother Xiao Chun, did you get it wrong? Fei quickly said, Senior brother, I will take care of you for life. Luo Nan forced a smile and said, I'm fine. I'm just a little weak and do not have much strength. I'm afraid that even if I treat you, you will only be a cripple in the future. Cut the crap. Eat and drink. After haggling for a while, Fei bought the sword for 20,000 spirit jades. Xiao Chun smiled and said, Did you hear that? With such a junior sister, why are you sighing? Be happier. Come, let's go to the 3rd floor. I remember that you use swords, right? I'll get you a good sword. When you recover, you can use it. Big brother, I have never felt so vexed before. This fellow is too cocky. No matter how powerful he is, if I really fight him, I will have a 50-50 chance of winning. When one drained their veritable essence energy during a big battle, they could quickly recover most of their veritable essence energy by absorbing a medial-grade spirit jade. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and casually dealt with this sharpness. Then he casually turned his head and drained the wine in his cup. At the stall, Xiao Chun saw many cultivators selling profound tools, all sorts of weapons. Xiao Chun took out his spirit jades and handed them to the other party. How can I accept this? After 3 rounds of wine, Xiao Chun paid the bill. Then he looked at Luo Nan and asked, How is your body? The stall owner was a white-haired old man. When he saw the spirit jades that Xiao Chun handed over, his eyes immediately lit up with a fervent light. Medial-grade spirit jades. Given this, although Xiao Chun's blue dragon divine wings were replicas, they were indeed rather precious. When the 4 people at the neighboring table saw Xiao Suo drink that cup of wine under the pressure of the ice snow sword, Luo Feng, they immediately rejoiced. Back in the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiao Chun already knew that the secret treasures of the Great Thousand Realms were known as profound tools. The group went straight to the 3rd floor. As for superior grade spirit jades, they were priceless treasures in the first place. They could only be exchanged with treasures of equal value. This was not a matter of bravado. Xiao Chun waved his hand and said, There's no need. How can I take back something that I gave away? Senior, there is no need to mind it. When Xiao Chun raised his head and looked at the ice snow sword, he happened to meet the other party's gaze. The other party's gaze was as sharp as a knife, radiating boundless pressure. A light flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes. When he looked at the old man again, his expression changed slightly. Old sir, please take a look at this list. Is there any way to help me obtain the herbs in it? This old man was either an extremely skilled refiner or a strong alchemist. Xiao Suo said in a low voice, feeling aggrieved. Of course, Xiao Chun could still sense it from his lunar shadow saber. Did I get it wrong? More than 200. Young man, this old man is sorry for taking advantage of you. Here is a VIP invitation from the Purple Cloud Pavilion. If you go to the Purple Cloud Pavilion tonight, Not only can you use this VIP invitation to enter the VIP rooms, but you can also get a 10% discount on the auction items. The Ice Snow Sword said coldly in his heart, "Oh no, I still lack some spirit jades." Faye counted in her spatial ring and discovered that she was still short a few hundred spirit jades. As the old man continued looking, his expression changed drastically. He looked at Xiao Chen gravely and asked, "Are you still short 100 strands of 1,000-year-old baleful yang qi? 50-50? With 2 million spirit jades. Wouldn't that mean that he could only buy 200 medial-grade profound weapons and only a few dozen superior-grade profound weapons? In that case, he would really be a poor man." However, he had already gained the upper hand in the earlier scene. There was no reason or opportunity for him to get angry. The third floor of Idle Cloud restaurant was very noisy, with people coming and going. There were all sorts of people on the third floor. Ordinary spirit jades were already extremely difficult to produce, be it for cultivation, setting up formations, refining medicinal pills, or refining profound weapons. Spirit jades were extremely valuable and could be used to lay formations, refine medicinal pills, or refine treasures. The matter of the Ice Snow Sword did not affect Xiao Chen's mood at all, nor did it destroy his mental state. The stall owner was a white-haired old man. When he heard Xiao Chen's question, he asked, "Young man, you really got it wrong. In that case, can this old man use something else to exchange for your medial-grade spirit jades?" "Big brother, this old man is not simple. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's auction tonight is an annual large-scale auction. The entire city will be watching, and it will be hard to get a ticket. What more a VIP invitation? Even someone like the Ice Snow Sword might not be able to get one. How much do you lack?" No wonder the Blue Dragon Palace's old dragon horse said that although there were not many spirit jades, their quality was rather high. With a thought, Xiao Chen took out a list of ingredients. There were many different herbs recorded on it. These were all supplementary herbs for refining the Heavenly Yang pill. They were extremely rare and hard to find. Chapter 1586. Xiao Chen composed himself. His expression did not change as he said in a deep voice, "Senior, a sage really does not reveal his true appearance. I have long heard that there are many experts in Purple Sun City. Indeed, the rumors are true." The stall owner looked a little excited and said with a smile, "An expert? Not really. May I ask if young master has the pill recipe for the Sky Yang pill?" Xiao Chen nodded. "That's right. I have the pill recipe. What advice does Senior have?" "All right. As long as you lend me the pill recipe, I will help you obtain all the supplementary herbs on the list. Furthermore, I will help you find a way to purchase the 1,000-year-old baleful yang energy. I will also give you spirit jades." The white-haired old man appeared to be exceptionally excited as he anxiously said, "It was clearly wrong to be in such a hurry during a negotiation. If he exposed his bottom line too early, he would be ruthlessly slaughtered by those who were black-hearted." Looking at the white-haired old man's appearance, he did not seem to be an impatient person. It could only be said that he really wanted the Sky Yang pill's alchemic formula. Xiao Chen did not overthink. He did not let the other party's conditions get to his head. He said calmly, "I do not lack spirit jades. I can let this old man take a look at the alchemic recipe. I only ask Senior to help me. If I can do it, I'm willing to give the pill formula to Senior, and I'll also promise Senior one condition." "What is it? Tell me." Xiao Chen pointed to Luo Nan and said, "Senior, please take the pulse of this friend of mine." Alchemists were not doctors. However, most alchemists would know some medical skills. The white-haired old man took a step forward and examined it. Then he frowned. What a vicious method. This injury should have been fatal and irreversible. However, it was forcibly suppressed by a saint pill. It should be a top-grade saint pill, the blood cloud pill. However, this medicine can only last for 7 days at most. After 7 days, your friend will. When Fei heard this, her expression immediately changed. She said hurriedly, "Senior, please save my senior brother." On the other hand, Luo Nan's expression did not change. His experiences during this period had made him very open-minded about life and death. However, his heart still ached when he saw Fei sad. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and stopped Fei. "Let Senior finish," the white-haired old man continued. "If there is a medicinal pill that can reconstruct the Dantian, the blood cloud pill's effects will be completely unleashed, and there will be no danger to your life." After letting go of Luo Nan's hand, the white-haired old man looked at Xiao Chun and said, "I know what you want me to help you with. I remember that my friend has a medicinal pill recipe for reconstructing the Dantian. 3 days later, we'll meet here, and I'll give you what you need." The moment Xiao Chun said that, everyone revealed expressions of joy. This trip to Purple Sun City was worth it. "All right, it's a deal then." 3 days later, "I will hand over the pill formula for the Sky Sun pill as promised." The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes as he looked at Xiao Chun. Then he said sincerely, "It has been a long time since I saw a young man as generous as you. You do not care about trifles and do not covet small benefits. What's hard is to be loyal to your friends." This old man's family name is Lu. Those who know me in the Purple Sun region will address me as Senior Lu, a dabbler in alchemy. May I know your name? If there's a chance in the future, we can chat more. By introducing himself, Senior Lu was trying to befriend Xiao Chun. There was no fear of having too many friends when one was outside. Xiao Chun said, "I am Xiao Chun. My family name is Xiao, and my family name is Chun. If there is a chance, I will definitely chat with Senior Lu." "Ha ha ha. There will definitely be a chance. Don't waste the VIP letter I gave you." The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction is considered a grand occasion. Senior Lu was in a good mood. After laughing loudly, he packed up his stall and left. After dealing with Luo Nan's matter, Xiao Chun was in a good mood. He looked at the VIP letter in his hand. He raised his head and said, "Xiao Sua, you know where this Purple Cloud Pavilion is, right?" "Of course, I know. After all, I have been here 3 times. Lead the way, then. You did pretty well today. At that time, you can choose whatever you like. I'll bid for it for you." Without Xiao Sua's reminder, Xiao Chun would not have discovered this hidden expert. Helping him bid for a treasure was worth it. "Ha ha, big brother, you are my biological elder brother. That's it, then. Don't ever go back on your word." Xiao Sua nearly jumped up in joy, feeling incredibly excited. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction would last for 2 days. Only 20 treasures would be auctioned each day. Every item would be carefully selected and extremely valuable. Most of the people who went could only be spectators. As the guests were too wealthy, every auction item would eventually fetch a sky-high price. After Xiao Chun understood this, he did not regret it. Instead, he became even more interested. Xiao Chun had 2 million spirit jades on him, so he was not worried at all. If converted to inferior grade spirit jades, that would be more than 200 million spirit jades. The old dragon horse did not say much humbly. However, Xiao Chun now discovered that, at least in the Purple Sun region, he was definitely rich and overbearing. The Purple Cloud Pavilion was one of the 3 great trading grounds of Purple Sun City. It occupied several kilometers of land, looking very grand and imposing. Purple Sun City's accumulations were extremely deep. Long ago, it was the stronghold of the Golden Crow race. In terms of accumulations, this city was even deeper than any sect in the Purple Sun region. Occasionally, strange treasures would appear. No one found this strange. Most of the people who obtained a strange treasure would choose the trading pavilion to entrust it anonymously to the trading ground. Large-scale trading grounds had good reputations and were safe and reliable. They were many people's first choice. The Purple Cloud Pavilion was such a large-scale trading ground. Naturally, its annual large-scale auction was a grand event. That was why the ice snow sword, Luo Feng, was here. Soon, Xiao Suo led the way to the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Suddenly, a scorching berserk aura came from behind. The cultivators in front scattered in all directions, immediately turning the place chaotic. What a tyrannical aura! It's the Burning Moon sect's strongest new talent, Yen Xin. Many startled cries came from the crowd. Many people looked behind them. They saw a group of figures walking over from there. The person leading them exuded a berserk aura from head to toe, scorching, cold, and arrogant. This was the strongest new talent of the Burning Moon sect, one of the Purple Sun Great Realm's 3-rank 2 sects, Yen Xin. Xiao Chun looked in the direction the crowd pointed. When he saw Yen Xin, he was slightly stunned. This person and the ice snow sword were practically polar opposites. However, they had one thing in common. They were both extremely proud, arrogant, and conceited. Thinking about it, this had something to do with the rank 2 sects being the overlords of the Purple Sun region. These rank 2 sects were strong in the first place. Furthermore, their sects were strong. Who would dare to offend them? As Yen Xin walked over, the people at the side made way. Soon, he arrived at Xiao Chen's group. Everyone narrowed their eyes. Were these people stupid? To think that they did not make way for Yen Xin. Yen Xin frowned, and a berserk fiery aura flew towards Xiao Chen's group of 4. The air immediately turned unbearably hot. Without needing Xiao Chen to make a move, Xiao Suo spread out his aura and scattered the fiery aura. Venerate! Yen Xin entered deep thought. Then he said coldly, "Just because you are a venerate, you think you can block my path." After dealing with Luo Nan's matter, Xiao Chen no longer had any qualms. However, he did not want to cause trouble, either. Xiao Chen patted Xiao Suo's shoulder and walked to the side, taking the initiative to make way. Humph! Snorting coldly, Yen Xin led his junior brothers over with large strides. The people following behind Yen Xin all showed cocky expressions. In this Purple Sun City, they, the Burning Moon sect disciples, had never feared anyone. "Little girl, you look pretty good." As a disciple was about to walk past Faye, he stretched out his hand to touch her face. This startled Faye, causing her expression to change drastically. Luo Nan also felt incredibly frustrated. However, before the two could do anything, they heard a miserable shriek. Xiao Chun directly tore off the arm of the person who stretched out his hand. Then, Xiao Chun casually tossed the arm into the air. Bang! It exploded into a shower of blood. With this, there was no hope of reconnecting the arm. "How dare you injure my junior brother?" Yen Xin turned around, enraged. Xiao Chun said indifferently, "I have seen too many deaths in the past few years, so my temper has improved. However, there are some reverse scales. Once you touch them, don't blame me for being ruthless. Senior brother, you have to seek justice for me. For no reason or cause, you tore off one of my arms." That person with the severed arm showed a pained expression. To think that the guilty party was the first to complain. For no reason or cause. Xiao Chun smiled coldly and said, "Are the people of the Burning Moon sect all so shameless? To think that you dare to say that I am shameless. If not for you sneak attacking me, given my strength, how could I have torn off an arm? You are clearly narrow-minded and unwilling to give way to senior brother Yen Xin. So you vented your anger on me. Are you very strong?" Suddenly, Xiao Chun interrupted the other party's long speech. When the other party looked at Xiao Chen's questioning gaze, he suddenly felt fear spread through his entire body. A sharp saber, intent, spread out. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and a strong saber intent entered the other party's body. The other party trembled as he looked at Xiao Chun in horror. Blood leaked out of a corner of his mouth. Before the other party finished speaking, he released many saber lights from his entire body. Countless bloody holes appeared in the other party's body, and blood flowed out. Then he collapsed. The other party fell to the ground, dying with a remaining grievance. Had he known this would happen, he would not have said that Xiao Chun was not as strong as him. The gazes of everyone in the crowd froze as they looked at Xiao Chun. How bold of him to kill a burning moon sect disciple in front of Yen Xian. How strong! To think that he killed a burning moon sect disciple in front of Yen Xian. To think that Yen Xian did not even have a chance to save the other party. If I want to hurt someone, I will never do it in secret. If I want to kill someone, I will never do it. Xiao Chun said indifferently. He did not like to waste words. Most of the time, he liked to use action to express his opinion,